can continue the coverage. The Commanders with an opportunity for the first time since 2011 to go to 3-1 on the year. They kick off at a little after 4 in Arizona. Linnell, each and every week we do a segment on this pregame show, approval ratings of Jayden Daniels. It's election season. We're based in D.C., but let's talk about something positive as it relates to approval ratings with our quarterback, because Lord knows he's better than the other options right now. Jayden Daniels, last week on Monday Night Football, excellent. You could not ask for a better performance, scored on every single drive, and then that nails throw to end the game, essentially, to Terry McLaurin in the end zone. Your approval rating for him last week was 81%. Mine was 79% ahead of the game. I'm going to guess that's changed ever so slightly. Would that be fair?
Ever so slightly?
You
want to talk about a sizable jump? My approval rating for Jayden Daniels, I'm not going to go 100%. I know that's what all of you are thinking.
You can't go 100.
No, you're crazy in love. You're drowning over the kid. I'm going to go a strong A with A minus with a circle around it. I'm going to go 92%, an 11% jump. I think he is. And we got to sit here and watch it together, my friend. And I think some of the throws we saw, especially the two deep shots to Terry, you turn and we look at each other and our jaws drop. He is a kid that, to me, sooner rather than later is going to be in that top 10 to 12 range in terms of how we talk about him as an NFL quarterback. I think Monday was just the start of something great with him, and I expect him today to build upon that against the Cardinals pass defense that just isn't very good. They're not doing a good job getting after the passer. So he should have some opportunities, but I think strong 91% for me. 92%. Yeah,
92%. So I'm a little stronger than that.
Wow.
I don't know what the current grade system is across A's and B's and pluses and minuses and all these things. I graduated from college a long time ago. I graduated from high school even longer than that, and I don't plan on going back anytime. With that said, I'm giving him a 96%. Again, you can't do 100. Yeah. There's still room for improvement. I can still look at certain plays and say, man, I wish he had this one. Or like, man, I wish he fired this one off in this particular situation. With that said, the way that he played last week on Monday Night Football was insane. I told you, and this isn't tongue-in-cheek, like this isn't joking. It was the most fun I've ever had doing the show with you. And it obviously has nothing to do with you. I like doing the show, but most of the time when we've done this show, it's been beatdowns.
A lot of bad vibes.
A lot of bad vibes, especially on primetime. I mean, last year on the primetime games, I'm ready to slam my head through the window of our studio, and then last week it was like, oh my God. Like, you finally have a guy that when the moment gets big, he gets bigger.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of big moments in the NFL. I did think it was hilarious leading up to the game last week when people were asking the coaching staff, like, what do you think he's going to be like in prime time? It's Monday Night Football. This is big, and it is. I'm not going to downplay Monday Night Football. Right. But one of the benefits of having a quarterback like Jayden Daniels who played in the Pac-12 and then graduated essentially to the SEC, it doesn't get bigger than the SEC.
No.
At that level.
He was kind of trying to say it humbly during the week, like, guys, you're making a big deal. I know you got to do your job as media members and ask me the question that, everyone's going to ask, but I've been here before. I've done this, and he played like it. I've said it, all along since my first interaction with the guy and watching him interact with his teammates. He is California cool by every ounce of the phrase, man. Like, the composure is out of this world. The poise, every adjective you want to use, he's got it. And the thing is, he's a rookie. And it's now starting to feel like, and today has been really insightful watching some of the pregame stuff, how he's checking plays at the line of scrimmage, getting him into the right play more times than not. To be that advanced, Denton, pre-snap as a rookie, I think it speaks volumes to, one, the work ethic, and that's how we know it's not just tongue-in-cheek, right? Because I'll be honest, when I first heard the showing up at 6 a.m. every day, I was like, okay, they're doing everything they can to positively, boost this kid, and it's what we love. We don't want to tear anybody down. But, you see the results of it by the way the offense has functioned here through the first month of the season and how impactful he's been and the command that he's shown. So I'm thrilled with the kid, and right now, man, it feels like the sky is the limit. Hopefully I don't get humbled today because I'm feeling stronger than I've ever felt as a fan right now.
Yeah, that does worry me a little bit because I've never felt this good ahead of a game in a long time at least. The reason that I don't have him at 100% though, Linnell, is because there are things that you can look at in his game and say, I want him to get better
Of course.
here, right? And it's some of those, is he holding the ball just a tad too long? Is he waiting just a tick too long to jet one into coverage, to jet one across the field? And you'll see that continue him to get more comfortable, I think, in that process. And we saw that at the end of the game last week. I just want to see him put together a full game where it feels like he is in complete and utter control. And I think today in particular is going to be a great opportunity for him to do that because there is no Austin Eckler. And Austin Eckler, for the first couple of games of the season, has been a really big factor in the offense. I mean, last week I called him the best offseason signing period in the NFL because of the impact that he has had offensively so early for the Commanders. Not having him, you're going to ask somebody to step up that is not used to being in that role, and if they can't, it then falls more responsibility on Jaden Daniels to pick up the slack.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, man. I think that's one of my big storylines coming into this is who fills that Austin Eckler role. I don't know if it's going to be as much Jaden Daniels. I know what you mean, though, in terms of just the explosiveness and the ability to get outside of the tackles and make teams hurt you in the open field. Like that has been Eckler's specialty to this point, the broken tackles. It's been awesome. I agree with you, by the way, that he probably value-wise has been the best offseason signing out of any team in the National Football League. But in terms of Jaden Daniels and his responsibility for today, I think, and this is just me rubbing my low-cut head, I think today the passing game really gets unleashed. I don't think Arizona, one, has a dynamic enough player in their front seven to where you really are concerned. And the one thing we mentioned, Cliff, and the job he's done, the 6 and 7 man protections, like to me, that's the stuff that I drool over because it's like, you know what? You want to give your quarterback as much protection as possible, and he's not going to put it all on Jaden. And we saw it last year with Sam Howell. He was asked to do a lot. And I think the plan this year that Cliff has shown and orchestrated thus far with Jaden has been picture perfect. Today, though, I think you can go more of your 5-man protections. You can get more guys out into the route in the passing game, and you're going to see guys like, De'Ami Brown and Luke McCaffrey and Zacchaeus and Terry continue to get involved here. I think the passing game today is what's going to lead them.
Felt like Sam Howell at certain points last year. Ron Rivera gave him a circular tube or an inner tube and then told him to then throw it back to him to save Ron Rivera. And this coaching staff has done a very good job not giving Jaden Daniels this inner tube and saying, please save us, right? They have a little bit of, shall we say, cushion to make some mistakes and understand that this is going to be a process that was not gifted to Sam last year, which, by the way, I don't know that it should have been gifted to Sam last year. But Jaden has been awesome, and I see a comment in our stream, and you can watch us on YouTube and kind of interact with us and tweet us as well at TheDentDay, at NELL_BTP. Our guy Jeff saying it's only been 3 games. Wait till the game slows down for him. I agree with that, but also, Linnell, on top of that, we talked a lot about Terry McLaurin last week, and then Terry McLaurin had his best game on Monday Night Football. And I think that could be kind of the avalanche effect where this small little snowball now moving down the mountain, starting to pick up steam and starting to pick up steam and starting to pick up steam, and all of a sudden it's this big mammoth snowball. Like that could be what this passing offense ends up becoming now for Jaden Daniels and for Terry McLaurin now that you got that first game. He needed that game. I mean, Terry'd only had 5 100-yard games in his last 36. So to have that one on primetime and be the man that, with Jaden Daniels, essentially won the game for the Commanders, I thought was crucial. I'm excited to see how that's going to look today against Arizona. Speaking of that, we'll get the opinion of our guy Craig Hoffman. He's going to jump on with us next. If you're on 106.7 The Fan, you get the Nats. Coverage of the pregame continues on the Team 980.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app.
If you came across a child struggling with hunger, how would you recognize them? By their clothes, their age, the way they speak? Would you recognize a 13-year-old boy who gets into fights at school?
Not because he's a boy, but because he's hungry?
Or a 2-year-old girl who cries all night?
Not because she's sick, but because she went to bed without enough to eat.
Or maybe a 9-year-old boy who hopes a friend invites him to a sleepover?
Not for fun, just so we can have dinner.
Or a 15-year-old girl who goes for walks over lunch?
so her friends won't know she doesn't have anything to eat?
I am the 1 in 7 American children who struggle with hunger. Kids you pass by every day, but
Minutes from kickoff in Arizona, the Commanders with an opportunity to jump to 3-1 for the first time since 2011. Joining us to help us break this matchup down, I got Greg Hoffman. You can hear Monday through Friday. He's the host of the Greg Hoffman Show on the Team 980, 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern, every Monday through Friday. Craig, what's going on, man? How are you?
How
we doing? I'm good, man. How you feeling ahead of this one? There's been a lot of hype this week because of how Jaden played last week on Monday Night Football. Are you still riding that wave of the hype? Is it maybe crashed a little bit? How do you feel ahead of this one?
Yeah, I would say it's cautious optimism. I think that's kind of my approach to the entire season, right? Like, this team is capable of doing really impressive things, especially on the offensive side. Also, on the defensive side of things, there's a long way to go, and that could undo everything. So I think it's really weird having the two sides of the ball so far apart with where they are. So it kind of makes it hard to be fully optimistic or fully pessimistic. So that's kind of where I'm at.
You're getting me into Monday through Friday mode, Craig, because the one thing that I am curious of, and we'll find out obviously as the season progresses, is Jaden Daniels in this offense good enough to overcome the bugaboos of the defense? Because that may very well end up being a thing down the line as well. But you mentioned the defense. I said it during the week. I'm a little bit more concerned about the front seven relative to the back seven. I think what they've struggled to do in the running game is kind of worrisome when you go back and look at it. Why has the gap integrity not been there specifically against the run?
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, because they didn't do their jobs. You just have to be better. So some of it is the gaps are wider than they should be. And like, I think it's well put, Linnell. Like, I don't think that the back end is necessarily playing better than the front seven. It's the front seven is more worrisome because they're supposed to be better. We understand the limitations of the personnel on the back end. With that said, I think we talk about the run defense and the gap integrity, right? Starts off with the guys in the middle up front. They have not squeezed and not like, some teams done a good job of game plan running against them, for instance. And it's like, okay, well, they're going to, use that aggressiveness against you and run traps. So we're going to let you get upfield, and then we're going to have a tight end or a pulling guard come through and hit you. Well, you have to have the recognition that that's what's happening to you. And it's not just Allen and Payne, by the way. Mathis has got on that. Newton has got on that. So they want to be a penetrating front. That is the counter. But you have to have the play recognition to go, oh, that guy just let me through. He clearly wants me to be here. How do I push back against it? Or like I am flowing with the play, but I'm getting pushed a little bit too much. Can I push back into this double team and eat it where now Jeremy Chin or the linebackers have to fill a 4-yard gap instead of an 8-yard gap? So that I think would be step one. And then I think the second step is on the second level of the defense. Do they get better cohesion with the front and kind of understand how to play off those guys better, the speed of it all, kind of the rhythm of it, to be in the gaps when they're supposed to be there? And I know that's not like the most complex answer, but it's like, why do they have bad gap integrity? Because they got bad gap integrity. And so there's been some of the big plays where they just have to be more focused and locked in and get where they need to be faster / on time.
Craig, the team just released their list of inactives, and as anticipated, Emmanuel Forbes is back this week. What are your expectations for him? Do you think they're going to do their best to keep him away from Marvin Harrison?
No. I think that like where he lines up, and he there I guess could be Forbes, and it could be BSJ. The thing that I'm really interested in is, do they start him? Or is he kind of the third corner that plays outside? I'm saying that because of what Joe Witt said this week, where he was like, we'll see what Mikey's role is. And I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah.
He's your nickel of the future, and hopefully for the next decade. So is he going to play outside with BSJ? Is the 1 and 2 corners and then slide inside when Forbes is out there? Is Forbes up in case of emergency, and we're still actually a week away? So I'm curious to see what his role is. But I also think that like if he's healthy enough to play, and this thumb injury obviously is probably going to prevent him maybe from making some plays on the ball more than it would. And like his legs are fine, but how rusty is he from a feel, from a just kind of a flow of the game standpoint. But ultimately, if they're putting him out there, it's because they think he can do the job. And in this defense, the job is to execute whatever the coverage is, and they don't really move guys around very much. And then the question for me becomes, how much help do they give him? How much help do they give BSJ? Because you saw late in the game last week, they were just like, Jamar Chase is no longer beating us. After the second touchdown, which was one more than they needed to give up, if not two more than they needed to give up, considering the situations they gave those up in, they just bracketed Chase. And they're like, screw this. This dude is not scoring on us anymore. And especially late in the game when they were down in the red zone, like they literally just took him out and like, we're not letting you release inside. We're not letting you release outside. So does Marvin Harrison get that treatment? Does it depend on who's the corner on him? So there's a lot of stuff to watch, but I think ultimately like the simple answer to your question, Denton, is like, do I expect him to avoid Marvin Harrison? Nope. I expect him to line up where he lines up, and Harrison, if he lines up across from him, hey buddy, you got to cover him.
Real quick on Forbes, with him, anytime he's dealing with any sort of ailment, for a guy that lacks physicality, I worry about that, especially with his hand, and tackling has been an issue for a lot of the guys in the secondary. So that'll be something to monitor as well.
And also, like, missed tackles are worse earlier in the season. He's now missed time. Like, again, the rhythm piece. So I think that's a good point.
Going back to the offense here for a second, I think Cliff has been in his bag, so to speak, offensively the first 3 weeks. I love the way he's gotten Jaden comfortable and in rhythm with the quick game and the screen game early on, and then opened it up as we've seen in each of the last 2 second halves. But today, with no Austin Eckler, Craig, like I'm worried about that. Who do you think fills that role, and how do you think they go about filling that role? Because Eckler, to me, has been probably the most dynamic weapon here in the first couple of weeks.
I mean, the honest truth is you don't. And that is just a reality that, like, Austin Eckler is a special, special football player, as we've seen. And you can run the same plays with various different personnel, and it's not going to go as effectively because they're not as good as Austin Eckler. So then the question becomes, okay, well, do you run some of those same plays or same concepts? Like, do you put a guy like Olamide Zaccheaus in the backfield and try to run some similar screens that have worked for you? Do you call some more receiver screens that would have been running back screens if Eckler is healthy? Do you push the ball down the field more and say, really, those screens that we call for Eckler are explosives, and we need to then push the ball down the field and get that yardage with the ball in the air as opposed to being carried. So I think that there is a lot of different options. I think that one thing that I loved about what Cliff did through the first 3 games is he kind of made Jaden earn the deep ball. Right? I think 2 of the most important balls that he throws last week are the only 2 incompletions he has. They were deep balls down the field in the first half, and he showed a willingness to throw it compared to 0 attempts over 20 air yards the week prior against the Giants. And then Cliff was like, okay, well, if you're gonna see the field like this and throw it, then we can call more of these. And so roundabout that lands on the answer, Linnell, of like, I do think there's a chance to take some shots down the field. Yeah. Gannon will dial some stuff up, which leaves you man-to-man on the outside. And in those opportunities, is that where your explosives come from? Is exactly where they came from against Cincinnati. When they blitz, just Taylor Heineke left a shirt in a locker somewhere. Bleep it, Terry's down there somewhere, and throw that thing down there.
Craig, final one for me before we get your predictions, and it's kind of along the lines of what you just said, but as we enter week 4, is there anything that you would want to see from Jaden to continue his progression that you have not seen from him in the first 3 weeks?
I mean, you saw basically everything last week, so I don't know, like, what's left on the table besides consistency, right? But, like, that's ultimately the mark of greatness is consistency. It's not how good is – Van Pelt used to always say this when he had the radio show. He might still say it on SportsCenter, but I'm 1,000 years old and don't stay up that way. So, it's not how good is your good. It's how frequently can you produce it. And so it really is a continuation of the things he did last week. I will say – Logan thinks that, as in Logan Paulson, my co-host on Take Command, he thinks that this is the toughest test Jaden has faced yet schematically, that you look at what Todd Bowles did week 1 and Gannon does like all that stuff and maybe even a little bit more. They're really, really good with their coverage structures, and it's kind of this hybrid zone match stuff a lot of the time. So looks like zone, winds up playing like man. Which one is it? I don't know. So this is a very, very difficult processing test for Jaden, and so I guess that's kind of the challenge today. But ultimately, all the tests that's been put forth, really in the last 2 weeks, especially, he's passed, and so just pass another one. That's consistency. Yeah.
All right, Craig, who wins?
I picked the Cardinals on Friday because I do think that there's it's a similar game to Tampa, but not as bad, right? Like Jaden's a little more advanced. The defense is slowly but surely getting better. They have a long, long way to go. They obviously haven't even gotten close to the threshold of acceptable, nevertheless good yet, but it is a little bit better week over week. So I said like a 24-21 kind of loss for Washington. I'm optimistic though that I'm going to be wrong. For whatever that's worth.
That, Craig.
But in the interest of trying to be objective and trying to pick more games correctly than I miss, I have Arizona 24-21.
Craig, we appreciate the time. We also appreciate that you're our first guest this year on the YouTube stream. So we appreciate you jumping on camera for us.
Mr. YouTube himself. It would be fitting.
Speaking of Postgame, Denton, a fellow you know very well, the one and only Kevin Sheehan will join me for the Take Command Postgame show. So if you're listening on the radio right now and you'll be home later, fire up YouTube on your smart TV or wherever you watch YouTube at 7:30 p.m. tonight. Me, Kevin Sheehan, for about 20, 30 minutes post-game on the Take Command Instant Reaction Show, and that will also go in the podcast feed immediately after, so if you're subscribed to Take Command, you can check it out there.
Yeah, between the two of us, we're really making him work, because he's going to join us in about 15 minutes on the pregame show.
Hey, tell him to save something for the post. Just leave a little in the tank.
That's Craig Hoffman. Craig, we appreciate it. Enjoy the game. When we get back, you will hear from the Sports Junkies. They'll swing by our studios, let us know who they think wins this evening. It's the Burgundy Gold pregame show. Denton Leno Willingham on the Team 980, the YouTube and the Odyssey app.
You can listen to the Team 980 on your smart speaker. Just say play the Team 980. Denton Day, presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Burgundy Gold pregame show, Denton Day, Leno Willingham on the Team 980. We're not simulcast, but you can watch us on our YouTube. Interact with us in the chat. We want your what?
Come holla.
Oh, come holla. I thought you said you're hot. I was like, you look all right, but I'm not going to go that far. We want the offense for the Commanders to stay hot, though. Jane Daniels has been on fire, and the guys in the morning had a lot of really good takes on Jaden this week after that Monday night fiasco. They're good enough to join us here. The Junks giving their predictions. Fellas, how we doing?
All right, boys. Commanders coming off a huge Monday Night Football win. Jaden Daniels near perfect. Can he do it now against the Cardinals on the road?
Why couldn't he? This is not any sort of nobody's comping this Cardinals defense to the Ravens defense of the early 2000s. I think this is a very gettable defense. Now, that's coming from somebody who follows the Commanders and knows bad defense. Commanders
bad defenses.
Right. So I don't know much about Westerns, but I think we're going to see a shootout at the OK Corral. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew. Or as Gannon likes to say, shoom, 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 the head coach of the Cardinals. He's going to see explosives, I think, on both sides of the ball, from Kyler Murray to Marvin Harrison Jr., and also from Jaden Daniels to Terry McLaurin. It does hurt, though, no Austin Eckler. That hurts the Commanders' offense.
That's a big one.
Yeah, how big of a loss is
I think it's big. He doesn't touch the ball a ton each week, but when he does touch it, he makes something happen.
Yeah.
And we've seen what he's done in special teams. He had a touchdown return called back, and then he had a long one last week in the third quarter to set up a score. So I think that's a big deal, even though Jeremy McNichols, he's good, but he's not Eckler.
He's serviceable.
Yeah, but you know what's great about it is that we have weapons, fellas, and it's not just Austin Eckler.
Yeah.
It's B-Rob. Obviously, Jaden is an incredible dual threat, and he's barely scratched the surface of downfield passing. He rediscovered Terry last week. Expect him to keep going. I love the addition of Noah Brown. Zach Ertz has been good. I'm waiting for Sinnott to make it a play, and we haven't even talked about Luke McCaffrey, who frankly has surprised me.
Well, they've got the best receiver on the field. They've got they probably have the best running back on the field, and they've got a damn good tight end if he plays.
McBride,
and then their quarterback. All right, he hasn't put up the Jaden Daniels numbers, but he can run. So they've got some good weapons too.
One thing we didn't really talk about much this week on the Junkies is how effective the offensive line was protecting Jaden Daniels.
They've done a good job.
There were times where he was back there 3, 4, 5 seconds, and then he would decide to take off and run.
Right.
It's really been, I think, an underrated aspect of the offense so far.
No question about it. There were two big areas of concern, I think, for most Commanders fans going into the season. It was the offensive line on the offense, and it was the secondary on the defense. The offensive line is held up. The secondary has not. Once again, we've been kind of fooled into thinking this was some sort of a decent defense. It's been dreadful. So that is a huge red flag, and I'm concerned about it. I'm just hoping that the boys can force a couple punts. I don't know what the number is, maybe 3. If they could force 3 punts, I think we can win this game.
I think the Cardinals are going to pick on Emmanuel Forbes, who's been sidelined after coming off the thumb surgery. He's slated to play. He's been a full participant in practice this week. I just think whoever he draws on the outside, if he's an outside corner, which it looks like he will be in this game, he's certainly not big enough to handle Marvin Harrison Jr. or Michael Wilson. Those guys are all physically imposing. I think that's a mismatch that the Cardinals should and probably will exploit.
We heard Sanistro getting hyped up throughout training camp and then early in the season. He's not an outside corner, really. And he had to play outside corner last week and got exposed. You went through some of the stats on Friday's show that the Commanders' corners are ranked way down low, like in the 60s and 70s when you rank all of the corners.
And you know what? If he moves into the slot, Greg Dortch is a very capable slot receiver for the Cardinals. So that could be another spot where the Cardinals just exploit pretty horrendous Commanders defense.
I'm not going to go as far as EB to just say they're the Cardinals. But they kind of are the Cardinals.
Thank you.
They only put up 10 points.
I mean, they're not great.
Exactly.
We hype up the opposing teams every week. I'm sick of it.
They're not that good. They put up 10 points last week. It was against the Lions. Lions are good. I do think it is kind of a letdown game shorter week. I know they stayed in Arizona. I don't think everything goes right for Washington like it did last week. I'll take Arizona in a close one, 24-20.
I'll go 26-20 Zona.
I don't think Dan Quinn and the staff or Jaden Daniels are going to allow for a letdown to happen. I think they have momentum coming off the win. They win again in the desert, improved to 3-1, 31-27. Coms dub.
I like what you're saying over there, Cakes. I'm in agreement. I like the Commanders on a last-second Austin Seibert field goal. 27-26.
That's a very specific ending, but I like it.
You'll be nervous, but
As
that
long
would
as
be
it's
great.
inside 45.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, as long as
in a
it's
dome.
relatively short, not nervous about Austin Seibert, which you can't say that about kickers for the Commanders the early part of the season before he was signed.
That'd be awesome because it would mean a victory Monday starting at 6 a.m. on the Junkies. Back to you, boys.
Fellas, appreciate it.
More positive this week.
Yeah, way more positive.
I like it.
The Jaden Daniels Monday night Messiah
Got everyone
game
feeling good.
really got everybody feeling good. Real quick, before we get to Kevin Sheen, he's going to join us in a couple of minutes here on your Burgundy and Gold pregame show. We got a couple questions in our chat, Linnell. You can join the chat if you're watching on YouTube or tweet us your questions at TheDenday at NELL_BTP. No Jamison Crowder today, no Austin Eckler. That was anticipated. The question, who is going to return kicks? You're likely going to see a lot of Noah I. He's been back there the first couple of weeks. You'll see a lot of Noah I and then potentially Noah Brown. So it'll be Noah squared returning kicks and then punts. It'll probably be Noah I back there. So that's something to keep an eye on. I can't imagine. We kicked around the idea of Jahan last year, but Jahan obviously is not here, and
When you
Terry's not
said
a
his
punt
name,
guy.
my eyes rolled naturally, and I didn't. It was nothing about you. That whole situation just is weird to me.
Hey, 2 years ago, he was the most talented wide receiver here. Just ask Ron Rivera. All right, coming up next, Kevin Sheehan going to join us on your Burgundy and Gold pregame show. I'm Denton Day. He's Linnell Willingham. You can find us on the Team 980, theteam980.com, and the Team 980 YouTube channel.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app. The Window Nation Studios, WTEM Washington, and WJFK HD2 Manassas. Every team, every sport, every day. The Team 980 and Odyssey Sports Station. It's the Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
An hour away from kickoff in Arizona, the Commanders looking to get to 3-1 for the first time since 2011. I'm still riding the high of the Monday Night Messiah game with Jaden Daniels last week against Cincinnati. Another guy that I know was amped up after that one, Kevin Sheehan. He's good enough to join us here. You can hear the Kevin Sheehan Show Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Time on the Team at 980. Kevin, what's the gut feeling as we're now an hour away from kickoff out there in the desert?
Yeah.
Under 2.5 punts. That's what I'm going with.
Is that a total number or for just one team?
No, just us. I mean, actually, for the game, you turn our defense, with the over-under on punts is probably like 2.5. I feel good about it. I mean, Arizona is, like Cincinnati, a little bit vulnerable up the middle. I mean, Washington didn't take advantage of it last week because they loaded the box, but they were able to really throw the football and get it out quickly early. I think we'll see a lot of that. I mean, I actually think this could be a big for Brian Robinson Jr., but the key just is you got to keep the ball offensively, and you really can't afford to give up possessions. You've got to score on a lot of them. You know, it's unrealistic to expect, you're going to score on all of them, but it's almost what's required with this defense right now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the defense has been a major issue. I feel like, maybe we haven't talked about it as much this week because of how special the Jaden Daniels performance was on Monday night. But that is my number one concern going into this one, Kev, is how Washington's front seven handles what Arizona likes to do in the running game. James Conner has been a load running in between the tackles. We know Kyler has the athletic ability to sneak out of the back door if you're not disciplined with your rush lanes. How do you think Washington combats what Arizona's going to throw at him there, specifically on the ground?
I don't know. I mean, it's like I was talking to him and I said, how does it improve? And he said, well, when you don't do anything well, it's not super encouraging, and you get gashed basically the last 2 weeks on the run. If you walk that safety down to try to stop the run, now you got to figure out how to keep Kyler contained in a contain rush, which might be easier than rushing the passer because they don't get near the passer anyway. And then you got to cover, and they don't do anything well defensively right now. Yeah. So you almost need them to self-inflict, penalties, couple of drop passes, maybe a fumble or a pick. Here's one thing that will happen. Kyler Murray will, if he's forced to throw from the pocket, he will put a couple of balls up for grabs. He's always done that, and you've got to catch him when he does. But you got to make him throw it from the pocket first, and that's not easy.
No.
Kevin, what expectations, if any, do you have for returning Emmanuel Forbes this afternoon?
I mean, it can't get any worse than it was without him. I mean, I'd like to see at least a guy that right now lacks confidence versus maybe lacks skill and, ability. And that's really what it's been last year, I think, more than anything else. And let's give somebody else a shot right now. Yeah, I'm fine with him coming back. Expectations are not great, but I mean, you can't get any worse than it's been.
Kevin, I want to go back to the defense for a second here, and I want to get your perspective because I know you worked with kids and have done Little League and all of that. The me attitude that I feel Washington has defensively, to me, is the biggest reason for why they can't stop the run. When it comes to maintaining gap integrity, what have you seen from John Allen and Deron Payne, and why has this front seven not been able to stop the run against anyone at this point?
I mean, I think it's a combination of a lot of things. Number one, I don't know if it's me. I think number one is
hold on,
right
Kevin.
now,
everybody wants to make the play, is what it feels like, and the play doesn't care who makes it. You know that.
I mean, I think John and Deron are taking a lot of doubles. It doesn't excuse it. There are a lot of guys that take a lot of doubles and make a lot of plays. I think their ends are a problem right now. And certainly, depending on who they look into the box, it doesn't seem like between, other than Luvu and Wagner, it seems like they're missing gaps or there's no gap integrity. It's got to be better, Linnell. I mean, if you can't stop the run with your base, 4-3, and you're walking people up in there, it's a big problem for them because they can't cover and they can't rush the passer. But specific to what it is, like I talked to somebody earlier this week who said, and Denton knows this, I'm a big 94 fan. I am a Deron Payne fan in terms of his physical, freak athletic ability. And they're less concerned with him and a little bit more concerned with everybody else up front. But he's still got to make plays. We saw him take some possessions over last year. Remember the Denver game, a couple of others. They've got to do a better job. Everybody does.
Kevin, when you look at the offense, obviously we're not going to see Austin Eckler this week. I don't know that anybody in particular can make up for his production, but who do you think will see an increased role now that he is not going to be active?
Brian Robinson Jr. Playing more snaps in catching the football and being involved in some of their empty sets or their four wides where Eckler was out. It's just that the two-back thing, it'll be interesting. I'm assuming it's going to be McNichols, and I know Rodriguez was called up, which I was actually a little bit surprised at. Ben mentioned to us earlier in the week that, Wiley was more of Eckler's replacement, Rodriguez more of Brian Robinson Jr.'s replacement, which kind of makes sense. But I think this is a big game for number 8. I think he's featured in both the running game and elsewhere, and we see him get a lot of touches today.
Yeah, hopefully that's the case. I predicted before the season that he would have a big year and hopefully, see his role in the passing game expand today. He's got a big opportunity with it. The tight ends have been an interesting group for this team, Kevin, and they're really important to what Washington wants to do offensively and what they've been doing and what they want to continue to do. When you look at Ben Sinnott, how do you think he can get involved here today? And do you expect with the running game probably being more of an emphasis to see Zach Ertz, Sinnott be more involved in the passing game today?
It's a good question. They've designed some things for Sinnott in the last 2 games that haven't necessarily materialized, which means that they do want to see him with the football in his hands. So we'll see what happens if they've got more stuff called up for him. Ertz has done a phenomenal job of being available, of making catches. I'll tell you, a big play the other night was the fumble that he had that Biotis jumped on.
Yeah.
Can't afford to give up a possession in the Monday night game. Couldn't afford to give up a possession in the Giant game either. But, I don't know how much you guys have talked about. One thing about Bates is right now they the better blocking tight ends in the league. I don't know if I would disagree with that. But it's not going to surprise me if we see Sinnott become a guy that slowly is integrated more and more and makes more of a contribution on the stat sheet because they've tried to work some things in his direction the last 2 games.
All right, Kevin, before we get your final prediction here, we've seen Jaden Daniels make improvements with every game that he's played so far this year. What is the one thing that you think he improves on most today in Arizona?
Ooh, because he was near flawless the other night. I still think there are times when he can cut it loose a little bit earlier. Not that he's holding it too long. I think that just some concepts that they're still all getting used to. I thought that there were a couple that he could have let it fly the other night. We saw the progress of him getting outside the pocket and making throws. The one to Noah Brown at the goal line, was off schedule. I don't think you're going to see. I thought he made some bad decisions on some of the zone reads where he could have kept it last week. I don't know if we see that tonight against the 3-4, but that's a hard question because he's done so much so well.
Yeah, I agree. He's been flawless to this point. Kevin, one more before we get your official prediction here. When you look at the job, and this is one of the storylines, Denton mentioned it earlier, Cliff Kingsbury coming back to take on his former team. When you look at the job that he has done here through the first 3 weeks, has he exceeded your expectations in terms of what you expected? Because it felt like when the hire was initially made, it was a pretty polarizing across the league in terms of what people thought about him.
I was a fan of the hire, Linnell, but I also thought it was a mystery as to what we were going to see. I wasn't sure how he was going to utilize the talent and the quarterback, and everything he's done so far, I've enjoyed watching. I love how they're utilizing the quarterback in the run game, obviously. I love how they've got a lot of quick game to make it easier, to get him confidence. They've got a lot of answers to loaded boxes or to light boxes. I think he's very good at what he does. And we'll see what happens as the season goes on and teams adjust to what he's doing and to what the quarterback does But so far, I mean, to me, it's been very good.
The Commanders haven't been 3-1 since 2011, Kevin. Do they hit that mark today?
Yeah, Rex Grossman was the quarterback, and and Ryan Terrain had over 100 yards. I picked Cincinnati by 3 on Monday night, walk-off field goal. So I'm a little bit superstitious. I feel like if I pick Arizona in a close game, maybe we win. But yeah, something like high-scoring 37-31 in overtime. Maybe Cardinals, but they certainly have a shot.
So as the saying goes, you're not superstitious, just a little stitious.
Just a little stitious.
All right, Kevin.
Thank you, Michael Scott.
We appreciate the time, and we're looking forward to hearing your breakdown of the game tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
See you in the morning, then. Thanks, Linnell.
That is Kevin Sheehan, good enough to join us. Coming up next, we're going to get Grant Paulson's take on the matchup. Plus, we will give you our Baldino's key player to lock in on. No Austin Eckler officially, still no Derek Forrest. You're also not getting Jamison Crowder, so you'll see a new guy taking kicks, likely to be Noah I. Grant Paulson going to join us next, get his thoughts on the matchup when we get back. It's a Burning Gold pregame show with Denton Day and Leonard Willingham.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app.
Burgundy and Gold pregame show. Denton Day and Linnell Willingham with you on the Team 980, the Odyssey app, and our YouTube channel. You can get involved with us in the comments. You can tweet at us as well at the Denton Day at NELL_BTP. I saw some videos, Linnell, from Arizona. The guys warming up. You got the Cardinals in their all red uniforms, which are like, they're fine, they're whatever. But then you got the Commanders in the white tops, burgundy bottoms. That's my favorite uniform combo that they currently have at the moment. I think that in a dome on the road ends up with big plays being made.
I think there's going to be a lot of points in this one. I think Kevin, in terms of who we've had on thus far, has probably given us the prediction that I most closely agree with. I think it's going to be a track meet. I don't think we see a lot of punts. I think both of these defenses can be had. Craig mentioned something earlier that we touched on for a second. How does Jonathan Gannon try to throw the kitchen sink at Jayden Daniels? Because it is more of an aggressive attacking style defense. How has Jayden Daniels grown and matured since the first meeting with Tampa in week 1? How does he handle a defense like this that's going to try to disguise their coverages, confuse you, and make you, indecisive about whether or not it's man or zone? I think it's going to be huge. The running game, though, to me is where it all starts with, right? I mean, Arizona's front four, not chock full of household names. I think Washington does have an advantage there. The interior three of this offensive line, I think Denton has been
what's up, GP? How's it going?
Remarkable throughout the first month here of the season. Tyler Biotish, Sam Cosmi, and Nick Allegretti. Specifically Allegretti here the past couple of weeks and the holes that him and Biotish have been able to open up on the left side in this running game. So I think that is where Washington has their advantage, and I think, hopefully, the play action pass stuff opens up off of that. But to me, when you just look personnel-wise at how difficult it's going to be to throw against Arizona, I think because of the coverages, I think the running game you got to get started with.
All right, let's hit our Baldino's Lock and Key player to lock in on. It's sponsored by Baldino's Lock and Key. It's your one-step shop for auto keys and fobs. You can visit baldinos.com. I'll give you the floor first. Who's your player on offense or defense that you're going to lock in on and say this guy needs a big game for the Commanders to come away with a win?
Last Monday, I went with the obvious. I went with Jayden Daniels, and I thought he would be the guy that had to step up. Today, I'm going to go with Brian Robinson. We were just talking about it. No Austin Eckler today. You're going to see Brian Robinson's usage up a lot. I think he is a back that is criminally underrated as a receiving threat. I think when he gets the ball in his hand and he's in the open field with a head of steam, he's a load to tackle, and guys don't want to do it. He's got to play big in order for Washington to continue their offensive success here and be able to have a big game.
For me, it's going to be 94 Daron Payne. This team has been bad on defense. We look at Daron Payne and John Allen, say, you guys are the two best, make a difference. Here's some numbers for you, Linnell. You're not going to like them, but I'll give them to you. 4 sacks, 13 TFLs on the season through 3 games. That number, all those numbers have to be better. I think it starts with Daron Payne. Let's hit the phones now. Our guy Grant Paulson, good enough to jump in with us here. You can hear him on Grant and Danny, 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. every Monday through Friday on 106.7 The Fan. Grant, what's going on, my friend? How are you?
Jeeps.
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
What's going on, brother?
We're good, man. We're good. We're riding the wave of momentum that Jayden Daniels put this franchise on last Monday. How are you feeling ahead of the matchup with Arizona in what is being viewed as by some as a little bit of a letdown game?
Well, I certainly hope not, but an opportunity for Washington to prove that things are different, right? I mean, when they have had the very rare but occasional strong primetime showing, never to the extent, I don't think, in terms of boosting the excitement that Monday night was, because it hasn't been a quarterback of Daniels' upside and potential delivering the goods. But when they, beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, let's say, on a Tuesday during COVID, which was kind of quirky, or the Taylor Heineke Monday night win nobody saw coming against the Eagles, like those types of moments along the way, there was often, a game that came thereafter where we realized it was kind of a fleeting one-off. So, go out, play a good football game. It's a winnable game. Arizona at home is a tough matchup on a short week, clearly. That's why you're an underdog. But they're also the Cardinals. I mean, this is not a team that anybody thought was going to make the playoffs. They're a tough team to play that's middling, very much kind of a 500-ish team. So if you're going to be good, this is the kind of game. You win it, you get to 3-1, you got a chance to be all alone in first place.
Grant, a lot of this past week was spent talking about Jayden Daniels in this offense, and rightfully so. I mean, they have been electric the past 2 weeks. I think Cliff has done a nice job easing him into the first 3 football games here, and then we've seen the downfield passing game, grow here in the second half each of the past 2 weeks. But defensively, I can't help but notice that they don't do anything well right now. It kind of felt like Monday night you saw some of the edge rushers begin to turn the corner a little bit. Dante Fowler had some impactful rushes. Javonte Jean-Baptiste was getting involved. When you look at Washington's bugaboos on defense, what to you, GP, is the number one issue that they've got to get corrected if they want to eventually turn this into a respectable unit on that side of the football?
So it's twofold to me. I mean, it's the worst combination you can have, frankly. It's the lack of consistent pressure and the inability to cover on the outside.
Yeah.
Other than that, everything's fine. When you can't do those two things, one of them makes the other worse, as you guys know. They feed off of each other. When both are weaknesses, it's just going to be a long, long year. So they got to find some answers. This is the 31st ranked defense in yards per play right now. They are 30th against the run. They're 29th against the pass. They're bottom 4 in interception rate because they haven't picked off a pass yet. They are 30th in sacks per pass attempt. They get a sack on about 4% of dropbacks, which isn't good enough. They don't get off the field. They are horrendous on third down, dead last. 61% conversion rate. I've never even heard of that. Is what they allow right now, and they give up 23 first downs a game, which is 30th. Meaning, they allow teams to stay on the field and wear themselves down. So all of those things combined, summed up, means it's a brutal, brutal defense right now. Where would I start? I think specifically in a game like today, you got to stop the run.
Yeah.
Just make a team one-dimensional. You're not going to be able to, quote-unquote, stop the pass. So let's just make sure that they're behind the sticks. If they want to come out and run the ball on 1st and 10, make sure it's 2nd and 9. 2nd and 9 sets up 3rd and medium. Now you're a drop away, you're a holding penalty away from making something happen. So I think, to me, that's where I would start. You knew they were going to have problems covering at corner. You knew the pass rush was going to take some time as the year went on. What shouldn't happen is 30th out of 32 teams giving up over 5 yards a carry. That's what's got to be fixed first.
Grant, I think most people will look at this defense and say a lot of things that you said, but they'll look at 94 and 93 and say these are the two best players. If nothing changes that you just laid out, if none of that changes, how much longer can we look at those two guys and say these are definitively the two best players on defense?
Oh, it's a good point. I mean, they haven't been their best players this year. I mean, there's just no doubt about that. I think Payne has been a disruptor a couple of times over, including on the 2 sacks that they had in the first 2 weeks, both by Cleveland Farrell. Those were Payne wins in the interior that kind of led to cleanup sacks by Farrell. So the way I kind of count sacks, those were really Payne sacks, if you will. So he's made a couple of plays. Allen has been much harder to notice. I mean, you got to dive into the lab and get into the film room and really pull up some all-22 to see some of the things that he's doing that are good, and they're there. But these are $20 million a year type D tackles that, as you said, are supposed to be the guys your whole thing's built around. So they got to get more out of each of those players, obviously. But I would throw Johnny Newton into the mix. I know he's coming back from an off season where he was chasing his own tail health-wise, but he's starting to build up the pitch count now. He's a really impactful guy who I think they were giddy to have drafted. I mean, but you can't have that type of talent on the interior and then get gashed the way that they have. So, yeah, I think we're there. When you say when do we start saying they're not their best? Right now, if you're ranking their best players this football season, I don't think either of those guys cracks the top 5.
And that is not good, as they are the highest paid defensive tackle duo in the National Football League. I want to go to the offensive side of the football here for a second. They have been obviously lights out here the past 2 weeks. We haven't seen Tress Way. People are wondering if he's still employed by the team. But Grant, to me, obviously Jayden Daniels has been awesome. I think Cliff has done a really nice job as a play caller, easing him into these football games. But in a matchup like today, you mentioned Arizona and how you got to stop their running attack. I think Jonathan Gann is a defensive coordinator that's going to try to mix things up coverage-wise and be more complex in terms of their pressure packages. One way to try to slow that down is if you can get your running attack going. And I look at the interior 3, Grant, of Tyler Biadasz, Cosme, and Nick Allegretti. They've been awesome to start the season. What have been your thoughts on Washington's offensive line at this point, a group that, this offseason we were kind of questioning?
Yeah, I think they've been really good, particularly in pass pro. They've been fine in the running game as well. I think that goes without saying. But I think the big concern with a rookie quarterback who had a proclivity in college to take sacks and hold the ball was that they weren't going to be able to keep his jersey clean. And I give Kingsbury, which you just eloquently said, a ton of credit because I think Cliff Kingsbury's done a great job getting the ball out of Jaden Daniels' hands. Yeah. If you ever want to be impressed by Cliff Kingsbury, just watch the Bears offense. I mean, what Shane Waldron's doing with Caleb Williams is embarrassing, comparatively speaking. He came into the game with 19 throws of 20 or more yards downfield, 3 completions, and 3 picks. Today they came out finally and started to go horizontal and just try to get them a little bit of confidence. And they're going to win the football game based on their defense and their running game today. But long story short, I would just say Kingsbury, I give him a gold star. He's been awesome. And I also think that the O-line was just better on paper than people anticipated. Allegretti's been very good. Biotish is very solid. Cosme's outstanding Pro Bowl-type player. What I'm impressed by is the left tackle situation. Cornelius Lucas has been stout. Like, there's never really been an issue when he's been on the field for the most part. And Brandon Coleman has a real chance to be a guy, it looks like. So between those two, I think they've done a nice job even at that important position as well.
Grant, last week Terry had his best game in quite some time, really since Jacoby came in at the end of that Rams game. But it was by far, I think, his best game in prime time. Do you think his performance last week is going to open up the floodgates for him, particularly in terms of production?
Floodgates are tough for me. I think it's going to be hit or miss a lot of this season. What we saw this past week, 4 catches for 100 yards, hitting a couple home runs, is not going to be frequent. But what I liked was by getting him involved and hitting on the 55-yarder down the field, in addition to the beautiful throw and catch for the game-sealing touchdown, that throw by Daniels was one of the best throws any quarterback's made all season in this league. It was just incredible. But Terry did everything right also, and it was a really high degree of difficulty catch. By getting those under his belt now, I think it gives Daniels the confidence to take more of those shots, which is so important and so necessary. So that's where I hope they continue to do that. I just think it's going to be more difficult. It's going to come harder this year for McLaurin. Getting him free is going to be more complicated than it has been in the past based on the lack of weaponry around him. And I just don't know that that's necessarily what they want to be. They needed to have one of those games vertically to open some things up underneath, but they're just not going to major in that. Because when you start to do that, that's when you're going to get Daniels hit. It's when you're going to see him taking shots, taking sacks for longer than just a handful of yards lost when he's around the line of scrimmage. So there's some good and bad that comes with that. But they just needed that game to open things up underneath because teams are really starting to squat on them.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Keeping things on the offensive side here for a second. In terms of what you've seen out of Jaden the first 3 weeks of the season, last week there was some missed stuff still, although it was a darn near perfect performance. When you look at the overall big picture arc of this team, and the conversation that I know I'm going to have a lot this week is Jaden Daniels in this offense, Grant, good enough to overcome the woes of the defense when it comes to big picture? And it brings us to today against a Cardinals team that if you want to be a 8, 9, 10 win playoff team, you got to beat them. Do you think they have enough to keep it cooking offensively to where the defense will be able to continue to take their time to progress?
So first, I refuse to believe the defense will be this bad all year. First of all, it would be really hard. I mean, frankly, they're 8th worst ever in the DVOA metric at this point. So I just don't think they can continue to play at this level all season. That's number one. So they'll get better. Number two, I do believe that Dan Quinn and Joe Witt, while they solve some things, will at least get this defense to be more opportunistic and generate takeaways. And I think that's where you're not going to see them ever be a shutdown defense or keep teams from moving the ball. But that's what they got to become, is a defense that takes the ball away. Is he good enough? Is the offense good enough? They're going to come back to the pack a little bit too. I'm not sure that they're as good as they've looked the last couple of weeks. They will punt. They will turn the ball over. Yeah. Last week was amazing, but last week was made possible by the fact that there were 0 penalties for 3 quarters. Yeah. There are 0 turnovers on the season. There are no drop passes. Everything went perfectly. It was just 72 and sunny. That makes you feel good, look good, right? And then you play good. So I think there's a regression coming on both sides of the ball, positively for the defense, negatively for the offense.
Grant, the Commanders haven't been 3-1 since 2011. Do they get there today?
I think they do. I mean, I've got a gut feel, weirdly, that they win this game. I just think that the Cardinals are not really that good. and Washington comes in with a lot of momentum and confidence. I also think flying out there right away to start the week was not under talked about because it was a huge story, but I think it was really, really smart. They didn't come home. They didn't hear from all their buddies and friends how great they are and, get back into their lives as champions of the world after Monday Night Football. Like, that didn't happen. I think it was a really, really good decision by Quinn to do that, and I think they benefit from it today, and it feels more just like one trip where the momentum carries over. So I think they play well enough to get like a field goal win today, something like 23-20.
Grant, greatly appreciate the time. I hope you're right. I hope this team does advance
buddy.
to 3-1. We're looking forward to hearing you and Danny and break it down tomorrow evening.
Yeah, let's do one of these Victory Monday things I've heard so much about.
Yeah, man. Let's do it.
That is Grant Paulson, good enough to join us here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. One of the things, we're getting really close.
Getting close.
We're going to get you to turn that jersey around here
I'm about to say sooner than
in
later.
a second. Sooner than later. Another great thing about flying to Arizona and staying there, Linnell, that we haven't touched about, Arizona is just an awesome place to be.
It's a cool place to walk around.
It's a great place to just kind of hang out for a couple of days. You can get the text from all your boys at home being like, dog, you cooked them.
You're awesome, bro.
But then you can also see like mountains.
Yeah.
Which you are not going to see when you walk out of your apartment in Ashburn. It's just not. Trust me, it's just not the same. All right, coming up next, we'll give you our keys of the game. They're going to be presented by Window Man, by our window of opportunity. That comes your way when we get back. We're getting closer and closer to predictions. You'll get those to close the show, and then before you know it, we're going to be kicked off in Arizona. The Commanders looking to go to 3-1 on the year. It's the Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app. Day, presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Bird and Gold pregame show. Denton Day, Linnell Willingham, under 30 minutes away from kickoff in Arizona. Linnell, it's time for some window of opportunity keys to the game. It's presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no-pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or their Fairfax showroom. All right, Linnell, keys to the game, your windows of opportunity. I got two for you. Would you like me to start, or you want to go first?
Go ahead. Kick us off, buddy.
All right, so my key number one for the game is an introduction. I would like to be introduced to the punter for the Arizona Cardinals. I could not tell you who the punter is for the Cincinnati Bengals. I watched an entire game, did not know what his name is. And that's honestly very rude of the defense. So I would like them to introduce me to the Arizona Cardinals punter this afternoon. I would like to see his averages greatly shifted. Multiple kicks, please. I don't care. Like, this dude could be the greatest punter in the world. He could be punting the ball 1,000 yards. I don't give a damn. I just want to see his averages changed. It's impossible to ask Jaden Daniels to score on every single possession and think that's just going to last for 17, 18 weeks. You got to step up on defense. You need negative plays for the Cardinals on offense. Maybe that's their own doing. Maybe that's increasing the numbers that I gave you in our previous segment. Only 4 sacks through 3 games, only 13 TFLs through 3 games. Those numbers have to grow. If those numbers grow, we get to get introduced to the punter for the Cardinals. Maybe he's a lovely person. I don't really care. I just want to meet him.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it worries me that the defense is, like you put it, going to be rude once again and not let us see the opposing team's punter. Certainly feels like it's going to be one of those games, man. I feel like it's going to be a lot of points for both sides. Talking about Arizona and Washington. My big key is really the same for the offense as it is for the defense. One, offensively, you got to stay ahead of the chains. I think that's been really the secret sauce to why they've been so good offensively here through the first 3 weeks of the season. I think their first and second down success has been awesome. Cliff has, continued to do a really nice job of warming Jaden up, so to speak, and getting him eased into these football games. So that's going to once again be key. Arizona's pass rush not very good, 27th in the NFL in terms of pressure rate. So Washington should have some opportunity in the pass game, but you got to earn the right to pass, I feel like, by running it well and setting up your play action. And then, the same can be said on the defensive side. James Conner and Kyler Murray are a dynamic duo when it comes to running the football. They're physical up front. Washington, to put it nicely, has been flat out moved around defensively within that front four the past couple of weeks. We made Devin Singletary look like he was amazing. Zach Moss and Chase Brown were able to get off last week on first and second down. Washington, and Grant said it when he joined us, Washington's got to make Arizona one-dimensional offensively. Like, if we lose because Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison just have a crazy connection going, I can live with that. But you got to make them one-dimensional, and I think that, to me, will dictate whether or not they win or not.
All right, key number 2 for me, this one on the offensive side of the football, roll tide. It has to be Brian Robinson. With no Austin Eckler, I need to see a good, healthy portion of Brian Robinson. They didn't really take advantage of a weaker interior last week against Cincinnati, but you had Jaden playing the best game of his young career, so it kind of made sense. Logically, I can compute that, and that equation works. But I want to see Brian Robinson take a little bit of the pressure off of Jaden Daniels. And the good thing is that I trust that Brian Robinson is a guy that can take that pressure off of Jaden Daniels. That, to me, is very important. That, to me, matters. But I want to see Brian Robinson have a great day and a great performance, whether that be catching balls out of the backfield, whether that be getting potentially 18, 19, maybe even 20 carries this afternoon, which, by the way, Brian Robinson gets 20 carries. Things are going really well offensively. The run game is really working in a way that we are not used to the run game working, at least over the past couple of years here. So Brian Robinson has to be a massive factor in the ball game this afternoon if Washington is going to do what they have not done since 2011 and jump to 3-1.
I agree. I think we're on the same page here. You got to get number 8 going, especially with no Austin Eckler. I think he'll be used in the running game, but like in the pass game is where I really think Brian Robinson has a chance to be dangerous. I continue to mention, like, he's 6'2", 210 pounds, 215 pounds. When you get him the ball in space and he's running downhill, corners and defensive backs don't want to tackle this guy. So they can find ways to get him the football in space. I think it's going to be huge. You mentioned getting Terry McLaurin involved for a second consecutive week, and Grant said something in response that I totally agree with. I do think it's going to be hit or miss when it comes to who is the leading receiver for the Commanders. I think their goal is to get the ball to the open guy, and I think that's the way Jaden's looking at it, and I don't fault him for it. The one thing that I thought he did a really good job of on Monday night, and he's got to continue to do a good job of, Denton, is having the awareness and understanding when you have those opportunities to take your shots to Terry McLaurin, because while he may not be a target monster and get your 12, 13 targets like a Devontae Adams or a Justin Jefferson, I think it's making the most out of his opportunities on the field. When you get those looks where there's single high safety and it's one-on-one on the outside, give him opportunities to make plays, because they're going to have to find a way, Denton, to generate these explosives without Austin Eckler being in the lineup today.
Who do you think has the biggest game production-wise on offense today?
I think Jaden. I think it's another one of those Jaden games where he's able to run and throw. I don't know if Arizona's going to be able to get after him. I think Washington's offensive line has been pretty good in pass pro. The only thing I worry about is, do they make him indecisive? Do they make him indecisive to where he's holding on to the football too long and they're disguising their coverages and things of that nature? That's my concern. But if they can get him playing on time, I think he's going to be the most dynamic weapon on the field.
I've been very worried. We've had a lot of great guests on, a lot of great conversation with some of the biggest voices in D.C. I have been a little worried on the quote, yeah, but they're the Cardinals.
And that's
I'm
honestly,
like,
it shows how far we are as a collective here at Odyssey DC, how honed in we are on the Commanders, because Arizona's a juggernaut. Arizona's one of those teams.
I wouldn't call them a juggernaut.
Was a strong
I'm
word.
not going to call them juggernaut,
Arizona,
but they're not awful.
They're not awful, not even close to awful. And I think they're a team, if you watch them in week 1 go up against Buffalo and the way that they competed in that football game against the team that I think right now, Denton, is the best in the NFL, talking about the Bills, that should give you some hope and give you some insight as to how good they are. They shut Jared Goff down last week. The Lions' passing offense really couldn't do much,
right.
And then they put the belt to the ass of the LA Rams in week 2. So they're interesting. I think the big thing for Washington is if you can continue to play clean football and not beat yourselves by penalties and turnovers, you're going to have a shot each week, but they got to find a way to generate the explosives without having Eckler in the lineup, and then no Trey McBride, I think, helps you out too.
I am a little fearful that people still think of Gannon, their head coach, as just this like silly dork because of that weird pregame thing that just did not work on Hard Knocks last year. But then they ended up playing well towards the end of the year. I respect him more than I think most people do. He was really good in Philadelphia. We have seen what every side of Philadelphia looks like in a world post Steichen and Gannon. Like Steichen gets a lot of the credit. The now head coach at Indianapolis because the offense sucked once he left. Well, the defense wasn't all that much better. Like you lose Gannon and felt like the defense last year forgot how to run. I mean, they made Sam Howell look like a Hall of Famer. So I really like Jonathan Gannon, and that worries me because I do think there are some similarities to the way that he's going to approach this and the way that Todd Bowles is going to approach it in week 1, rather. But the benefit is that Jay Daniels has now seen how Todd Bowles approached it in week 1. And something that I always go back to, if you remember in the preseason game against Miami, he was asked after the game how he was going to use this, and he made a comment about how, well, the defensive coordinator here came from Baltimore, which means there are elements of that game that were integrated into the defense, and we play them week 6, right? So he's using something in the preseason to prepare for a game that's going to be on the horizon. I'm hoping he did the same thing with, all right, Todd Bowles approached it this way. We are going to see guys later this season that have connections to Todd Bowles, that have similarities to Todd Bowles. How am I going to use what happened in week 1 to benefit me now in week 4 when going up against Jonathan Gannon? The fact that he's doing that already is exciting to me, but I still don't think that we should just be saying, yeah, but they're the Cardinals. It's not like they were the Commanders the past 2 years, right? Like that's the bottom of the barrel of the NFL was this organization for the past couple of years. The Cardinals are at the very least above that.
I agree. It's not a team I would sleep on. You mentioned a potential letdown game. If they do come out and lose today, I don't know how much of a letdown it would be, but I think the big thing that we're all looking for is what's different with this group. Because in previous years, when we've seen the big wins, they're followed up usually by stinker performances. And when I say the previous years, I mean dating all the way back to when I can remember first watching this team in like 05, 04 for me as a younger guy. But like it's been what they've been known for the past 10, 15 years. So that's my big thing for today. Can you handle prosperity? And it's a young team. They've got their veterans mixed in, but can you handle prosperity? I think they can because they've got the right mix of people within the building to not let their head get inflated.
First offensive possession is not going to be make or break, but in these scenarios, these letdown scenarios, it feels like the team in the past has gotten a big win, and then the first possession of the next game is not just a 3-and-out Linnell, but a bad one. Lose 10 yards, bad penalty, it's 4th and 22, you're punting that sucker away. Looking to avoid that, and good things should be on the horizon. Speaking of on the horizon, we're 10 minutes away from kickoff in the desert. Commanders taking on the Arizona Cardinals. We'll give you our official predictions when we get back. It's a Burgundy Gold pregame show with Denton Day and Leno Willingham on the Team 980 and the Odyssey app.
You can listen to the Team 980 on your smart speaker. Just say play the Team 980. Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
All right, Linnell, we're close.
We're
10
close.
minutes. 10 minutes before kickoff in Arizona. It's time for our official picks of the day. They're presented by Miss Utility. Remember to contact Miss Utility before you dig every dig. It's the law. Visit missutility.net or call 811. So here's what I'm going to ask of you, Linnell. We're going to go back to where this all started.
Yeah.
We've already done our Baldino's lock and key player to lock in on. However, I want your prediction, and I want a maybe a bold prediction stat-wise from a player. Somebody to look out for and said, all right, like this guy's in for a big game, right? So it's not our player to lock in on, but I want a big player. And it can't be Jade Daniels. We're gonna wipe him off of the board. We know he's really good. We're gonna force ourselves to think outside the box a little bit.
I'm gonna go with Ben Sinnott, man. I think they've been trying to get him more involved in the passing game. I think Washington is going to try to run the football today, so you may see some more of the 2 and 3 tight end looks. I think he's been close the past couple of weeks to hitting on some really big-time plays down the middle of the field. I think he's the guy that today gets it unlocked. And they mentioned him by name, by the way, too, in the presser. I always pay attention to stuff like that.
My player and big stat that I'm looking for, I think we see the first sack for Frankie Louvu. By the way, I've been waiting to drop the Tribal Chief nickname on Twitter because I just want him to have a big play that justifies him being the Tribal Chief. I'll throw my ones up so I can acknowledge my Tribal Chief. I need Frankie Louvu to have a big day today. I need somebody on that defense, but he to me feels like, at least this offseason, Linnell, that he was kind of the heart and soul, the face of this new defense, right? Like he's a fun-loving guy. He's out there. He's physical. He's fast. I want to see that come to fruition week 4. I think Frankie Louvu is in for a big one. I think that he's going to have at least his first sack of the day, or of the season rather, and maybe multiple sacks today. He's in for a big one.
Yeah, if this defense gets multiple sacks, that'd be a shock to me. I think Kyler just presents so many problems when it comes to trying to get him to the ground. They're already bad at sacking immobile quarterbacks. A guy that can get out the back door. I mean, I am concerned about what he is going to do, not on like traditional read options, but like in these plays where you feel like you've got stuff covered up and then it's his guy versus our guy in space, and hopefully that guy doesn't have on the number 54, because good Lord, I don't want to see old Bobby be put on the highlight tape. I am concerned about Arizona's offense. Like that is to me my big concern about today is, can Washington get stops? A stop. That's all you may need is one.
Yeah, literally, all you got to do is get one.
You may only need one. And
especially
if
you lose the coin toss.
Yeah.
Because like they really benefited last week over doing the double at the turn of the half, which is great. I mean, you put yourself in that position, but you're also asking to then win the coin toss, which is an uncontrollable in the ball game. All right, Linnell, what's your pick? Do they jump to 3-1? Do they improve to 3-1 for the first time since 2011? I was actually stunned when it was 2011 because I knew that Rex was the quarterback, and I was like, no way. 3-1 with Rex? No way. But alas, they were.
2011 seasons when Kerrigan had the pick against the Giants in week 1, I think.
One of the many. Yeah, that was the Kerrigan, the famous Kerrigan. I'm going to bat it up game. And then take it in.
I think it was a 9/11 game, too. It was the FDNY hats. But I picked them against the Bengals last week.
Me too.
I got to pick them against Arizona. I mean, we're at that point in the season. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game, though. I still think this defense is blech, to say the least. I think Washington wins in a shootout, 33-29. I think Washington
that's
wins.
A big shootout. How did they get to 29? That's
weird
not
stuff happens.
That's not a scoregami, I don't think, but that is a very weird score. So I'm a gambler, right? If you look at this late window, the biggest number in terms of total is Washington, Arizona at 58.5. Vegas thinks there's going to be, like you, Vegas thinks there's going to be a lot of scoring. I am in the same boat, but I do not think that Washington scores on every possession this week, and I don't trust the defense. So I do have, I feel terrible after picking Cincinnati or picking the team to beat Cincinnati last week, I'm doing the opposite. I'm picking Arizona to win this one, Linnell. I think the defense is going to let Jaden Daniels down. That's what I think it's going to come to. I think the defense is going to let the offense down. He'd been bailing them out now for 2 consecutive games, and I think it'll be the opposite. They need to step up. If they don't step up, it's going to be a very, very rough day for Washington. I am petrified of what Kyler Murray is going to do with his legs. If you can't stop him with his legs, they're just going to Kyler Murray you to death. And that is not a good thing for Washington. So I think the Cardinals get this one. I think it's going to be 31-28. So that over still cashes. It's still going to be a very high-scoring game, but I think it's going to be 31-28, and Arizona is going to stifle this team from getting to 3-1 for the first time in over a decade.
I agree with you. Oh, I disagree with you. But I do think it'll be exciting. The defense letting down Jaden Daniels is it's something that I hope we don't have to say too much more this year. I think they will get better as the season progresses, but like they don't do anything well right now. And this is a unit offensively in Arizona that has some maybe not household names, but they've got some weapons that can really hurt you. Washington lucks out not having to go up against Trey McBride.
They have one household name, and that's Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they're going to stop him. I think that Benjamin St-Juste is a guy. I think he's a number 1 corner. I don't think he's a lockdown corner, but I think he's a number 1 corner. With Emmanuel Forbes back, my guess is that they're going to target the guy that wears 1-3 on his chest, and it could be a very, very big day for Marvin Harrison Jr. And that ends the pregame show. However, we aren't going anywhere. Your coverage of the Burgundy and Gold continues with Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. Keep it locked into the Team 980. You can find us on YouTube. You can find us on the Odyssey app. By the time we are back, we will have kicked off in Arizona. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage continues.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app. Live from the Window Nation Studios, WTEM Washington and WJFK HD2 Manassas. This is where the DMV goes to talk Commanders.
I listen to it every day at work.
The Team 980 and Odyssey Sports Station. It's Burgundy and Gold live with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Fire it up in the studio.
We're here.
It's game time, baby. Commanders in the desert taking on the Cardinals. It's a great stadium out there, by the way. Looking to get to 3-1 for the first time since 2011. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live. Denton Day and Linnell Willingham with you on the Team at 980 on the Odyssey app, and you can now watch us on YouTube. It's a little bit of a watch-along on the YouTube. You get raw reactions of the facial expressions that the radio listeners don't get, Linnell, and that, if anything, is a reason to jump on with us.
And I was about to say, if you're on the stream, my apologies. Hopefully I'm not too late in doing this, and based on the result of the opening kickoff, maybe I need to keep it forward. Oh, I'm going to turn my jersey around. 2 weeks in a row, I've rocked the backwards jersey, and we've won.
And
I'm going to do it now on the stream.
I mean,
there's a fight brewing.
We're not superstitious. We're just a little stitious. But what is it? It was the old Budweiser, the Bud Light commercial. It's only weird if it doesn't work.
Exactly.
And it's worked 2 times in a row, so you might as well do the backwards jersey. It's a very similar start for the Commanders today as it was Monday, in that they are kicking to start. So they're going to get the ball at the start of the second half. It worked well in their favor last week against Cincinnati, and you heard us reacting to the opening kickoff. The Commanders kick it deep. Arizona gets a good return, and then the ball's on the ground, and unfortunately it's the Cardinals that jump on top of it. So now the Cardinals start at the 45. We talked a lot about their defense, Linnell. The Commanders' defense, that is, being bad. Starting at the 45, not great. No good.
Not great at all. And we mentioned the Arizona offense and the challenges that they could present in the running game and the passing game. Giving up good field position to start, not very good. I think what's going to be key on this opening possession for Washington is what we mentioned a lot in the pregame. I just want to make Arizona one-dimensional. If you can make this a throwing team and take James Conner out of the equation, I think you have a real shot here.
They just threw a graphic up. Kyler Murray is the best quarterback in the NFL in the first quarter. I'm putting that out there, one, to put in perspective just what you're about to see, but also in an attempt to stifle any amount of panic that ends up happening when Arizona marches right down the field on this opening possession and scores. Because they are going to march, Linnell, right down the field on this opening possession and score.
I mean, that's what they've done. James Conner just hit a nice run up the middle for 6. To me, that's my concern. Because if you can allow the Arizona play-action pass game to get going, it puts your DBs in a bad spot because this is an underrated receiving core led by the star-studded rookie Marvin Harrison Jr. Their bugaboos that they've had in the run game, man, have been tough. And there was an interesting interaction that just happened between Deron Payne and Bobby Wagner, and it was one of those situations where Duran's looking back at Bobby like, what? You're kind of talking right before the snap of the ball. Bobby's trying to get him properly aligned. But, yeah, I want to see that. Get dudes lined up properly. Because there's got to be more than just bad tackling as to why the front seven is stunk. Guys aren't in their gap. They're not tackling well. They're not lining up properly pre-snap clearly. I mean, the woes that they've had stopping the run have been embarrassing when you consider who the strength of this defense is supposed to be in Denton. We've mentioned it all pregame long. You said the Alabama wall, roll tide, all that. They need John and Duran to be impactful here today.
That they do. It's been 3 plays for the Cardinals, and they've been 3 productive plays. The first one was a 9-yard gain to Marvin Harrison. Then you had the run that you had mentioned to James Conner for 6 yards. On the ensuing first down at Washington's 40, it actually looked like Dorrance Armstrong got a pretty good rush off the edge. The problem is Kyler Murray's fast. Yeah, he's short, but he is fast, and he picks up 3 yards on a scramble that should have been a sack, would have been a sack if the quarterback was a statue. Alas, he is not. So that's a positive play, and then they go right back to James Conner off the left side for 10 yards, and Arizona in 4 plays is knocking on the door of the red zone because they started at the 45.
Yeah, I mean, the fumble actually went ahead of where the actual kickoff would have went, but, like, this is bad what they're doing on the run defense. I mean, it's not been good. A lot of the times it's been in between the tackles. Connor just had to run outside of the tackles because the edge wasn't set well. Our guy, Jamin Davis, dealing with 2 tight ends to his side and a pulling guard and tackle. Just not enough. Samer's still late getting over the top for his run fit. I mean, it's been tough. And, like, this is what Arizona wants to do. They have no problem lining up and punching you in the mouth from snap 1 to the rest of the game. And they're not scared to run the football, and they will do it if you can't stop it.
That they are not. That run that you mentioned, James Conner picks up 16 yards. He is averaging 11, just shy of 11 yards per carry. 3 carries, 32 yards. You know, I did bet him, Linnell, in the effort of transparency.
Yeah.
I did bet him over 62.5 yards. I was hoping that he wouldn't get close to it in the first quarter, let alone the first drive. He is just dominating this defense right now.
Yeah, and Washington's got to buckle up soon here. You want to bend, but don't break. I think that's like the mentality that they've had on this side of the football. You've got to buckle down here in the red zone. I thought they were pretty good last week, on Monday night rather, against Arizona in the red area. Let's see if they're able to have some more success here as Bobby Wagner got a nice TFL on James Conner. Bobby Wagner's been somebody that's week 1 he wasn't very good, Denton. Week 2 he has some struggles. But, like, I think last week, or the last 2 weeks, rather, he's been pretty darn good.
I agree with you. I think you're seeing the veteran leadership from Bobby Wagner, and he's getting into a little bit of a rhythm. I do not agree with the decision to not play him, John, or Duran in the preseason. At least one game just to get them their feet wet a little bit. And then after that nice TFL from Bobby Wagner, Arizona picks up 10 yards on a little quick slant, and it gets them to a 3rd and 1. They still have an opportunity. It's a 3rd and 1, Linnell, from Washington's 2.
I think it'll be 4th and 1 now. They just got the stop. So Arizona tried to go hurry up after the quick play success. It got him in the 3rd and 1, and then Washington doing a nice job getting the stop. I think that was Quan Martin that came up and filled that hole. That's the type of stuff that I want to see, man. Make tackles. Quan Martin and Bobby Wagner.
And now Arizona has a massive decision, so they are going to measure for this one. It looked to me like they stopped him. It looked to me like they're going to be short. It's just a matter of how short are they going to be. But this is now a big decision for Arizona because, trust me, they know that Jaden Daniels has led 14 consecutive drives that have resulted in points.
Yeah.
If they know nothing, they certainly know that. So you're wrestling with, do we just take the 3, knowing that our offense is going to have a lot of success against this defense? I mean, we just walked it right down the field on them. Or do we be super aggressive and try and go for 7 here? And it looks like they're keeping the offense on the field is Arizona. Someone needs to make a play here for the Commanders. Quan has made a big tackle already. Bobby Wagner's made a big tackle already. Somebody got to make a big tackle here for the Commanders. If they come away with this with no points, this is massive.
It would be. It would be huge here. I think it's interesting. They've got Noah I lined up in the slot on Marvin Harrison Jr. We mentioned in the pregame about seeing whether or not we can get our guy Emmanuel Forbes back into the fray and how quickly they would get him involved. I didn't see him out there on this opening possession, but Noah I, the results for him, not good either.
No, he's lined up in the slot, and who is he over top of? He's over top of number 18, Marvin Harrison Jr. It was a play designed for Marvin Harrison Jr. It worked for Marvin Harrison Jr. No pick play, no nothing. It was just him winning at the point of attack, and then Kyler putting a really good ball, and all of a sudden the Cardinals are up 6-0. I didn't even think that was bad coverage necessarily from Noah I. That was just, look, man, Marvin Harrison Jr. is a problem.
I thought it was a really good ball. I would have liked Noah I to, we've said this a lot, if you listen to us, got to get hands on the guy. Got to be more physical. You're knowing you're in the red area. They're in a twins formation. They're going to try to get in some rub going. There was no rub or pick really set by the outside guy. Noah I is just not good enough in coverage there.
And now, like we have seen so many times this season, pressure on the offense. You're playing at a deficit, and it's up to Jaden Daniels to now to now go and put points on the board to answer to what we just saw from Arizona on their first drive.
Yeah. Jaden Daniels and company going to have to, once again, put it on their back, wear the superhero cape, so to speak, and make sure this thing doesn't get out of hand. Just to recap, though, what we saw defensively just now, I mean, it's not good. It's not good at all. Arizona came out, said they had to stop the run, gave up 5.7 yards a pop on the ground to start out. A lot of it was James Conner. Got between the tackles, you got outside of the tackles, breaking tackles. I mean, it wasn't very encouraging for Washington on defense. We talked about it in the pregame. I need John and Duran to be game wreckers. You are the highest paid defensive tackle duo in the National Football League, and it rarely feels like we're calling your name. It rarely feels like you're making impact plays. I don't know how much longer this defense is going to be able to withstand that. Because quite frankly, they're not getting enough out of those guys. And eventually you got to start looking yourself in the mirror for them and going, hey, I know we're not good as a team defensively, but if we can be better, helps everybody else be better.
You know, the thing that is so tough when it comes to watching the defense, you know, for such a long time, what we've been screaming at is stop with the chunk plays.
Yeah.
Stop with getting massive gashes of like a 40-yard play here or a 50-yard play here. The defense is so much better in that element. The problem is 9 yards on a first down. Then it's 6 yards. It's 3 yards. It's 10 yards. It's 16 yards. And it's a loss of 1. Then you immediately give up 10, and all of a sudden you're knocking at the door of not just the red zone, the goal line, because you started in a bad spot. It's death by a million paper cuts, it feels like. And every single offense, whether it be Tampa, New York, Cincinnati last week, or Arizona this week, it's those medium plays that are stacked up over top of one another that become a 9-play drive that covers 55 yards in 5 minutes and leads to 7 for Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, it's been more of the same here to start. And I think first and second down is where Washington's got to be better. Arizona got 9 yards on their first play of the game, and then you're behind the sticks. Like, it's the same for the offense as it is for the defense. Defensively, you want to keep them in third and long situations, put them in obvious passing situations. And then offensively, you want to stay ahead of the chain. So we'll see what Jaden Daniels and company can do here on this first drive.
Yeah, that was the 4th consecutive game, which is all the games this season where Arizona scored an opening drive touchdown, which is not as impressive as 14 straight drives with points, but pretty damn impressive. All right, Jaden Daniels on the field when we get back. He's playing at a 7-0 deficit. We'll see if the Commanders' offense can respond. It's Burning Gold Game Day Live with Denton Day, Linnell Willingham.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app.
Presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Commanders playing at an early deficit, Linnell. Arizona marches right down the field, goes up 7-0. In previous regimes, after a big win on a Monday night primetime game, the fear is that they immediately come and have a letdown possession, go 3 and out, and all of a sudden they get down 10, 14 points potentially. Not the case with this team. This team is playing fast, and they are doing what they did to Cincinnati and what they did to New York. They are marching right down the field. They start at their 30, Linnell, and Brian Robinson picks up 40 yards. On a 2nd and 6, Jaden picks up 2 yards. I thought he got 3, but whatever. And then on a 3rd and 4, you want to talk about great play design from Cliff Kingsbury. They design a very natural kind of rub route, and Alameda Zacchaeus gets 16 on 3rd and 4, and you're across midfield, and the offense at that point was rolling.
Yeah, they've gotten it going on the ground. They've got the ball out of Jaden's hands quickly. We've seen some RPO stuff. We saw a direct snap to Brian Robinson. I mean, it has been exotic smash mouth football, man. They're doing a really nice job running it. They've been unique with their personnel groupings. We've seen them go spread. We've seen them go 3 tight ends already to this point. And now Jaden Daniels, Brian Robinson, after a touchdown, Denton, talking some trash to each other, getting each other hyped up, man. That was a good drive by Washington where they eat up almost 5 minutes of clock.
We saw Brian Robinson smash the defense. At one point, they run a wildcat. This is something Cliff Kingsbury's doing a little bit more. It was a 3rd and 2 from the Arizona 40. It's a direct snap to Brian Robinson. Brian Robinson picks up 17 on a 3rd and 2, and then on the ensuing 1st and 10 from the Arizona 23, it's a direct snap to Brian Robinson. He picks up 9 yards, and then ultimately, Linnell, he goes and scores the touchdown. Yeah. So we got a tie ball game, 7-all, but you look at the numbers for Brian Robinson on just that drive, 5 carries, 38 yards, and the touchdown. I thought last week they didn't do a great job against a softer interior with Cincinnati, utilizing Brian Robinson. Well, you got no Austin Eckler this week, so they said, we're giving the ball to number 8, and good things happen. We know when you give the ball to number 8.
Yeah, you mentioned it. They've done it in between the tackles. We saw a toss that got some good yardage on a 3rd and short. The direct snap to Brian Robinson. They actually tried to run the direct snap last week, if I'm not mistaken, and something happened to where they had to call timeout, I believe, before they were able to get it in, but this is what I've loved thus far about Cliff Kingsbury and his offense through the first 3 weeks. It's the quarterback's best friend. It's player friendly, right? You're getting guys in space. You're allowing guys to make plays after the catch. Alameda Zacchaeus was the guy that had that key 3rd down reception. You mentioned Cliff drawing it up really nicely. Noah Brown taking 2 defenders on a rub route, and it gets Zacchaeus wide open. But once again, you're seeing Jaden being slowly eased into the football game. They're staying ahead of the chains. On Washington's drive there, they converted. They had 1 3rd down conversion, but it felt like 4 yards on 1st down. 4 yards on 1st down one time. Then they had a 9-yard gain on 1st down. So, their ability to have success on the early downs, I think, is what's helped them out and been their secret sauce here in those last, 19 straight possessions with scoring, with scores, points. 16, excuse me.
Yeah, I guess it's 15. Sorry, 15.
So it was 14 coming in. I was confused. The team numbers get me.
Now it's 15. Well, it's so many. I mean, it's so many drives. We're starting to lose track of how many drives.
We're starting to lose track of how many drives it has been. How about 9 plays for 70 yards?
Can't draw it up any better than that.
You cannot draw it up any better than that. And a couple good throws in that series for Jaden Daniels certainly helping. I mean, that getting his feet wet with the rub route to Zacchaeus for 16, huge. Noah Brown over the middle on it looked like an RPO, huge. It's only 6 yards, but that's huge. And then a Brian Robinson is going to do what Brian Robinson is doing. I mean, watch out.
And watching the way that Arizona has come up and tried to tackle B-Rob early here, they don't want any parts. They don't.
They want no parts.
It's going to be a broken tackles game. I think B-Rob's going to have a monstrous afternoon if that first drive is any indication of how Arizona's going to play the run today. I mean, that was easy.
Just based off of that drive, the fourth quarter is going to suck for Arizona.
Yeah.
I mean, unless Washington's down like 20, the fourth quarter is going to suck because it's going to be all Brian Robinson, and they are going to be so done with it.
Yeah. It's normally how that goes. He's one of those backs to get better as time rolls on. I'm looking at the AccuWeather here on ESPN. It's 108 degrees in Arizona. I wonder if
Thank God they play in a dome.
Yeah, I doubt that the dome is open on a day like this.
No. Certainly not. I don't know. I've been to Arizona. I've been to that stadium before. I don't know that the dome opens there.
Oh, really? Okay. I thought it was a retractable situation.
Maybe it is. Well, when I went there, it was cold. I was getting laughed at by security people because I dressed for Arizona for the desert, and apparently it gets cold there. I'm in shorts and t-shirts, like 40 degrees. Yeah. And the security guard is like, hey, it gets cold here. I'm like, buddy, I'm aware. I'm freezing my tail off as we sit here. So now the defense back on the field.
That was so close to getting the sack.
They're so close to getting a sack, but the defense being on the field always feels like a letdown.
It does. But I thought on that play, John Allen, Daron Payne, first of all, John wins and flushed Kyler out, but Kyler didn't have a backdoor to run out of because everyone was in their gap defensively. Love to see that. If you can get pressure on Kyler, it changes the dynamic, I think, of this football game.
And you got to make that consistent as well. Like that should have been a loss of yardage play, a sack, and you're sitting at a 2nd and long. And instead, it ends up being a 2nd and 5 because you give up a little 5-yard pass, and then on the ensuing play, they pick up about 10 yards with James Conner because you can't stop anybody on the run defense.
Yeah, pulling guard there. John Allen does a nice job making the play or trying to make the play backside. Good effort and hustle from him, but like they're just moving people, and the gaps that Washington are leaving on the defensive side in the run game has been tough. Frankie Louvu's got to get over here. Jeremy Chinn's got to do a better job engaging and trying to make that stop. But like it's frustrating to watch because they're not the ball carry. I would love to know this stat. It's probably a next gen stat that's available somewhere. The first contact on running backs when they're playing against Washington. Or like, because it really feels like Connor's not getting touched till he's 3-4 yards down the field.
So I don't know what just happened on a play. It's a 1st and 10. Flags are flying. I sure thought that the right guard for Arizona jumped, which led to either Daron or John moving. But instead, they're penalizing Washington for offsides. I'd like to see a replay of that one because it sure looked like the guard jumped before Daron did.
Yeah, Fox is not going to bless us with the replay, but
they are not because the play was a 11-yard gain to Marvin Harrison Jr., so they're just going to kind of let that one roll. I sure thought he jumped, though.
And they're marching. And once again, they just showed Kyler's numbers in the lower third. 4 for 4 here. How the heck? It feels like Washington's opposing quarterbacks start off the game so well each and every week.
For years.
I jinxed him, though. He got his first incompletion.
He got his first incompletion. Hilariously, it was to Marvin Harrison Jr., so Kyler's flushed out of the pocket. Another flag. Oh, please don't make it one of these kind of games.
Is it a hold? Because Washington, once again, got good pressure there. They forced Kyler to flush. You mentioned Louvu in the pregame. He's gotten close on a couple of rushes here, too, on this drive.
He has. Bobby Wagner in coverage on Marvin Harrison Jr., never a great sign. But somehow it ends up being a positive play for the Commanders because Marvin Harrison Jr. drops it. We're waiting for the flag here. I don't love that it's taking this long to wait. It gives me bad vibes.
No flag on the play.
No flag on the play. Great call, ref. Great call. Because it feels like that would have been on the Commanders. Just the way that I kind of saw Daron Payne pouting a little bit. I was like, uh-oh.
He's pouting because he's losing snaps here to Big John Newton and Phil Mathis as they show the lack of production graphic. Isn't that something? It's now national news that John and Daron have been on a damn milk cart, and they got a lack of production graphic. That's how you know you've stunk it up.
That is not good. That is not good at all.
Washington showing some different things with their front, though, as Johnny Newton continues to play and get snaps. That was a really nice tackle by Frankie Louvu.
Frankie Louvu.
Love it.
Is that a no gain? No, it's a 1-yard gain. Okay. I'm still acknowledging my tribal chief, though. The one's up if you're watching on YouTube in the chat. I'm acknowledging the tribal chief. Somebody making a positive play. When was the last time we saw a 3rd and anything longer than 7?
Feels like it's been a long time.
It feels like I was in diapers.
It's big for Washington. This is where I want to see how exotic they get with the front because I think when you're in these 3rd and longer situations, that's where as a defensive coordinator you get to be more creative. And they are running a little bit of a game up front, super wide alignment with what they've got. And they've got to win on these, man. That's been the struggle spot for them.
Oh, my God. The defense got off the field. Oh my
Wow.
God!
And Kyler's limping.
I'm buying a lottery ticket after this one.
That's something.
I'm gonna get to know the name of the Cardinals punter. What a
I love
world
to
we
see
live
it.
in. On
Love
a
to
4th
see
and
it.
9, Kyler Murray drops back. It wasn't a ton of pressure. I thought the pocket actually looked pretty clean as far as pockets go. Certainly the way
good
that
coverage.
some of the things that we have seen in the recent plays here, because they've been doing a good job getting pressure after him. And Kyler Murray looking for Wilson on the sideline, and Michael Wilson just doesn't come down with it. A little high, and the Commanders get off the field and they force a punt. Now it gets an Arizona Cardinals bounce, so they're going to be working inside their own 5-yard line. But a punt is a punt. I will take a punt wherever I can get a punt, considering the fact I didn't know the name of the Cincinnati Bengals punter.
Yeah, and like you mentioned the ball from Kyler, his last 2 throws, the one to Marvin Harrison Jr. when he was rolling. Now, granted, he's rolling the opposite direction of which way he's throwing was behind him. That one seemed like it was a little high. But good coverage, though. I believe it was Jeremy Chin and Mike Sainristil in coverage. And Sainristil quietly is had some struggles to start. I believe he's leading the NFL in touchdown receptions allowed up through the first 3 weeks of the season. You expect some woes with a rookie. His alignment today is something that I'm going to be watching super closely. He started at the outside corner on Monday night, and that was interesting. They moved Noah I into the slot with Emmanuel Forbes back into the rotation. We will see how that impacts Sainristil and where he goes. But we mentioned it was a 3rd and long, as it was a 3rd and 9. Washington was lined up with basically their 2 defensive tackles that were on the field were lined up and almost like
they're almost stacked over the
9.
tackles.
Yeah, they were over the tackles, and that normally you give space like that to run a game up front. I don't know how much the pressure impacted that whole situation, but good to see the versatility and them lining guys up in different ways, man, because it's been a weird vibe to me.
Yeah, I think that was the first time we've seen that formation this year. I can't remember a time that we had seen that wide of a lineup, and it worked. Clearly.
Got off the field. That's all that matters here.
Yeah, really it is all just getting off the field. Now, you got to make Jaden Daniels go 96 yards because they're going to start at about the 40-yard line.
It's no pressure. We score every time we get the ball.
I mean, we're looking to make it 16 in a row. Yeah. On that first drive for the Commanders, Jaden was 2 of 2 for 22 yards. He also had 2 carries for 10 yards. So the balance of run-pass was 22 yards through the air and then 48 yards on the ground. And a large portion of that's because Brian Robinson had a couple of really good runs, but all positive plays. I'm hoping that continues here, but what's your philosophy knowing that now you have to drive quite literally the length of the field?
Got to be patient. Continuing to get first downs is the name of the game when you're in such a long scoring situation like this. You're backed up deep inside of your own territory. They'll start at their own 7-yard line. So continuing to get first downs to me is like what's important in the running game. I go back to it. I mean, B-Rob in the offensive line had no issues on that first offensive possession. So we'll see if they can continue to get back to it because that to me is the most important thing.
Yeah, Brian Robinson is the answer. Just continue to give him the ball, especially if you're backed up. The offense on the field will let you know what they can do with it as they're backed up with the heels on their end zone when we get back. It's 7-7 tie ball game. Offense looking to take the lead for the first time today with 2:39 left to go in quarter number 1. It's Burning Gold Game Day Live.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app. presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
I trust in Jaden Daniels. You knew that already. I haven't made that a secret by any stretch of the imagination, Linnell. But starting with the heels on the end zone, I got it wrong. I said they were going to start at the 4-yard line. They actually marked the ball down at the 7-yard line. So a little bit of a difference there. You start with a 1-yard gain to Brian Robinson. Then on 2nd and 9, you find Terry for 5 yards. They're really using OZ on 3rd downs, and I'm loving it because on 3rd and 40, you get Zacchaeus for 5 yards. Nice little whip route as they showed on the broadcast. New set of downs. And once you really get that new set of downs when you're backed up the way that Washington was, then I feel like there's like this breath of relief, a sigh of relief almost, and the offense is moving.
Yeah, it's been awesome. They're staying ahead of the chains. The running game has been good. They've gotten themselves into a couple of 3rd downs, but it's been relative, like you mentioned, those 3rd and short situations. They converted a 3rd and 4 to Olamide Zacchaeus. But, I've been impressed with the running game. They're really doing a nice job getting on the edges, specifically on the left side. We've seen 2 tosses go for pretty nice gains for Brian Robinson, a guy that's really known for his ability to punish you in between the tackles. On this drive in particular, is Brandon Coleman out there at left tackle. Him and Cornelius Lucas continue to alternate each and every possession. But I think, Washington following the game plan here early on to start here, getting the running game going, and more specifically, having success, on 1st and 2nd down.
So the game is tied 7-7. After they got that big completion to OZ on the 3rd down, Jaden immediately throws a strike 11 yards to Terry McLaurin. This was a beautiful ball on the outside. Terry did a really great job getting his feet down to it to ensure the
Beautiful
catch, kind of tiptoeing the sideline, dead legging the sideline, whatever you want to call it. It's an 11-yard gain, and Washington is now nearing midfield into the 2nd quarter. Their first play of the 2nd quarter on 2nd and 4 is a 2-yard scramble for Jaden Daniels to give him a 3rd and 2. And as long as you're staying in these 3rd and manageables, especially 3rd and shorters like this, you're in a really good spot because they're aggressive when it comes to going for it on 4th down, and you should be when you have a guy like Jaden Daniels. Not that you're going to need it.
Yeah, and I'm smiling over here because he's making me excited. You're seeing the growth, man. Like an 3rd down situation, Arizona brings the damn kitchen sink. Jayden knows there's pressure coming. He gets the ball to his hot read and Terry McLaurin. And we're watching the replay. Look at the platform that he throws this from. Quick release, snapping of the wrist, and the ball gets out to McLaurin for a first. Terry's got 3 catches already.
3 catches.
3 catches in first
basically
half.
The first quarter. A little into the 2nd quarter. That ball, too. Great catch by Kid. A little behind him, but he knows it's coming, and he's able to adjust, make the catch, and it's a new set of downs, and Washington keeping this thing moving, and Jaden is getting into a really nice rhythm here to start this ball game. I really
His offense looks unstoppable, dude.
I love the way they're using Olamide Zacchaeus.
Yeah.
We hadn't called his name hardly at all in the first 3 games, and he just on the receiving end of his 3rd catch, this one for 14 yards on a nice play-action boot. I hadn't seen a play-action boot from Jaden Daniels a ton, running on the move, getting outside the pocket.
He was under center on that one, too, right? Offset I formation with Bates as the fullback. It was the first Jeremy McNichols snap. So think about this, right, in terms of trying to mix it up and having tendency breakers. You would think that, Jeremy McNichols is in the game, the football is going to him. It's not.
It's not. Although they do give it to him on the next play, and he picks up about 5-6 yards.
It's
a whole
awesome.
lot of
They're
positive
movement.
plays.
They're getting movement. And this was the big stat that Cliff Kingsbury gave during the week that really...
dear God. Can I interrupt you for a second? They're throwing a thing up on the broadcast of best completion percentages through 3 weeks. Jaden is at 80.3%. He's in a graphic with Drew Brees in 2018, which was one of his most efficient seasons, and 2007 50-yard touchdown unbeaten Patriots Tom Brady. This is not like just rookie completion percentage. This is just completion percentage. You want to talk about efficiency? Someone hang that in the studio around here. That's an insane graphic to be a part of.
That's how you do it, and it's been huge for them. One, because they've been able to stay ahead of the chains, and it's allowed him not to have to push the ball down the field. They've expanded the offense as games have gone. here the past 2 weeks. But Cliff Kingsbury gave a good nugget in this presser this past week. What was the big difference offensively from week 2 to week 3 and why they were able to have more success putting up points? 18 negative plays in week 2 against the Giants to just 4 in the win on Monday night against the Cincinnati Bengals. And right now, the positive plays continue. We haven't seen a negative play to this point.
We knocking on every single bit of wood.
Man. That's big.
We have not. Brian Robinson picks up a first down.
They're talking trash.
On a 3rd and 1. The most hilarious bit is when a player clearly gets a first down and somebody on the defense holds up the 4th down fist. Like, buddy, he's 2 yards ahead of that marker. You know he is not short there. And it's a new set of downs for Washington. They're about to drive 93 yards.
Well, they're moving the football. And that defense better be rested, man. You barely even having to play. They're putting together these efficient drives. Then we've seen it here. The protection has been really, really good. And Jaden Daniels just got out of a very, very concerning situation. But that's why he's 5. 5 go live, man. This dude, he's just a dog.
I thought for sure. I was like, we had just said these nice things about him. No negative plays, and then he's going to get sacked. And his elusiveness, but his way of breaking out of tackles in the pocket has been really on full display. He probably had somebody over the middle, but that's by the time the defense got to him, so he's not stepping into that one. But man, he looks good. He is fun to watch. Oh my God!
You're seeing it again though. They're running the hell out of the ball off of this left side, man. They are running the heck out of the ball off of the left side. Brandon Coleman, Nick Allegretti, creating lanes, man.
Is Jeremy McNichols the next Austin Eckler? I mean, you can't tell me this little short dude running around, short and stocky with all those muscles, didn't look exactly like Austin Eckler just then. McNichols getting the team into the end zone on a 2nd and 4 from the 27. McNichols goes right around that left side, as you just mentioned, follows around Brandon Coleman, and this Cardinals defense, they are in for a rough one. They're going to get the ball run down their throat. He takes it in 27 yards, and Washington goes 93 yards, Linnell, to take a 14-7 lead. The team already has 101 yards rushing.
Exotic smash mouth football.
This is insane.
Put it on a t-shirt, put it on billboard, do whatever you got to do. That's who this group is. They're going to run the ball, they're going to punch you in your face and make you stop it. This is what I want to see from this group, because this is what they have the personnel to do. And they're doing it minus Austin Eckler to me, which is even more important. 27-yard touchdown off the left side for Jeremy McNichols. Shout out to Brandon Coleman and Nick Allegretti. If there was a tight end, or Noah Brown made a key block downfield as well there. But, they're moving people. This is exciting. We have a run game. The play-action pass game actually gets people threatened because you can run the damn football. It's amazing. They're dominant right now offensively. This is crazy.
Just to put in perspective, when we say no negative plays, that means no loss of a yard. That means no turnovers. It means the football hasn't touched the ground. Jaden is 7 of 7 for 62 yards. They've carried the ball 15 times for 101 yards. They're averaging 6.7 yards a carry, and they've scored twice. Arizona can't stop them. That's 16 possessions in a row with some sort of score.
And these have been touchdowns.
These are touchdowns.
Now, that one's technically outside of the red zone because it's 27 yards. But so much about the red zone bugaboos, right? They're just figuring out ways to pick up first downs, move the chains. I mean, they have been awesome, man. They have been awesome. I mean, when you're able to stay ahead of the sticks and not have negative plays, you give yourself a chance on offense, man. But think about this, right? If you have an ordinary quarterback back there, if you have an average quarterback back there, Jaden Daniels is sacked, and you have your first negative play, and you're in a 2nd and long or a 3rd and long situation. So, he's doing a lot. I don't want to make it all about him, because the offensive line, you can bake a damn cake back there in terms of the protection he's getting. But woof.
I'll make it a lot about him. He's really good.
He's really good.
He ain't average, bruh. He ain't average. I don't pay too much attention to quarterback power rankings during the season, because at one point, Sam Howell was top half of the league last year because he played 2 bad defenses. but this is insane.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like borderline, not even borderline. Like, this is historic.
Yeah.
That's 16 drives in a row with points.
Yeah.
That dates all the way back to week 1. That is insanity. The consistency, the efficiency, that's nuts.
I'm honestly, for as big of a blabbermouth as I am, I'm at a loss of words. Like, I'm almost like stunned to see the success that they're having. And I thought the punt was going to happen the first third down. I said it in my head.
I was like, all right, just get it out of here.
Exactly.
Just get the punt out of the way.
Boom.
Whatever. No.
Yeah, they've decided that they just want to score every time they touch the football, and I'm okay with that.
I agree. I mean, it's a great decision. Like, that's a great philosophy to live by. If they can continue doing that for the rest of the year, I will be a very happy camper. But here's the negative side. And I say negative because they did just get off the field, but it's time for the defense to get back onto the field.
Yeah.
Can they protect the lead? It's 14-7. Washington just marched 93 yards down the field to take the lead. It's up to the defense to hang on to it. We'll let you know how that goes when we get back. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live with Denton Day, Linnell Willingham.
You can listen to the Team 980 on your smart speaker. Just say play the Team 980.
I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know how to react.
I don't either.
The defense just got off the field again, 3 and out. And the offense has the ball back up 14-7. I don't want to get ahead of myself, Linnell.
I am.
But this could end up being a bloodbath.
I hope it ends up that way. I mean, Washington's off to a really good start. They're doing everything right. Clean football once again. No penalties to this point. No negative plays. And Jaden is just making plays out there, man. He's playing point guard today.
He just threw what I can only describe as a shovel pass.
Yeah. Instincts, dude.
And
He's got football instinct.
That's instincts right there. I mean, that is quite literally point guard play. Picks
In a
up 9 to Zach Ertz. He steps up in the pocket. It looked like he was looking to be a deep throw.
Mm-hmm.
He steps up in the pocket. It's kind of collapsing around him and just shovels it to Zach Ertz for 9. What a play that was. That's the small little details. But that's a mature kind of play that a guy who's playing his 4th game in the NFL, you don't want him to sometimes try that. Like, that's to put it into, like, the best way that I can say this. I don't think everybody can do that. In fact, I know everybody can't do that because I've seen Will Levis try it like 4 times this year.
And feel miserable.
And he got cussed out by his coach. Like, it's just one of those things where there's something about Jaden that is just a little different. Aura, whatever it is, there is something different about this guy. And the offense is just moving down the field again. Because after that 9-yard play, it was Brian Robinson up the middle for 9 yards to get to Washington's 38. And then Brian Robinson for 7 yards on 1st and 10 to get to Washington's 45. Anytime you can see the logo, the midfield logo on the screen after 3 plays, when he started at the 20, it's a good sign.
This offensive line is feasting. I mean, the holes that they're creating in the running game, the first contact for B-Rob, I was mentioning it for Connor, isn't happening until 2-3 yards down the field now. He's been awesome running in between the tackles. They're doing a nice job on the interior, talking about that interior 3 that we highlighted in the pregame. Biotish, Allegretti, Cosme, they're moving people, dog. This offense, and this is what's hard because I'm not used to talking about
I don't know
like this.
how do I say positive
This
things?
offense is unstoppable. I'm going to call it what it is. This looks like one of the best offenses in all the National Football League. They were 4th in terms of offensive EPA coming into this game, and it's real. It's real, man. They're doing whatever the hell they want right now. I don't remember the last time I've seen. They don't look pressure. Look at how much time Jaden has to throw, Denton. Ooh.
Damn. There it is.
All right. I'm sorry.
All right. We knew what happened. The first interception of the season for Jaden. He's thrown into double coverage.
Damn. Well, that hurts.
Well, that's humbling.
I feel so bad. I actually feel so bad. I thought that was a big play too because he had forever to throw the ball. I need Terry to be more physical at the catch point, man. That shouldn't have been picked.
It shouldn't have been picked. He probably shouldn't have thrown into that coverage. But look, I mean,
Terry's got to give more of an effort to me on that to try to shield the DB.
I mean, if your first interception of a rookie season comes after 16 straight drives that resulted in points and it's the 4th game of the season, I can live with it.
Yeah.
Don't love it, but I can certainly live with it. I would have loved to see a better effort there from Terry. It looked like the ball was a little behind him. I'm actually glad he didn't put the ball too much in front of him, or else Terry would have gotten killed by the safety.
Yeah.
Stinks, but I'm not too bent out of position about it.
I'm not. The way the field position wise is going to end up, it's going to be like a punt. Arizona taking over at their own 18.
Right.
You just got 2 back-to-back stops defensively. Hopefully you can build off of that. But Terry, get in front of the ball. I'm sorry, Terry. See, it's one of those things though. We love Jaden so much that he can do no wrong. He literally
can't do no wrong.
Like,
no, he can't.
That's the way it should be.
Again, it's his first interception of his NFL career, and it came in the 4th game of the season. His first incompletion, which isn't technically an incompletion, but whatever.
Ball is yet to hit.
Yeah,
the
ball
ground
has yet to hit the ground. I would have loved to see them continue to run the ball, but it felt like they were feeling themselves a little bit. I don't mind the fact that you're feeling yourselves a little bit. It's just, look, interceptions happen in football. The defense has done a pretty decent job so far. Crazy, I know, but they've done a pretty decent job so far. I'm not losing any sleep over that kind of throw there.
I'm not either. It's been fun to watch. It had to come to an end eventually. talking about the scoring streak and the pick streak. But what I'm more like eager to see is this is his first major adversity, I guess, individually, right? We haven't seen a fumble lost or anything.
No.
So for him to have a turnover, how does he bounce back from it? And I think, California cool as the cucumber, cool as the other side of the pillow, whatever chestnut you want to use, like the kid is made up of all the right stuff. So I think he'll bounce back. Defensively, though, yeah, 2 straight stops. Can you build on that? That's what I want to see. Can you build on that?
That was Jaden Daniels' first interception of the season. The defense has not forced any interceptions. So if they want to get one back, now would be a perfect time. We'll let you know if they can do that. I want to remind everybody listening, we're going to be commercial-free during the half. We're the only show in town where you can interact with during the half of a Commanders game. You can get in on the phones, 301-230-0980, 301-230-0980. It's 14-7. We'll see if the defense can get one back for the Commanders when we get back here on Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live.
Eleanor steals your heart.
Burgundy and Gold live with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Throw the ones up. We're acknowledging the tribal chief. Frankie Louvu, he doesn't get a sack, but he basically does a lot of the work for Dorrance Armstrong to then get a sack. And Washington, Linnell, after Jayden Daniels threw his first interception of his career, another 3-and-out for the defense. That's 3 consecutive drives that Arizona has punted the football after scoring and marching right down the field on their opening drive. And you've asked for it, I've asked for it, we've all asked for it. What is Jayden Daniels going to look like once he sees a bit of adversity, once he makes his first mistake? Now we get to see it with this drive as they're up 14-7.
Yeah, how do they bounce back? First of all, kudos to the defense. I mean, they've caught a lot of heat. Guys saying they don't do anything well. Pass rush has been ratcheted up a little bit here on these last 2 possessions. John Allen and Deron Payne basically sat that entire last defensive possession. It was only 3 plays because Washington forced a 3-and-out. But they come in and make a play right away. And it really helped Washington get ahead of the sticks there. I thought the coverage was really sticky from Washington in the secondary. It was a really good defensive possession for Washington. I think they couldn't have been as bad as they are to start the year all year long. Hopefully this is the game where we begin to see this group, turn a corner, so to speak.
That I certainly hope. It has not been all sunshines and rainbows for the offense on their drive. On the first play, it's Brian Robinson to the left side for no gain. On the second play, they attempt to run a draw with Brian Robinson that gets absolutely stuffed for a loss of 5. And then on 3rd and 15, that's one that Terry has to. It looks like Terry got 2 hands on it. Jayden has all the time in the world, fires down the field looking for Terry McLaurin and slips through his fingers. That's a 3-and-out for Washington. Not great, but I'd like to see a replay of that 3rd down.
Yeah.
That looked like it was a good throw. Considering where the defense was, you had to put that a little high. That looked like a good throw.
It did, and hey, it's just way. He does punt, ladies and gentlemen. But no, Terry, we didn't get the replay. I don't know what team this is, what crew this is.
This is a Fox, yeah.
But to not show that replay is bad. But it did look like the ball went through his hands. But the one thing I would continue to highlight, man, Ben Sinnott just made a big tackle.
He made a big tackle.
There is a ton of time for Jayden to throw the football. The protection has been outstanding.
If they're not blitzing, and even if they are blitzing, they're picking it up.
Yeah.
Coleman's done a really good job at left tackle.
He has.
After his first game, it looked like, or I guess that I guess it was week 2 where he was rotating when you were seeing some action against Burns and Thibodeau. That was tough for a moment, but Brandon Coleman has looked really good since then, getting his feet wet in the NFL.
Yeah, he's looked good. I think the play strength has always been there. He's a nasty physical guy. He had Trey Hendrickson in hell last week. I like the fact that they're continuing to rotate him and Cornelius Lucas. Some people are going to look at it and get annoyed and be like, well, why hasn't he earned the job yet? If you're a pass rusher, right, and you're going up against 3 different tackles all game long, that's assuming you alternate sides, but then you're going up against 2 different ones on one side. You don't get to really hone in on certain tendencies for each dude, and it makes it harder for you to really get a rhythm and a beat on what the offensive line is doing. But you mentioned it. He's been awesome. The left side of this offensive line, Nick Allegretti, Corn Lucas, Brandon Coleman, the holes that they're creating right now in the running game, they're doing a nice job executing what they call a reach block and getting outside of the containment of Arizona's defense. It's been fun to watch, man. They're pounding it.
That it has. Great punt from Tress Way. Hadn't seen him punt since week 1, which is a crazy statistic to say out loud in week 4. But it is true because there have been 2 games in a row with all scoring drives. Defense back on the field. 14-7 the score here. They've done a really good job. I'm feeling the defense forcing a turnover. Whether that be a fumble, whether that be an interception, just a gut feel. I think somebody makes a big play here and forces a turnover. We've already got a sack. That's nice. But I think a defender makes a big play.
I hope. the pass rush is starting to get home. That's what I'm starting to like. We've seen Kyler being accurate on a couple of balls. It's just been cool to watch the in-game growth of the defense because hopefully this group is starting to turn a corner because I need them to.
The broadcast shows Tressway after the punt, getting fired up, which is great. I love that he's getting fired up. But I feel for him because he hasn't seen the field outside of holding the ball for point afters and field goals since week 1. So it's nice to finally feel important to the team, I'm happy for Tress.
Yeah, that leg was starting to gather dust over there on the side.
You were worried, is this going to atrophy? What's going to happen here? The defense is playing with confidence now. I'll tell you what, Jeremy Chin tackling makes the defense significantly better. Who would have thunk, right? Your strong safety, your starting safety, not missing tackles makes your defense significantly better. On a 1st and 10, Arizona goes back to James Conner, who's worked out well for them in the first drive. And he gets nothing. Frankie Louvu does a good job. Mikey Sanders, is that Emmanuel Forbes?
That's a really nice job by
That's
Emmanuel Forbes.
We got an Emmanuel Forbes sighting.
Really nice job by him and his run fit coming and playing his gap, man. You love to see that. That's the stuff of champions, man.
That is, unfortunately, we see the stuff that we've been accustomed to seeing, which is then Arizona gets a lot of that yardage right back with a screenplay to James Conner that picks up about 8-9 yards, and Washington now has a 3rd and short that they need to force Arizona to get off the field for.
Got to. That time it was a screen from Arizona. John Allen, good hustle there. They let him get upfield. He realized, oh, crap, there's no reason I should be getting through this free. Let me retrace my steps and go back and try to make the tackle. He actually does. So we got the 2-minute warning coming up here. As you reminded all the listeners, we are commercial-free throughout the entirety of halftime, so make sure you get on the lines with us on that.
That we do. I do want to take a time, Donald, if you have this imaging ready. We're the afternoon window, Linnell, which means a lot of games have been played. It's time to update the listeners and the watchers. Let's take a quick trip around the NFL.
Let's go around the NFL on Burgundy and Gold Game Day.
I'll start with games in action. The 49ers looking to get right. They're up 13-0 over the New England Patriots, and they're knocking on the door of adding to that lead. They got a 3rd and 10 at the New England 12. Brock Purdy, 7 of 12 for 134 yards. Jordan Mason, 9 carries for 40 yards. Brandon Ayuk threw a little tantrum this week in practice, but he does have 1 catch for 38. The Browns up 10-7 over the Las Vegas Raiders. Deshaun Watson, 9 of 9 for 44 yards and a touchdown. That's pretty darn good. The surprise so far, the Chargers up 10-0 over the Kansas City Chiefs. It was a late notice, but Justin Herbert good to go. So you don't get to see Taylor Heineke, but Justin Herbert's 8 of 9, 71 yards and a touchdown early for the Chargers. Travis Kelce has 2 receptions for 43 yards. A lot of people had some not nice things to say about him this week. In the early window of games, the Falcons take down the Saints 26-24. Kirk Cousins and the guys are now 2-2 on the season. The Saints, after starting 2-0, are 2-2. The Bears get their 2nd win of the season, 24-18 over the Los Angeles Rams. The Vikings improved to 4-0. At one point, Linnell up 28-0, and they escaped Green Bay 31-29. Jordan Love played great, specifically in the 4th quarter. Now they scored. Green Bay did late with about 50 seconds left, so that doesn't give the full picture, but they had an opportunity with an onside kick to potentially go and win it. But that was that's a surprising score, certainly. The Colts are 2-2. They hand the Pittsburgh Steelers their first loss of the season, 27-24. Joe Flacco came in relief of Anthony Richardson. He left the game early with a hip injury, and Joe Flacco still got it. Still very elite. You know, a game that sucked? The Broncos and the Jets, 10-9. This game was abysmal. Rain, wind. Aaron Rodgers nearly threw 20 incompletions. I can't remember the last time I saw a stat like that. But Bro Nix beats Aaron Rodgers. That's the stuff legends are made of right there. The Bucs take down the Eagles 33-16. So no matter what happens, Washington will still be atop of the NFC East here. The Eagles now 2-2 on the year. Baker Mayfield, 347, 2 tutties. The Bengals get their first win of the season, 34-24 over the Carolina Panthers. Joe Burrow threw 2 touchdown passes, one of which to Jamar Chase. And the Texans steal one from Jacksonville, 24-20. The Jags are now 0-4 on the season. C.J. Stroud was awesome, 345 yards for him and 2 touchdowns. One of those to Nico Collins, 12 receptions, 151 yards and a score for Nico Collins. I hope he was on your fantasy team more than anything. I hope you weren't playing against Nico Collins. And now we're back here in Arizona with Washington up 14-7. Arizona does pick up a first down, so it's a new set of downs for the Cardinals with minute 34 and counting remaining in the first half.
Washington got back-to-back stops defensively. The key was stopping the running game on first and second down. They've had success here on their on this offensive possession, rather, having some success in that area. If Washington's going to continue to get off the field, put Arizona in these third and long situations. Cardinals now moving a little bit of tempo, too, so.
As you mentioned, we're going to be live for the entirety of the first half. We'll see if the defense can force a turnover, maybe get themselves off the field as Arizona looking to tie this thing up before the half. It's 14-7. We'll be back with more on Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app.
Live with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
great sequence of events for the defense. When we took our break, Linnell, the Arizona Cardinals had just taken up an 11-yard gain to put themselves in Washington territory. They get a new set of downs at the Washington 44, and they end up at the 35 of Washington with a 4th down and 1. First down and 10, no gain. Second down and 10, incomplete pass. Then they pick up 9 yards on a 3rd down and 10, 4th and 1. They keep the offense on to go for it. And Dorrance Armstrong on a 4th and 1. You want to talk about making a play? He sacks Kyler Murray for a turnover on downs that gives Washington the ball at their own 43-yard line with a chance to now get in field goal range for Austin Seibert to make this a 17-7 game instead of potentially being down or tied 14-14.
Yeah, it was awesome. Dorrance Armstrong cleans it up and ends up making the play. Did you just read Jaden Daniels' lips? He just mouthed multiple times, y'all can't F with me, to Cardinal defenders. And no, brother, they cannot F with you. But,
that is all facts.
Yeah, Dorrance going to get credit for the sack, but I almost, jumped out of my chair here in studio. They motioned late. Stanford still, they were man coverage. They motioned late. Stanford still has to go back across the formation. Him and Emmanuel Forbes, it's a stack wide receiver formation. We've seen Washington DBs get beat on that play, Denton, routinely over the past couple of years. And for those guys to pass off the routes the way that they did, I thought the communication was excellent, and it forces Kyler to hold the football for a split second longer, and that allows Dorrance Armstrong to end up getting home.
I'll say this, Emmanuel Forbes, he was the guy that was technically in coverage on that 11-yard play that got them across midfield. It looked like he was a step or two late from what could have been a really big interception for Forbes. I mean, you want to talk about a confidence boost.
Yeah.
But he has played well. They've gone after him a couple of times, and he has played well. He made a big tackle in the run game, or he helped with the tackle in the run game. And then, as you mentioned, on that big 4th and 1, he held his own. I know that's not as confidence boosting as an interception, certainly, but that's certainly a big thing to have for a guy that's coming back from the injury that he's coming back from, and just from not having a whole lot of confidence based on the way that his career has gotten off to a start here. So I'm glad you highlighted him, because that's a big, big play for Emmanuel Forbes. And what ends up coming from that play is 3 points for Washington. So they get the ball at the 43. They get Jeremy McNichols for 5 yards. It's a short little pass from Jaden to McNichols. Then he finds Zach Ertz for 13 yards to get the Arizona 39. Always a good sign with about 23 seconds when you see the graphic of this is where you need to get to on the field. They take their timeout after the Zach Ertz catch because it was right in the middle of the field. And then Jaden scrambles for 7 yards to take it to the 32, which is a much more manageable field goal attempt. And then he takes it to the 7 with 9 seconds left to go. They run another play with McNichols, which lines up for Austin Seibert for a 45-yard attempt. That is up and good. We are officially at the half. We're going to take your calls and read your reactions. If you're joining us on YouTube right now, you can get on the stream, comment what you think of the first half. But, Linnell, it's been a really good one. So if you're on the phones, 301-230-0980, 301-230-0980. Washington up 17-7 over Arizona, and we know they're getting the ball back to start the second half.
I couldn't be more impressed with the way Washington played in that first half on both sides of the football. To me, while Jayden in the offense was great, it was good to see them continue to have success. I'm really, really encouraged about what Washington has done defensively here. Making tackles, getting pressure on Kyler Murray, being physical at the catch point. It's been awesome to watch. Kyler hadn't hurt you with his legs yet. They're doing a nice job keeping eyes on him when he breaks the pocket. I mean, it's been a really good start for this Commanders defense, and I think hopefully it's something that you can build on. You mentioned Emmanuel Forbes being mixed into the fray here a little bit, getting some work at outside corner. They started with Mike Sanders still at that outside corner spot, and then with Noah Igbenogany at the slot. All three of the guys that have played corner today, Forbes, Sanders still, St. Juste, have been awesome today, man. And I think moving forward, throw Igbenogany in there as well. I think they're helping the pass rush have a little bit more time to get home. More snaps out of Johnny Newton and Phil Mathis today than early on that I expected, but
they're getting it done,
hopefully
though.
It lights a fire under John and Duran, who have made some plays here. Actually.
They've made some plays. I hope they're going with the hot hand. I mean, if Johnny Newton and Big Phil Mathis are getting it done for you, keep them in. It feels like, Linnell, this was the first half of football that we have watched in ages where there has not felt like a liability at corner.
No.
That's still not like a lockdown, like we're going to lock down this side of the field, this portion of the field, but it does not feel like there's been a liability at corner, and that's an incredibly refreshing reality to live in.
Yeah, I think it's been really, really, really fun to watch. I think both of those guys, or all the guys, rather, that we've seen out there at corner have been good with technique. They highlighted Emmanuel Forbes on one deep incompletion, doing something that he and the other DBs have struggled to do, that's getting your head around while being in phase and being able to play the football and not get mossed. And I think Forbes on that breakup did a nice job with that. He's also been physical. All the DBs have been physical coming up, playing the run. That's been encouraging. That's the one thing in the second half I still would be aware of, is making sure you got all hands on deck to try to stop this running attack.
Yeah, definitely. It felt like Arizona was realized in that final possession where they were driving, like, wait a second, if we give James Conner the ball, I mean, he's averaging 4.6 a carry.
Yeah.
He has 12 carries, 55 yards, but they're now running the risk because they decide to go for it. I don't hate their decision to go for it on that 4th and 1, although I would have taken the points, just knowing how the Commanders' offense has been the past 2 weeks. They now run the risk. If Washington and Jane Daniels go right down the field and score to start the second half, you're now down 17 points. You can't run the football anymore. Like, you force all that pressure on Kyler Murray. But we're burying the lead a little bit, because if you only care about Jaden Daniels, which you should care about more because the team's actually kind of good now, but if you only care about Jaden Daniels, he threw his first interception of his NFL career. It was a deep shot to Terry McLaurin. It looked like he released it a little late, should have been a little earlier, would have been a huge play, maybe a touchdown. Nevertheless, it's his first interception of his career, and I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell. He's unfazed by it. Stone cold on that final drive to get them in field goal position. Still talking trash to the Arizona defense. You knew the interception was going to come. Obviously, you don't want to see a ton of interceptions, but you knew it would eventually come, and the way that he's responded, albeit no touchdown, but the way that he's responded, Linnell, has been incredibly impressive.
Yeah, it has. And while we were watching it in real time, I thought Terry McLaurin could have done a better job of getting back in front of the football, but like seeing the replay a couple of different times, it's one of those situations where Jaden had it in his mind that he was going to push the football down the field on that play. Jeremy McNichols, wide open with about 10, 12 yards of open grass in front of him underneath for what would have been a big game. But I don't mind the decision at all. I'm happy that he's being aggressive with his eyes, looking to push the football down the field. I think that's been huge.
Yeah, I think in the first game he's not making that throw. I think in the first game he's probably tucking and running that ball. Now they're going to talk and they're going to say, "Look, hit McNichols on that next time we do that." Now he did miss another throw to Terry. I thought Terry should have had it. It was on a 3rd and 15. Fox didn't give us a replay. Thank you, Fox. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I thought Terry should have had it, but Jaden overall is 11 to 13 for 96 yards and that interception. But he's distributing the football. OZ has 3 catches for 35 yards. Zach Ertz has 2 catches for 22 yards, including that big catch on that field goal drive at the end of the half. Terry has 3 catches for 21 yards. He's been targeted 5 times. I couldn't tell you the last time that Terry's been targeted 5 times and a half. Could not tell you. I mean, it does not happen. It probably when the first go-around to Taylor Heineke, that he's been targeted that many times in the first half. Let alone, like, there have been games where he's only targeted 5 times. So that's hugely positive. 2 catches for Noah Brown, 1 for Jeremy McNichols. So he's spreading the ball around, which is really, really nice to see. I'd like to see maybe a little bit of De'Ami Brown action.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I haven't seen De'Ami on the field yet.
No, I'm not hell-bent on it. Like, if it's not De'Ami, if it's somebody else, sure. But, like, he's spreading the football around in a way that's very positive.
Yeah, Washington's 3 wide receiver look seems like it's going to be Olamide, Noah Brown, and Terry. Not a lot of Luke McCaffrey today.
Not a lot of Luke,
and
no.
I just could have swore that he was going to have a big game or be involved more than he is. I don't know if he would have had a big game, but yeah, it's been interesting to see. I am happy he's spreading the football around. I've loved that mentality about him from the get-go, even in the midst of all the Terry talk. Like, he never felt like he was forcing it to him and making poor decisions. And to me, I think that's the bigger thing. Can you continue to make good decisions with the ball, no matter if it's to Terry or not, right? The goal is to move the football and pick up first downs. So
I love that they're getting into they're utilizing Zach Ertz a little bit more.
Yeah.
I thought he was really big in some of those games against the Giants. A couple of bailouts and sort of the Tampa Bay game as well. So I love that they're getting Zach Ertz involved. And Brian Robinson has been awesome. Now, Washington had 101 yards rushing on their first 2 drives. That number has looked a little less impressive. It's still great. They still have 124 yards rushing in a half of football, which is awesome. It's 5.9 yards a carry. But at one point, they were just dominating the line of scrimmage with B-Rob. He has 12 carries for 58 yards and a touchdown. I'd like to see more of that continue, kind of get back to that bread and butter of we're just going to give the ball to number 8, and I dare you to tackle him.
Yeah, I think that should be the formula here in the second half. I thought the offensive line made that possible, creating holes. I thought B-Rob being physical, churning his feet at the point of attack, getting yards after contact was huge. But you mentioned it. You can't get away from it. Like, it's who you are offensively. It is.
Hit it, right.
Helps you stay ahead of the chains. Like, you should not be shy about it. I'm not looking for style points. I'm looking for points, period. And you've done a really good job of getting the ball in the end zone. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I would love to see them lean back on the rushing attack. You mentioned Jaden Daniels and his numbers, 11 of 13. I've long said it, dating back to the offseason when we first drafted this kid. The sweet spot for me with him throwing the football is looking at somewhere like 25 to 27 pass attempts per game. Right now, he's right on par for that. So hopefully they can keep and maintain the balance so that you don't have to put it all on number 5.
Got a couple comments in our YouTube comments. You can jump in on the YouTube comments on Team 980 and 106.7 The Fan. You can join us via the telephone at 301-230-0980, 301-230-0980. Our guy Mark says the D is playing significantly better, and the O-line is getting better and better. I got news for you, Mark. The O-line has actually been kind of good. Yeah, the thought of them being awful this offseason was misconstrued by some because of the quarterback play that was last year and the offensive coordinator that was last year. But with competence at both of those positions, and I would say even maybe more than competence at good at both of those positions, that offensive line looks a lot better. But feed number 8. You got to feed number 8. This team wants to run the football. The O-line in particular, it's one of the things they openly complained about after the end of last season, kind of dunking on Eric Bieniemy. It's like, we're not running the football. Well, now you're running the football. You just got to stay with it in the second half.
That's the key. Are you going to stay with it? Are you going to have the patience to stick with this rushing attack? Are you going to be able to stick with it even when it's not having a ton of success? See, it's easy to run the football when you're cranking out 6 and 7 yard runs. But when you have that gain of 1, that gain of 2, are you willing to have the patience to stick with it? I think it's going to be key if they're going to continue to hum the way that they have been offensively, because play action now starting to be a part of this. You mentioned it in the first half, Denton. I think it's the only play that we've seen like this. Offset I formation, Jaden Daniels under center, a play action pass where they got him outside of the pocket.
Yeah.
Want to see more of that, more of getting him on the move too.
And by the way, that pass was a 14-yard gain.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's moving the change. That's a big chunk play. Not a big chunk play, but a small chunk play, and it's another positive play. I mean, they went about 20 consecutive plays. Prior to that Jaden Daniels interception, which was the first big negative play, they went like 24, 25 plays of all positive action in the first half. But a lot of that is based off of the run game. And I know, like, if you're an offensive guy like Cliff Kingsbury is, you see all the tools that Jaden has, and you're like, let's unleash this on the world, but stay with a run game. Got to stay with the run game. It really starts and ends with Brian Robinson, I think, in terms of holding off this lead, but putting all the pressure in the world on Arizona. Long, sustained drives that result in points, you're going to force Kyler Murray to start making mistakes.
Yeah, and I think you made a really good point there. If you could put the pressure back on Arizona, get Murray and company to start pressing offensively, I think you have a better opportunity and a better shot of getting things to work out for you here. But I have been impressed, though, man, for what we've seen from this group offensively here in the first half, and it's been really a continuation of what we've seen in the first 3 weeks, man.
All right, do we see our first interception in the second half? For the defense, forcing an interception, I should say. Let me just clarify that.
I hope so.
We have not seen one yet. We've seen one turnover with the BSJ punch out, but we have not seen an interception yet this season. I think we see the first one in the second half.
I hope we do. I hope the pass rush continues to get cranked up, man. Dorrance Armstrong, 2 sacks in that first half. I thought the pursuit by all the guys, for the most part, were pretty good. John and Duran have made some impactful plays here, stepping up after getting, heavily scrutinized during the week. So I'm damn sure happy to see that too.
Some defensive numbers for you. 2 sacks on the day, both of which come from Dorrance Armstrong. There's a reason he got multiple years on a contract this offseason. 3 TFLs. Two of them also from Dorrance Armstrong. Bobby Wagner's recorded at TFL as well. I think Frankie Louvu's done a really good job putting pressure on the Arizona Cardinal offensive line. I think there's a number of other guys that are winning matchups. Like I've seen Duran win more matchups today. You're not seeing him in the box score because he's not making tackles, but sometimes that's not exactly his role. Just blow the play up and let someone else, let one of these other big athletic guys come and make some tackles. But I'm going to be interested once the defense gets back on the field, Linnell. It's been a full half. Do we see Duran and John starting, or do we see Johnny Newton and Big Phil Mathis, who had a lot of success at the end of the first half?
Yeah, that'd be curious. I'd be curious to see. I thought it was noteworthy the last time that those two started the drive, simply because Arizona had gone off of a 7-minute drive, and you had got plenty of rest defensively, so you would think you would start with your best two pass rushers, your freshest pass rushers, but instead they went with Big Phil and Johnny Newton. Look, Duran and John, we said it earlier, Fox put together a graphic saying that they haven't played well enough. Everyone knows, it's not a secret that those two need to turn up, man. And I think if this defense is going to continue to turn a corner and look good, the pass rush, and it starts with them, is going to have to get cranked up here.
Let's squeeze one call in here before we get to the second half. Our guy Reggie is in D.C. Reggie, what did you think of the first half?
Hey, listen, man, I'm been beat up over the last 25 years, but can we say we're a good football team? Because normally when the team, they did it in Cincinnati, they got the first drive and scored. I was like, oh, Lord, here we go. Then we came right back and scored. Arizona went down and scored. I'm like, oh, Lord, here we go. We came right back and scored. So I'm like, man, we're starting to show some makeups of like a good, solid football team. Now the defense seems like they want to show up to the party. We got a kicker now. The boy hasn't missed yet. So, I mean, Linnell, can we say it, man? Can we hold hands and say it, or do we got to wait a couple of weeks? Like, what is it?
Wait a couple of weeks, but I'm already there, man. They do look like a good, much improved football team. That's the one thing I can say comfortably.
Yeah, I would agree with that. All right, the second half underway. Washington leads 17-7. The offense on the field first. We'll let you know what they can do when we get back. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live. Denton Day, Linnell Willingham on the Team 980, the Team980.com, and the Team 980 YouTube channel.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app.
I don't want to overreact, Linnell. I'm nearly 30 years old. I didn't know that a football team could make me feel positive emotions the way that this football team currently makes me feel. Washington started with the football in the third quarter, and they waste no time. Jane Daniels starts with a pass to John Bates. It looked like he was going to go deep, and then read, because the offensive line is doing a hell of a job giving him time, reads through his progressions, finds the check down with John Bates. That's positive, seeing the check down, 9 yards. Brian Robinson takes it up the middle for 5 yards on 2nd and 1, new set of downs. On 1st and 10, Jaden looking for Noah Brown deep down the field. A pass interference call on a Arizona defensive back, Sean Murphy-Bunting, gives Washington the ball 1st and goal at the 9-yard line. I've often said this season I prefer not to see a quarterback powers. Hand up, this one's on me. This one worked great. Yeah. Quarterback power, not to the left side where Washington been having all the success in the world with Brian Robinson. Instead to the right, behind Andrew Wiley and Sam Cosmi. Jane Daniels takes it in 9 yards out, his 4th touchdown rushing of the season, and Washington up 24-7. 3 plays, 70 yards, about like 50 of it, were from that pass interference call. But 3 plays, 70 yards, a minute and 8 seconds. It's a 17-point ball game.
Yeah, I mean, they are in full force, or full control, rather, of this football game right now. They got to lock in on the defensive side of the football and continue to be aggressive there and try to force some turnovers. But offensively, they are cooking right now. I was going while you were talking there, looking at the stats for the entirety of the game. They're averaging 6 yards a pop on the ground, man. This is the exotic smash mouth football that I continue to reference with this team. They have the personnel to whip your ass offensively, and they're doing it right now. QB power. Jeremy McNichols and B-Rob getting it on draws. We've seen toss plays. They're doing it each and every way you can do it. We've seen direct snaps to Brian Robinson. They're getting it done every way possible here in the run game, and I think everything else is going to be built off of that.
You cannot understate in the NFL the meaning, I would say, of a revenge game. And this is very much a revenge game for Cliff Kingsbury. I follow a reporter for Arizona. He joined us this week on the Kevin Sheehan show. So I follow him on Twitter. He tweeted that after that touchdown for Jaden, there was an extended look over at the Arizona sideline from Cliff. A stare down, if you will. This means something. First of all, revenge games are the best thing in sports. They are the best thing in sports. This means something, and Cliff is taking full advantage. I say all that to say this is not going to stop. Like, this is not going to be a foot off the pedal kind of game, which, by the way, Arizona's first drive looks awful so far. Back-to-back holding calls. They got a 1st and 26, down 24-7. They're getting closer to their own end zone than they are Washington's end zone. You just got to make sure, if you are the defense here, that you make sure they do not get a first down when you're starting with a 1st and 26. But they are having all sorts of issues, and you're forcing Kyler Murray to throw the football, and that's where you want to be right now if you're Washington's defense.
Yeah, mentioned in the pregame, making the Cardinals one-dimensional. The one thing that they've had success with today is running the football. Now, you've stopped the bleeding a little bit there. If you make them one-dimensional, we talked about this pass rush and their need to get things juiced up and to be more impactful and more disruptive. When you're strictly playing the pass that allows you to do that, to allow these guys to pin their ears back and go get Kyler Murray.
On that 1st and 26, which should have been a short gain, short to medium gain for Arizona, ends up in nothing because a guy drops the pass. Arizona's in their own head. And they just, oh my God.
The delayed blitzes, man. That time
Wait a second. Is that Big 9-4
is that
getting
Big
a
Money
sack?
Payne? Love to see it.
We'll see who they end up giving that one to. I mean, Bobby Wagner did
delayed
like a
blitz.
Watch Bobby Wagner just kind of, he is so path unevaded to the quarterback, I think it almost surprises him. Like, he's like, oh my God, I am so untouched.
I'm happy to see this pass rush get juiced up, man.
You got to give
been
Duran
on their
the sack
ass
there.
I mean, I've been super critical of the defense as a whole, but the pass rush in particular. And today, they have 110% answered the call, and I couldn't be more proud of the effort from this unit, man. Playing good ball. They're dominating Arizona
They're dominating.
right now, man. This is a put my foot up your ass type of game.
Arizona on their first drive went for 55 yards on 9 plays and a touchdown. They just showed a graphic on Fox that they had gained 61 yards, or 62 yards rather, in 21 plays since.
Yeah.
They just picked up a few yards on third down after the big sack. But they are dominating. Like, this is a completely different defense than what we have seen the first 3 weeks. Dear God, that was a hit. The first 3 weeks of the season for Washington, and it's motivating. Yeah. I mean, Kyler Murray looks like he is lost on the field. And, like, I'm a bigger Kyler guy than most people are. I don't love him, but I'm a bigger Kyler guy than most people. They have this dude looking like he is the rookie, and Jaden Daniels is the veteran.
Yeah, it has been a defensive masterclass. And I think while we're giving the front four credit for getting home, I think the secondary deserves just as much credit because they're forcing Kyler to hold on to the football a little bit longer, allowing this front four, front 5 or 6, or however many they end up sending, to get home. And I think, like, when your pass rush and your coverage are working in tandem with each other, that's what the good defenses have happen for them on a down-in, down-out basis. And I think right now we're starting to see that from Washington here.
So just for the stat nerds out there, Bobby Wagner got half of that sack. Daron Payne got the other half, which that means that is his first sack of the season, albeit half, but that's his first sack of the season. There was also an adjustment with the stat keepers. I told you that Dorrance Armstrong had 2 sacks in the first half. That's been adjusted to 1.5, with another half being given to Frankie Louvu.
Okay.
So that's 4 Washington players that have combined for his sack. 3 sacks on the day and 2 TFLs on the day for Washington. That's a really good performance. That's a really good performance for a team that all of us had just been lambasting this week on how bad they were on defense.
They needed it. They needed it. And it's not like we were being harsh or overly critical with our evaluation of the defense.
It was all fair.
They've been god-awful to this point. So the fact that they are playing good football right now, man, I'm happy about it. And I was going to ask the question this week, like, is Jayden in the offense good enough to overcome the shortcomings that we have defensively? I think the defense is showing that, hey, we're going to be able to hold up our end of the bargain. And when you look at it from a schedule standpoint, you're dominating an Arizona offense that's had their moments this year. They put up 40 in week number 2. They scored 28 in the season opener. You got the miserable Cleveland Browns offense coming to town next week. So does this represent an opportunity for this defense to stack good games together and then ultimately Denton build some confidence here as you get ready to enter a pretty crucial portion of your schedule?
Well, what should scare everybody is that your initial question, is the offense good enough? The answer to that was yes. So now when the defense is holding their own, you're looking at a whole different range of possibilities that, if we're being honest, there are 2 people in the market that I'll give credit to for seeing. You and the guy that joined us on the pregame show, Kevin Sheehan. You're the only 2 that had 10 wins as a prediction this season that I heard, at least.
Yeah.
With the defense playing well, that opens up that possibility to being a reality, and that is incredibly, incredibly exciting. So it's 24-7 now. Offense back on the field, looking to add to their lead. We're under 12 minutes to go in quarter number 3. Still a lot of football left to play. I don't expect the foot to be taken off the gas here. We'll let you know if this offensive drive, what Jaden can do with it when we get back. It's Burning Gold Game Day Live with Denton Dale and Willingham.
You can listen to the Team 980 on your smart speaker. Just say, play the Team 980. Denton Day, presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Seen a little bit of aggressiveness from Washington. As we mentioned, the defense did a great job getting off of the field. One of their best possessions of the season. Offense back on the field. The offense faced with a 4th down and 1, and they get one, and they get a lot more, Linnell. Holy moly. This team is, I see a big W chain in there in Arizona. So here's how they got there. They start at their own 40-yard line thanks to the punt because Arizona was basically backed up in their own end zone. They get 1 yard on that 1st and 10. On 2nd and 9, Jaden gets about 3 yards, but there's a legal formation. It's 2nd and 14. On 2nd and 14, they get a yard to Zach Ertz. And then one of the better throws that you're going to see, and some of the things that we've talked about in the week leading up to this game about things we want to see him continue to get better at. On 3rd and 13, he rolls to his right, reading his progression, sees Noah Brown open, and he finds him for 14 yards. Jaden has done a really masterful job, it feels like, of reading his progressions today, Linnell. And then the drive just kind of continued from there. But because of the starting field position, that 14-yard gain puts you across midfield. So then you get a yard on 1st and 10. Then you get 4 yards on 2nd and 9. Then you get another 4 yards on 3rd and 5. And you're faced with a 4th and 1 at the 40-yard line. And they go for it. And Jeremy McNichols picks up 15 yards.
Exotic smash mouth football. Really nice job by the right side of the Commanders' offensive line. It was sort of like a counter play to McNichols there. And I thought he did a really nice job of finding the hole. And once he got through it, man, it's him versus a linebacker at the second level. He puts a move on one guy, and then the next thing you know, they're all in pursuit of him. I just think the run design here, and Cliff's going to get a lot of the credit, but I know it's a more detailed operation. Their offensive line coach, Bobby Johnson, in tandem with Brian Johnson and Anthony Lynn, have schemed up a running game that has become really difficult to stop. And what we're starting to see now, right, and Denton, you saw it on that last play. This last play, they faked the toss to Brian Robinson, which they feasted on all day to throw it opposite side of the field to McLaurin on a screen. Offensive lineman didn't time it out well, so the block got there when the ball did. But I just like the design of everything that we're seeing right now from this group.
Yeah,
he's perfect. Almost.
I mean, Jaden Daniels on a 3rd and 8. This isn't going to be enough for the first down, but the blitz is there. They're not greatly prepared for the blitz, Linnell, but it's in one of those positions where you can't take a sack.
Yeah.
So it's an overload blitz from his left side. He makes one guy miss. He finds Brian Robinson. It's only a short gain. It's not enough to go for it on 4th down, but you avoid a sack, and you set your team up for a 38-yard field goal attempt to extend your lead to 20. That's those plays that he doesn't make that in week 1, but he's making it now. You can see in real time that the game is slowing down to him.
I think, Denton, that may be, you make a lot of excellent points. That's a damn good point, because when you're watching it in real time, you can see the decision-making change. You can see him go through his progression. This is what I love. Every time there's a field goal kicked, first guy greeting them off the field is Jaden Daniels. He is like the perfect teammate. I was about to say, the ultimate teammate, dude's dude. That's why guys gravitate to him. They've got a confidence that they built within that locker room that's only going to, I think, grow sizably after this week. But, yeah, man, it's like when he's getting the biggest area of growth, I would say, Denton, and I think you would agree, is when you're seeing him get outside of the pocket, you're watching the eyes stay down the field. And I think after watching week 1 and then watching today, it's a night and day contrast in terms of how he's improved in that area. Are we good? Is this a good football team?
This might be a good football team.
They're 3-1.
They're potentially, we still got
3-1.
You still got a lot of time left.
The lowly Browns coming into town next week.
But they're up 20 points on the road in what was supposed to be a letdown game following that massive win on Monday Night Football. I called it a letdown game, and they have punched Arizona in the mouth. The Cardinals marched down the field and scored on that first drive, and the defense has been nails ever since. And they're coming off of their best drive defensively, getting sacks. Some of that was some mistakes that Arizona was making, but you're taking advantage of those mistakes. I'm optimistic about the defense right now. I can't remember a time Maybe that first Chase Young year where they were really good.
Yeah.
But like it's been a long time since I'm actually excited to watch the defense play.
It's crazy. I mentioned this stat earlier. Yes, the defense is playing well. They're getting after the quarterback now. I think the pass rush and the coverage are starting to be synced up here. But I think offensively, because I think that's where it starts. That's why they're so exciting and why I think they've got a chance in every game is because offensively they're really hard to stop. I got to go back and look at it here. But how many negative plays have we had today? They're keeping this thing moving forward at all times. I know we have the one that we highlighted earlier. It's when I brought up the stat that Cliff gave during the week about 18 negative plays in week 2 compared to just 4 on Monday night. But like that to me is the key, man. It's the reason you're able to. That was an 11-play drive, Denton, that ate up 6 minutes and 37 seconds of clock. They're literally playing keep away from opposing teams, and you're able to play this style of football, Denton, when it's clean.
It's clean.
1 penalty for 5 yards today. They've been clean. When
And it was
comes
on
to
that. It was on that drive.
Yeah,
it was
so
an
it just
illegal
happened.
formation on that drive, and they were able to withstand that.
And they have a turnover, Denton.
That's multiple weeks, Linnell, that they have had those penalties that take like a 2nd and 9 to a 2nd and 14, and they've been able to withstand it. Where in years previous, you're like, all right, Tress, get ready, start warming up. Like it's a negative play, you got to go out there and punt the football.
For sure, man. And I think for them, they're winning time of possession by 9 minutes, and they threw a pick. Like that's unheard of.
Could you imagine if they did not turn the football over? This would be 40. It'd be 42-7 right now. It'd be insane. All right, defense back on the field. We'll see if they can hold this lead. I still think an interception is coming from somebody. Maybe it's Emmanuel Forbes. We'll let you know what the defense can do when we get back. It's 27-7, 5:16 remaining in quarter number 3. It's a Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live.
There's this place
It's Burgundy and Gold live with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
All right, you can't ask for perfection from the defense. That's fine. It's fine. They haven't given up points in our absence, but they have given up a couple of plays, Linnell, that you're looking at and saying, yeah, come on, guys. A big on a 2nd and 5 from the Arizona 31, a big 20-yard run for James Conner. Can't do that. At one point, Arizona gets to a 4th and 12, and they go for it. And I'm like, all right, guys, like if they're going to go for a 4th and 12, there's one guy that I'm going to make sure I'm going to cover. And he wears number 18. They go right to him, and it's a 19-yard gain. I mean, I'll give credit where credit is due. That's a ballsy decision. Knowing what the offense has been like for Washington, if you miss that, you're surrendering at the very least 3 points because you had the ball at your own 49-yard line. So if you miss a 4th and 12, Jaden Daniels has it in positive territory, and he's going to go add more points to it. Crazy decision, but it ended up working for Arizona.
That was a stupid decision. I have no clue what the hell Drew Petzing and Jonathan Gannon were thinking on that. 4th and 12, you mentioned the field position dynamic of it all. I guess if you go out and score a touchdown, it makes it worthwhile, but Washington, you can't give that up, man. They were playing like a softer coverage. Really looked like it was some sort of like inverted Tampa 2 where Murray had to throw the ball over the head of the flat defender and was able to hit that whole shot, and they were able to convert it. It was a good ball. I mean, that's embarrassing. They're giving up.
Arizona went crazy tempo. That was the fastest they have moved this entire day.
It's crazy.
After that 4th down, they sped everything up. They just scored a touchdown. James Conner up the middle for 6 yards. He had a great drive. I mean, James Conner had a really good drive. He accounted for like 40 yards just by himself. And then, of course, you have that huge conversion to Marvin Harrison Jr. We'll see what they do. They're going to just kick the point after, which seems like it's a smart move there. That's going to make it 27-14. I trust, obviously, Jay Daniels. This is the time, though, with 11 seconds to go in the third quarter where you need a big point-scoring drive if you are the offense. Because they looked like they did Arizona just now. They looked like they did on the first drive of the game where they marched and walked it right down the field.
It's been easy. That was an easy drive for Arizona, and like it cancels out some of the really good things that Washington did. Like they got a sack. Was it multiple sacks on that drive that I believe that they got? So Arizona's eating up clock. I would say this, though, in terms of like time of possession with both of these teams, been a lot of long drives by both. When Arizona has scored, it's been off of long drives. The chunk plays have been missing. This has been a lot of bleed you out, mistake-free football for the most part.
Washington has had 1 3-and-out. Everything else has resulted in either that interception, that was a 5-play drive.
Yeah.
You did have a touchdown drive that was 3 plays. A lot of that was because of a pass interference call against Arizona. But then Washington's first drive, 9 plays, 13 plays on the second drive, and then the most recent drive was 11 plays. And that only resulted in a field goal. So that's 11 plays, 41 yards, 6.5 minutes off of the clock. Give me a drive like that, just finding the end zone here. And it's going to come down to, like, go to Brian Robinson. Go to Jaden McNichols. Like, you had a lot of success running the football. Continue to do that, but stay aggressive to where you have to keep the defense on its toes.
And how do you do that? You keep picking up first downs. How do you do that? You continue to stay ahead of the chains. Like, the keys still remain true for me. Washington 6 of 9 today on third down. They're one of the best third down teams in the NFL to this point. And that is because they have consistently been in these third and short situations. The running game on that last drive for Washington, where they ended up having to kick a field goal, you saw only a 1-yard gain on first down. Then you had the illegal formation, so it backs you up, and you're in the second and 13. Like, that was the issue on Washington's last possession and why it got stopped short. I think they've got to just continue to. It may sound cliche, but, like, I'm okay with 3 yards, 4 yards on first down as long as it's keeping you ahead of the sticks, and it allows, Cliff Kingsbury to have the full menu of pass plays available on these thirds.
I mean, turn this to like the 70s, 3 yards in a cloud of dust on every single play. The third quarter has come to an end. It's 27-14. Washington on the verge of starting 3-1 for the first time since 2011. That's 13 years, Linnell. You know, sometimes in my brain, I think like 2011 was like 3 years ago because mentally I'm still 18 years old. And the reality is that I'm not still 18 years old. 2011 was 13 years ago. It's been 13 years since this team has had that positive of a start. And to me, like the difference between 3-1 and 2-2 is one of the bigger differences to start your season, right? Like 2-2, you are an average team, but 3-1, you're 2 games over 500. Like that's a massive swing in my mind. You got to play strong here in this quarter to avoid Arizona having an insane comeback on you, on the noggin.
I wouldn't be able to stomach it, honestly, especially because of how you've had success today. The way that you've moved the ball on the ground, it lends itself to this type of scenario where you're bleeding clock, trying to dominate to win the football game. And I think that's going to be the formula here. But broken record, stay ahead of the chains.
Stay ahead.
Whatever it's quick game, screen game, do what you got to do. Stay ahead of the chains. Like that to me is what's most important.
It's cliche, yes, but the reason that cliches exist is because it's relevant. It happens all of the time. They're going to come back to a 2nd down and 6 because Brian Robinson, as we mentioned, he got 4 yards on first down. Staying ahead of the chains, 2nd and 6. He got 2 plays to pick up 6 yards. I want to see more of Brian Robinson, obviously. They haven't taken a ton of deep shots. I'm kind of okay with that at the moment. I figure that one is in the chamber at some point for Cliff to really, I mean, you want to talk about a demoralizing play, that would be one, right? Like your offense, if you're Arizona, just marches right down the field. It's a 2-possession game. You may be on the sideline. There's some momentum. And then, you know, if Jaden hits a deep shot and ends up being a touchdown, you're back to a 3-possession game. And you're like, all right, well, we might as well just end this one. So this drive is crucial, but I'm excited to see what Cliff is going to be able to cook up here. I think he's called a really good game so far.
He has, man. It has been a lot of 12 and 13 personnel. The tight ends have been used a lot. Alameda Zaccheaus was the main target, it felt like, in that first quarter. Then we've started to see things get spread out more and have it opened up. Noah Brown's made some big catches. Zach Ertz has gotten into the mix here a little bit. It's been awesome to watch, and Cliff deserves all the credit in the world. We were having this conversation during the week, and it's a good thing. It gets me sad, but it is a good thing ultimately. How long are we keeping Cliff? How long does Cliff stay around? Because I'm sure there's teams out there that are seeing the job that he's done with that boy bad, man. That's just an accurate throw.
That's an accurate throw to Terry for a first down. To answer your question,
look at the time.
Perfect pocket. I mean he delivers a strike to Terry. Terry comes up with it. That's a big-time throw. That's a 15-yard dagger to Terry, and you're back at midfield, and then you give the ball right back to Brian Robinson, who's chugging along. But to answer your question, you know, I came across, it was kind of a theory, but it was based off of the way that Cliff Kingsbury has been talking.
Yeah.
And obviously things can change. I don't know that he wants to be a head coach again. Like in listening to him talk, doesn't it kind of feel like the experience towards the end of Arizona really soured him? I mean, he was saying, I didn't know if I was ever going to coach again kind of a deal. And I think it is overrated, the idea of, hold up, Jane Daniels slide alert.
Another slide.
I think it's overrated, the idea that you can't just have fun being an offensive coordinator. I mean, Ben Johnson is showing that.
Yeah.
And if you're Cliff Kingsbury and you get to work with Jane Daniels, I'd feel pretty good about staying there for a while, too.
Exactly. This kid's got the chance to be one of the all-time greats, it seems like, man. Just the poise that he plays with, and you see it right here, the running ability. Like, he's special, and they're hard to guard, man. Like, what do you want to commit to stopping first if you're Washington? I would think you want to make them one-dimensional and try to stop the run now, man, because this is – look at it. That's exotic smash-mouth football. That's why I want it on a T-shirt. It's end-arounds, it's counters, it's QB powers. They're doing it any which way you can. A penalty.
Come on. This better be a good penalty. If they're going to get OZ for taunting, I'm going to flip my lid.
Is that what you saw?
Because he kind of flexed on somebody, but like, are you serious? Hold on.
I'd be incensed. Is the No Fun Crew? On sports.
Oh my God. You've got to be kidding. Oh, you crazy. Suck. What an awful call. Let the guys play. It's the freaking NFL.
What did he do?
Look at this. Oh, you can't throw the ball at him.
Oh, it was a ball flip. He wasn't throwing it at him.
It touched him, though. I would argue, though, in that instance, does the ball touch him if he's not directly in front of OZ? You know what I mean? Like, that's just a basic ball flip, and the guy happens to be right there. So you lose the yards, but you keep it. Still a 1st and 10. That's a whack call by the officials, but whatever. Back to this series, though. So they start on that 40-yard carry with Brian Robinson. We talked about that dagger to Terry McLaurin. Then B-Rob picks up 7 yards. Jaden then picks up 10 on a 2nd and 3, and then we get that end around to OZ for 14 yards. That really ends up being a loss of 1 because of the taunting. It's 15 yards. Yeah. But you get a new set of downs. The difference, like exotic smash mouth football, I'm going to start saying it too. It's true. Yeah. But using a guy like OZ, this is the best game that he has had as a Commander.
Yes.
And they're using him in a variety of different ways. And by the way, the team has, I guess technically that was a pass because Jaden kind of flipped it. So that was a reception for OZ. But the team has run for 176 yards. And that's a combination of Brian Robinson for 70, Jeremy McNichols for 53, Jaden for 47. That's balance, but they're just crushing the spirit of the Arizona Cardinals. And you get more OZ on the ensuing 2nd down. How is that not a penalty?
Yeah, exactly.
My man just, he suplexed him like Rhea Ripley. Are you kidding me? Like, that's insane. How is that not a penalty?
Look, either way, though, man, this is a hard offense to stop. Because of the balance that they have, the accuracy of the quarterback, like, it's just good stuff. But the one thing I continue to say is, like, Jaden's been upright all game long. There hasn't been many situations where he's been under an immense amount of pressure. Is that a hold? Hold on,
these
Sam Cosby.
refs, man. I mean, come on. Like,
Yeah,
if it's not obvious.
But either way, man, I still feel like, based off of the style of football that Washington is attempting to play, this position that they're in, hopefully they're in it a lot this year, but, like, I'm comfortable with this. Run the ball, quick game, do what you got to do, snap the ball late in the play clock, all of that, man. I'm thrilled. And it's a weird spot to be in. You keep saying it, and I agree with you. Like, it does feel weird. Like, they're really good offense.
That they are a good offensive team.
Top 5 offense, right?
Like, this isn't just like a 1 week against the Giants or like a 1 week against this is now 3 weeks in a row where they have been really good. I mean, they were a history-making offense for 2 weeks, and they've been really, really good today against Arizona. Now, like, are these teams the best defenses?
No.
In the NFL? No. Are they the 85 Bears or the Legion of Boom Seahawks? No. But you got a rookie quarterback that's playing on the road, at home, in prime time, in late game. Well, this isn't a prime time game. You know, the nation is getting like Kansas City and Los Angeles. Yeah. But this is a big window to be in, and not phased is Jaden Daniels through all of it.
Yeah, I love every bit of it. It's been fun to watch. But, like, it's sort of what I've expected. Like, we knew this kid could play. Love it. Wow. The way he has been hanging in the pocket has been big time. He just did it again. And I think that was a fadeaway, if I'm not mistaken.
That was he's throwing that kind of off his back foot a little bit. Gives it to Luke McCaffrey. Damn, what a throw. What a catch. And how about the idiot defender who gets up saying incomplete? Like, buddy.
Clearly a catch, pal.
Clearly a catch. Like, are you serious? That's a dictionary definition catch.
Come on, Luke.
So, like, let me just put this into perspective. You get a holding call. It's 1st and 20. Two plays later, it's 1st and goal.
That's what happens.
That's staying ahead of the chains. That's what happens when you have a competent quarterback.
Look, no one's going to confuse this group with like the greatest show on turf when it comes to offense, but, like, it just doesn't, to me, get more efficient than what they've done. Like, that to me is what's been most impressive. Look at this. This is another 10-plus play drive that's eating up 6 damn minutes of clock. You know how hard that is? To consistently put together drives like this?
This is a soul crusher for Arizona.
Yeah. It's demoralizing. It honestly is.
Another flag?
I don't know if there's too many men on the field or what. Illegal formation. Well, we have started to see the penalties come up here, and I worried that would be like the undoing of this team and why their offensive performance wasn't sustainable, but, like, I don't know.
I mean, he gave like the false start motion. I think the ref I can't hear, so we didn't know what the call was. I guess it's 12-man in the huddle.
Crazy.
That's crazy. 4 penalties, 35 yards. Not great. But you still got yourself a 2nd and goal.
Yeah.
And you got Jane Daniels a quarterback. So like
It'll be fine.
I'm feeling pretty good about it. And you also got Brian Robinson. He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's all right if you ask me.
Yeah, Brian Robinson.
Angry,
Brian
bro.
Robinson runs hard,
You
bro.
run like somebody stole something from him. I'm telling you.
He runs like he has something to prove.
Run like he got a major issue with everybody on the other team.
All right, it's 27-14. There's under 9 minutes to go. It's a 3rd and goal. We'll let you know if Washington comes away with points here when we get back. It's Burning Goal Game Day Live with Dende and Linnell Willingham.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app.
Willingham and Denton Day, presented by Rue. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
I mean,
now special teamers making plays. Yankoff just made a big tackle on teams. All three phases.
this is
jacked
crazy,
up.
man.
Tell you.
There's a reason we're talking about special teams to start this segment, because Jaden Daniels marched right down the field and scored.
Easily.
I mean, that off that great throw to Luke McCaffrey, the kind of fadeaway. Then you get a weird penalty. It wasn't really, I guess, too many men on offense. You get a 3-yard gain to Brian Robinson, gives you 3rd and goal at the 10. And then Jaden finds Scary Terry in the back of the end zone for a 10-yard touchdown. The team then goes for 2, and it's not just a revenge game for Cliff Kingsbury, because Jaden finds Zach Ertz, former Cardinal who was here with Cliff Kingsbury, in the back of the end zone for the 2-point conversion. It's 35-14 with 8 minutes to go. This is officially, Linnell, this is an ass whooping. This is a beatdown.
This is a route. This is what it looks like to dominate in all 3 phases of a football game. Defense has been awesome. Kyler Murray don't even got 130 yards passing to this point. We're talking about the Cardinals against this defense. They came to play, man. I couldn't be more excited about what we've seen. And what's crazy is if you would have told me with 8:20 left to go in the fourth that the Cardinals were averaging 5.3 yards a pop on the run, on the ground rather, I'd tell you that, they were in a really close game with Washington. Washington has made Arizona one-dimensional because of their ability to continue to go out and score. The offensive point streak is over in terms of consecutive drives with a point, but they've only punted once today?
Once.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
I guess
how the hell do you beat us? If we're gonna score every time we get the ball, and we're gonna eat the clock the way that we are, the average drive length today. I can't wait to go do that math. The average drive length today has got to be somewhere between 6 and 7 minutes.
What's crazy
That's
is
hard to do.
Not only did they punt once, you also had Jaden Daniels' first interception. So there's been
that's out. I think that's out.
Oh my God,
that's out. Oh my Lord.
Oh, the tribal chief. Put the ones up for Frankie Louvu.
Come on.
Put the ones up.
Are they ruling it an incompletion? I challenge it.
No. You got to put that challenge flag out there, Mr. Quinn.
I challenge it just so I can see Jeff Driscoll. Because at this point, I'm ready for 5 to be done. He showed me enough.
Let's see it. They're showing a replay.
It's a fumble.
That's big time out. That's big time out.
Unless that right elbow came down first as he was coming down, that may not be, but I don't know. The forearm might be.
I look at that as a fumble.
Maybe hard to overturn it because it looks like the forearm.
Oh, there we got the challenge flag
simultaneously.
Hey, look at that! A coach that knows how to challenge.
Wow.
Oh God, we are moving.
Ron Rivera's on someone's B set.
Yeah, but Ron Rivera's on whatever. I guess he works for NFL now.
Well, no, he's on the B set though because he's not a starter in the media world. Because he's new. You know what I'm saying?
Trust me, I get what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down there.
Yeah, man. But this has been exciting to see. So we got the challenge pending. We'll see. I'm looking at the AccuWeather again. The temperature's gone up from 108 to 110 in Arizona. By the way, that's insane.
Which is insane because it's like 4 o'clock there, 3 o'clock there.
That's wild. But I mean, dude, now that we go back and look at it, and if you're on YouTube watching, I'm looking at the screen, and I got to be able to see. The camera's been doing funky things today, so I'll hold it. Last touchdown drive, 12 plays, 6 minutes and 41 seconds the clock. The drive before that, field goal, 6 minutes and 37 seconds the clock. You had the Noah Brown pass interference drive. That is only 1 minute and 8 seconds. You had the field goal drive off of the turnover on downs. You had your punt, and you had your Jaden Daniels pick. Outside of that, 7 minutes, 4 minutes. I think there's a stat in the NFL you can look it up. Who averages the most time per possession? And Washington's got to be in the top 5.
They've got to be in the top 5.
They got to be. They're playing keep away, and I like the style. It all blends in with that exotic smash mouth.
It's like when you say keep away, it almost feels like you're uber conservative. Like they're scoring too. Yeah. I mean, like the turnover and the punt. That's 2 drives without points.
Right.
They've still scored 35 with 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, and they're likely going to get the ball back when this is end up being ruled a fumble and a recovery by Frankie Louvu. In a perfect world, if they continue that ridiculous streak of consecutive drives with points, they'd be approaching 60 right now.
That's how good they are offensively, man.
That is just a bonkers kind of
weird
number.
To say. It does. It feels really weird to say. I'm happy I get to say it, but like the quarterback just gives you a chance in every matchup, bro. Like
he's a complete franchise changer.
Yeah.
In that regard.
It's a unique feeling. It's one that I'm not accustomed to. I just have unwavering doubt in this group, unwavering confidence, rather, in this group. So I think the replay is going to show it was close, but I think it may be a fumble. And it is a fumble. It's Frankie Louvu's on the sideline. Wow.
I mean, this is insane.
It's a rout.
This is a rout in Arizona.
I mean, they're beating the brakes off of the Cardinals, bro. And I thought the game would be closer because I actually am kind of bullish on Arizona, but I don't know, man. This has been rough. This has been rough. That's all she wrote, man. Are we in postgame mode? How are we moving the rest of the way? Because this bad boy is over.
This bad boy is 100% over. It's a 21-point game. Arizona's getting chippy because they a little emotional because they suck. They just called a timeout. Are you serious?
Get over yourself, Jonathan.
Nah, at this point, run it up. Run it up. If you're going to score again, score again. If they're doing this timeout stuff with 7 minutes left after a run play, run it up.
Yeah.
Run it up.
So this is from our pal John Keim. Washington scoring 30-plus points in consecutive games for the first time since 2017. That's
Kirk Cousins here.
That is remarkable.
It's a very nice luxury to be able to walk in on a weekly basis and think, hey, this team can score 30 points.
Yeah.
Without ease. Or with ease, rather.
Wow. It's just fun because I didn't think they would. I think the offense would be better than the defense, but I didn't think the offense was going to be unstoppable, damn near. And that's, am I hyperbolizing it? Is that the territory we've entered?
They're
unstoppable.
They went
offensively?
16 drives in a row with points. They are unstoppable offensively, and Jaden is just
I was just about to mention the completion percentage stuff, and then he throws an incompletion.
Yeah. All right, it's a 3rd and 9. We'll let you know what the offense can come away with if they can convert on this 3rd and 9. It's a beatdown in the desert, 35-14. Washington crushing the Cardinals. Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live with Denton A. Linnell Willingham continues next.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
It's getting a little chippy out there, which again, I mean, if you're the Arizona Cardinals, you're getting your ass kicked in front of your friends and family. I don't blame you. It's 35-14. The Commanders are just waxing the Cardinals right now. Gannon has blown all 3 of his timeouts now. Like, I don't know what kind of glutton for punishment this dude is, but he's asking to get just the score run up on him. It's already a 21-point game. What's the point of blowing 3 timeouts with like 6 minutes left? I don't know, but I'm not going to yuck his yum. Whatever he's into, he's into. Washington's across midfield. Jaden's having success, obviously. Brian Robinson is having success. They're not taking their foot off the gas. And if OZ gets a touchdown, that would be a successful day for him. He's been awesome today. I mean, he has been the surprise of the game so far. The way they've utilized him has been brilliant.
Surprise of the game, but I feel like he was due for one of these. We were out at camp. Or I had the chance to be out of camp pretty much every damn day outside like 2 or 3 days. He was the man during training camp. So much so to where it was like, damn, where's Jahan? Where's Terry even? It was a lot of number 14 out there making plays on a day in, day out basis. So to see that translate over into the regular season in a real game when you needed him being down Austin Eckler, I think is awesome, man. But Cliff, I love me some Cliff. I love everything about this operation. I've never been more geeked up. I make irrational claims about this team when they're not that good. Imagine how the hell I'm going to be talking now. Are you kidding? We're the best team in the NFC.
This is going to be a week for you.
I mean, it's going to be a week, and then I'm already looking ahead to next week. At home, the opportunity to go 4-1.
So I have news for you.
Okay.
So I'm going to the game next week.
Ow!
It's like our final dating anniversary technically with my fiance, and she's from Cleveland. So we're going to go to this game. I told her we were going to go to the game. It was kind of supposed to be a surprise. It got blown, whatever. But I told her we were going to go to the game. The expectation was that it might be tough. Like, it might be a very rough game to watch because the team would not be good. I don't know that I have ever gone to a game where I fully expected Washington to win.
We just put up 40, bro.
They just hung. Jeremy McNichols got his second touchdown of the day. He just got flagged again for a celebration, which is dumb as hell because you're allowed to celebrate in the NFL. These refs are getting paid by the flag. They got a quota or something.
It seems like there's a lot of Commanders fans out there too, man. I love it. Josh Harris is down on the sideline. Look at our sideline, man. Everybody geeked up. We really back, man.
I see a lot of burgundy and gold. Holy smokes.
It looks
now
like
that you
a
mention
home
it,
game in Arizona.
Oh, a little unsportsmanlike conduct because he did a little celebration. These refs suck.
I don't care.
I don't care. These refs are awful. That's a touchdown. Give it the points. Brian Robinson is going to finish this game, assuming they don't get the ball back, but he has 101 yards. Jeremy Nichols has 61 yards, and I guess this is going to be more than 61 yards. We're welcoming in our fans on 106.7 The Fan. You just finished up the Nats season. Decent season for the Nationals. Welcome into the future of this town.
About to say.
We're back to being a football town, baby.
I don't know if you heard, man. We back up.
We are so back. Washington's up 41-14 pending the extra point.
I'm sorry, Den. Read the damn score again.
Let me wait for him to kick this extra point.
It don't even make sense.
40 points. I couldn't, I'm going to have to do some research. When is the last time? Somebody in the chat, let me know. Let's put somebody to use in the chat. When is the last time that somebody, that a Commanders team scored 40 points? I got to think it was that 2017 Kirk Cousins year.
Yeah.
Look at what he got penalized. He got penalized for doing a ball flip to nobody and then doing like a little arrow like Josh Norman Archer celebration. These refs stink.
I'm going to give credit where credit is due. The scribe, Ben Standing, with a tweet of the night. Jeremy McNichol, 1 career touchdown coming into today. 2 today.
2 today.
And shout out my guy Zach Selby as well, who writes for Commanders.com. He was all over this guy as he covered him in Tennessee when he was with the Titans. He's been awesome, man. No Austin Eckler, no problem. Imagine if you had Dirty 30 today.
Oh,
may put up 50.
They would have. I mean, they would have put up. They still might put up 50. I mean, if Gannon's going to give them the ball back, the fact that he blew those timeouts to increase the score. I don't know if he get to, like, is he point shaving? Like, I don't know what he's doing that. But listen to some of these numbers. 101 yards for Brian Robinson and a touchdown. 68 yards for Jeremy McNichols, one shy of being super nice, and 2 touchdowns. 8 carries, 47 yards, and a touchdown for Jaden Daniels. On the receiving side, OZ got 6 receptions for 84 yards. Terry has 7 receptions for 52 yards and a touchdown. He's been targeted 10 times, by the way. You want to talk about things that don't happen often. Washington winning the way that they're winning, dropping 40 points, Terry getting 10 targets. Doesn't happen very frequently.
So our guy, Silver Fox, hops in the chat and says November 26, 2020, scored 40 against Dallas.
40 against Dallas.
That was the Antonio Gibson
That was
Thanksgiving game?
I think that was the Thanksgiving game. Yeah, that was a big one. So thank you, Silver Fox, for that.
Yes. So Commanders PR putting out some pretty cool numbers right now. Some guys climbing up the history boards in terms of all time. John Allen with his career sack number 40 for him, now tied 6th all time with Brian Arakpo.
Didn't think we'd be saying his name today.
Right. In terms of 6th all time.
Let's get one more for
sacks,
John Allen.
For sure. And then 42 points today, most since 2016, week 11. 2016, week 11. Is that Green Bay?
2016, week 11.
Is that Green Bay?
I think that was Green Bay. I think that was Green Bay on Sunday Night Football.
After Thanksgiving?
Where the wind was.
Yes. And Crowder went off.
Where
Fat Rob had a good game.
Crowder went crazy. Let me find that.
I just mentioned Fat Rob. We'd have had B-Rob, Fat Rob.
We got Fat Rob. We mentioned Brian Arakpo. We're doing a history lesson.
For the people who have suffered.
So that was that Green Bay game. It was 42-24, the Green Bay game. Kirk went for 375. Fat Rob went for 137. The leading receiver on that team that day was Pierre Garçon, who caught 6 passes for 116 yards and a touchdown. Yeah. I mean, Kirk outplayed Aaron Rodgers. And this was like peak Green Bay Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget this either, man.
Jameson Crowder had a touchdown, 102 yards in that game.
Yeah, that was
he's not playing today, but he's on the team still.
About to say, man, that was when Crowder was back on demon time, man. He's got a little old on us.
He's gotten a little old. By the way, Jaden has completed a pass to 9 different guys today.
I mean, that's so much for our college offense, man. Seriously.
If this is a college offense, I know why Asher Roth loved college. It makes so much more sense to me. All right, we got a little bit of a stoppage in play here. We're basically going to start our postgame mode. So if you're on the way home from anywhere, like a bar somewhere, I don't know, call us, 301-230-0980, 301-230-0980. The game is over. It's been a bloodbath. But I do want to, if you are just a fan, you want to check on your fantasy team, what everybody else is doing across the league, let's take a quick trip around the NFL.
Let's go around the NFL on Burgundy and Gold Game Day.
The 49ers going to get back in the win column, Linnell. They're up big over the New England Patriots, 27-13. It's got me checking the box score just to see if Drake May has gotten some action. The answer to that question is no, but the San Francisco 49ers going to add to their lead, so it might be yes by the end of the fourth quarter because there's still 13 minutes to go in that one. The Raiders up 20-16 over the Cleveland Browns. That's Washington's opponent next week. If Cleveland loses, they'll be 1-3 on the season coming into Washington. In the big game of this window, it's the Chiefs and the Chargers. The score is 10-10. Patrick Mahomes does have a touchdown pass after the Chargers were up 10-0 in that one. We'll see if they can come back and win. In the early slated games, the Falcons get the Saints 26-24. The Chicago Bears get a win over the Los Angeles Rams 24-18. Minnesota remains unbeaten 31-29 over the Packers. At one point, the Vikings led that one 28-0. The Colts end the unbeaten dreams of the Pittsburgh Steelers 27-24. In the worst game of that window, it was the Broncos beating the Jets 10-9. That game sucked. It was ugly. The Buccaneers now 3-1 on the year, 33-16 over the Philadelphia Eagles, which means after this one, Washington is going to be in sole possession of first place in the NFC East.
Doesn't even feel real.
That's a great sentence to say out loud. Mike Evans caught 8 passes for 94 yards and a touchdown. The Bengals get their first win of the season over the Carolina Panthers, 34-24. And maybe the best performance of the day if you're a fantasy guy, Nico Collins leads the Texans to a 24-20 win over the Jacksonville Jaguars. Collins caught 12 balls for 151 yards and a touchdown. The Jacksonville Jaguars have lost 9 in a row dating back to last season. If Doug Peterson makes it to Tuesday, I will be stunned.
You think he's
I think he's lost 9 in a row. They got a late bye week. You might as well get rid of him now. He clearly does not want to be there.
That's a tough situation, man. The Prince who was once promised, Trevor Lawrence, now looking very mediocre.
They gave him a lot of money this offseason, too.
Yeah.
All right, back in Arizona, it's a 2-minute warning. Washington killing. Just absolutely destroying. This is your opportunity. We are celebrating, so you might as well celebrate with us. 42-14, get on the phone lines, 301-230-0980, 301-230-0980. We're going to get an early start to our post-game coverage here on a Burgundy and Gold game day. Generally speaking, Lindell, when we get an early start to post-game, it's because the team's getting whooped. It's the opposite today, so blow those phone lines up. Let's celebrate together. 301-230-0980. We continue with coverage when we get back here. It's Burgundy and Gold game day with Denton Dale and Willingham.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app.
Clock about to hit double zeros. They're 3-1 for the first time since 2011, Linnell, and they are sitting atop the NFC East. And Jaden Daniels has the highest completion percentage through 4 games since Tom Brady in 2007. How did that season go? That was the near unbeaten season, where he threw 50 touchdowns and got to the Super Bowl. Not saying that's going to happen here in Washington. I'm just saying that's a pretty good graphic to be a part of. And Jaden Daniels is over top of Tom Brady in that graphic.
Meaning he's got the best completion percentage through 4 games ever.
Ever.
No one's ever done it. He's literally off to the best start we've ever seen at quarterback.
Ever.
Talk about hyperbole. That ain't no hyperbole.
This team is good. They are so back. This is the most fun I've had in years being a fan of this team. There was a sense of apathy. Be gone. I have seen the light. I have found joy once again in life.
This is amazing.
And thanks to number 5, I am back. I'm back on board. You're back on board. Not that we really left, but you get what I'm saying.
We never left.
It's fun to be a Commander fan again.
We're the true sickos and the true people that have stayed around through all of the minutia and the scandals and the embarrassment on the field. This all feels worth it. Not only are they 3-1, Denton, they're 3-1. They're going back home. And if the crowd today in Arizona was any indication of how folks are feeling about Washington moving forward, it's going to be rocking at Northwest Stadium on Sunday against a lowly Browns team.
You know what? I will make sure of it. I will do my part. I've been asking fans. I've been like, you guys got to come back. This needs to be rocking again. Now it gets to be my turn. I haven't been to a Commanders game in 15 years. It's been a long, long time. I'm excited, and I'm excited to see them. Final numbers here. Jump on the phone lines at 301-230-0980, 301-230-0980. Washington wins at 42-14. Jaden Daniels through the air, 26 of 30, 233 yards. He did throw his first interception of his NFL career, but he bounced right back, clearly, as you can tell by the scoreboard.
Yeah.
He does throw a touchdown to Terry McLaurin. Brian Robinson, 21 carries, 101 yards, and a touchdown. Jeremy McNichols filling in for Austin Eckler, 8 carries, 68 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jaden, 8 carries, 47 yards, and a touchdown. If you're doing math, you know this answer, but if you don't, I'll give it to you. That's 216 yards rushing for the Commanders. On 37 carries, that's 5.8 yards a carry. And it's not like this was aided by a massive 90-yard run, Linnell. The longest run of the day was 27 yards. This was just gash after gash after gash for the Commanders. OZ leads the team in receiving yards, 6 receptions, 84 yards. Terry caught the lone touchdown pass that Jaden threw. He had 7 receptions for 52 yards. Damn, it feels good to be 3-1.
It's a spot I'm not used to being in, quite frankly.
No.
Honestly. And the better part about it, I would say, if we're going to keep looking big picture, because I think that's what matters, came out of this one relatively unscathed. I don't remember anyone leaving the game due to injury.
No.
We were a little bit nicked up coming in, but this
unscathed. And the defense, 4 sacks, half to Bobby Wagner, half to Frankie Louvu, 1 for John Allen, 1.5 for Dorrance Armstrong, half to Deron Payne.
Love it.
Love it.
Love it.
Forced a turnover with Frankie Louvu, forcing a fumble, recovering a fumble. That's my tribal chief. I'm throwing up the 1 for big Frankie Louvu. This was an awesome, awesome game for the Commanders. Let your voice be heard. 301-230-0980, 301-230-0980. Our official postgame show with the DOC, Doc Walker, begins next.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-893-1677. 800-893-1677. 800-893-1677.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Welcome to the fastest growing place in the world. Population 115 million and getting bigger by the day. Easy to get to and almost impossible to leave. This is a place where you can eat like a king for as little as $1. Pizza counts as a vegetable, and the food is simply to die for. Don't believe us? Just ask the friends and family of the 300,000 who did last year. Here, we've got the whole world in the palm of our hand, where folks spend an average of 5 hours a day on their mobile devices. You can even order fast food delivery through your video game console any time of day. And when it comes to nightlife, watch out, because there's a new city that never sleeps. With 24-hour fast food drive-thrus and folks working round the clock, it's no wonder 1 in 3 people here can't sleep. This is a place we'd tell you to come and visit, if you didn't already live here. Welcome to the state of America. Welcome to Obesity USA. To learn more, go to visitobesity.org. That's visitobecity.org. Brought to you by the Pennington Biomedical Research Foundation.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear.
Poor A-Mac. He's a good dude. I mean, don't get me wrong. I really like this young fella. And his parents, they did a terrific job raising him. He comes in, and he takes a job coming over. Wow, I'm working in the Washington market. They owned our team, so he comes in with a little edge. And I say to him, okay, I got another one. Another young guy comes in cocky. And I say, son, I'm going to have fun with you. Because your timing is horrible. It really is. Because in life, everything is timing. Take Linnell Willingham. Super talented young man. Just happened to be born at bad timing. Okay, so he's had to go through 26 years of getting sand kicked in his face because he's loyal. He could have very easily done what a lot of y'all have done. Just run behind the Cowboys and be a national joke. Or you could go with the Eagles and you'd be respected. And every once in a while, you emerge from the dead and you do a little something. Or then again, the Giants, and we know what that's about. And then now he gets, like last week, he lost his mind. They had a little bit of success. He lost his mind. He couldn't even handle it. I look over 1 second, he's there. Next thing, he's just gone, vanished. And I said, "Now, I'm young. Listen, he's an infant. I don't expect anything but the unexpected out of him. He's gone. Emotionally, it was overwhelming. He couldn't handle it because his lifelong team had exceeded expectations and has done some things, so it's cool. I get it. And then Kingsbury. And you got to give Kingsbury a lot of credit now. You got to give him a lot of credit because he had the gadget offense and, everybody had kept talking about him. I kept going, yeah, got a lot of stuff circling him, but he's ringless. But everybody go, yeah, the dude got a little something going with him. Now he's going back home. This is coming of a reunion. It was kind of low played. Cardinals. How do we handle success? Thank God they didn't even bring them home. They took them right from where they were. Had they brought them here home, I guarantee you the outcome would not have been we still won. But I do not believe it would have been what it was today, which was a thorough, absolute butchering.
Yeah.
And it was 90 out of 100 in terms. They could have still done a little bit more.
Yeah.
It could have been more. They could have brutalized them even more. But from an older fella like yours truly, the O-line and the D-line, they emerged. We had some end pressure. We had some end results. We had a tackle sighting, a defensive tackle sighting. There was actually pressure and a sack, if I'm not mistaken. And now we'll bring on the official statistician, the young fella who's now back. And I want to, first of all, Denton Day, Linnell Willingham, it all starts with Earl Forsey. Let's not kid ourselves. Burgundy and gold, this thing starts with Earl the Pearl Forsey. And he gets this thing off the ground, man, and then this is like a rocket ship going to this. And it has been really, really cool to see us not F it up, give it back, but be nasty up front and go brutalize some people that didn't want to be brutalized. They actually had some plans, but they were foiled. So, young fella, how you feeling?
Thank you for giving me a moment to get myself together over here, man. Look, you said it perfectly.
You're not used to this.
Look, you know how I get. It's been a long journey to get to this point.
Brace yourself.
To where I actually feel like this group has a chance to win week in and week out. But today was one of those games that I know you really appreciate, Doc. Someone that comes from the old school and the winning ways that back in the day with the legendary Hogs and how y'all were able to beat people up on the ground. We'll talk about that here as the post-game show rolls on. But, they were physically imposing. The slogan I want to put up, DOC, exotic smash mouth football. You're running it in between the tackles.
And I don't know if you originated it. I know you say it more than anyone else.
It's mine.
You've been known to steal things.
It's mine.
And we'll see. Right now, I'm giving you that.
It's mine.
But I'm going to research it because I've been burned before by you.
Look.
So what I'm going to do is say this. The O-line, D-line, and the D-line, they owed us something. They were in debt. They owed us something. And that was their overall best performance. But I'll let you do all the breaking down. I just want to alert the public to brace yourself for this. And thank goodness we got some people that back us, and we want to back them, and we really appreciate it. Because we got 2 awards that we give out, and this is really, really an honor. It's a big thing because they hit the jackpot. Because they could have done this in past years, and there would have been nobody to give the award to. I mean, the hardest working player of the game is presented by Miss Utility. And there have been times there wouldn't have been nobody to give it to.
Yeah.
But, boy, we got it now. And it's a beautiful thing. And there's also going to be a highlight of the Commander Window of opportunity. Highlight the pivotal moment that either it propelled us to victory, and we're going to give those 2 awards out tonight. And there have been times I don't know who we would have given them to other than the opponent. So we're thrilled about that, and it's all because somebody trusted and believed in the Burgundy and gold, and it's coming through, and it's awesome.
It is. I think, and we mentioned this after the New York win. I said it then, and I feel even more confidently about it now. When you have an identity offensively and you know who you want to be through hell or high water, it helps the overall product. And I think they want to ground and pound. They want to whip you up front. They want to get your linebackers to get sucked up. They want to hit you on the play action stuff. What we've seen from them offensively the first month of the season has been awesome. And look, we talked about it at the end of the endgame show. Jayden Daniels, through the first 4 games, has the highest completion percentage of any quarterback since the start of the 2000s. We have a guy, and I continue to say it, when you have a legit guy under center at quarterback, you're going to have a chance to win each and every Sunday. But I think today, to me, what was more impressive is, and more important is you were down arguably your most explosive weapon on offense in Austin Eckler. And Jeremy McNichols comes in, 40 career games, Doc, for Jeremy McNichols. Yeah, 1 touchdown. For him to have 2 touchdowns today and come up as big as he did today after really not getting his flowers that he properly deserved on Monday night, because we could all drool over the Terry touchdown from Jayden Daniels on Monday night all we want to. If it wasn't for Jeremy McNichols and pass pro, that play doesn't happen. I thought he was ready, and he embodied what it means to be a commander, man. Be ready when your number's called. Doesn't matter the moment, time, situation, just be ready. I thought he was awesome. I thought Olamide Zaccheaus had a really big performance. I remember when we traded Jahan Dotson, the thought was, why the hell did you get rid of Dotson? Who is Zaccheaus? Who is De'Ami Brown? These guys are unproven. Olamide Zaccheaus came in here today and showed what he had shown all training camp, is that he is a versatile guy with the football in his hands. He's got a unique ability to get open. I thought them using him as a ball carrier today and having him come in on the jet motion and all that was powerful to watch. I think moving forward, when you take a look at what Washington is, I said Monday they changed the national perception of who you are. I think after today's dominant beatdown win, you got to realistically be looking at this team as a group that should be around competing come December and January when it gets cold outside and you got to really run the football.
I'm going to hold you right there.
I'm ready for it.
I'm going to hold you right there.
I'm ready for it.
One of the things about being 26 is that you just started sounding. You were doing well.
What?
And then you got over your skis again.
Look, you can call it over your skis. It is what it is.
You're not going to get to December. No, this is a day-to-day process. That's the reason why we have failed so frequently. We need to handle getting back in town, unpacking, undressing, getting some sleep, getting right in the weight room, the film room, keeping our head down and grinding. We've done nothing yet other than what we should have been doing. Because until we win a playoff game at home.
Oh, Doc, I mean, come on.
We've done nothing. So,
and until I become a millionaire, I ain't got no money. I mean, look, you got to take baby steps. You can't jump to the playoff win already. We got to take baby steps. It is a incremental
baby step
process.
The baby step is that you're mentioning people here because you have a front office that went out and acquired. You got 30 new players, more than anybody in the league.
Yep.
You were garbage. So you're trying to resurrect the dead, and that's exactly what they're in the process of, a complete makeover. And not even mention a guy like Cornelius Lucas, who's never started in this league. Never. And he's out there playing his butt off.
Yep.
A guy who Andrew Wiley, I was a nervous wreck with this dude. He's out there fighting his guts out. Those guys inside Beatus and those dudes, they're talented.
Telling you.
Cosby's talented. They just playing up to their pedigree. But we got dudes, man, that are playing through opportunity, and they're doing what good teams, if they prove to be that, because they sustain the success, it's what I've seen. teams I've been on, teams like I was on in 1980 when I got here, 81, and saw it happening when nobody projected it. And what happens is that you start getting guys go do, who was that? Wait a minute, we just lost your best player, in my opinion, is Austin Eckler. He's out. And you just do what? You just buzzsawed a team in their house, in their home. New guys, opportunities. That's GMs, that's player personnel people, that's strength and conditioning, that's trainers, that's the organization taking that step.
Agreed. I agree, but I don't want to make it all about the quarterback because the offensive line was great today. The run game was great. The play calling was great. But I said it back after the end of training camp, after seeing him go through practice day in and day out, the ups and downs of it all. I just think, one, he's made up of the right stuff, and they've got the right combination of personalities within the building. And I think that goes a long way. Doc, you know how this rolls, man. When a group starts to believe in themselves and they have confidence, it's a dangerous, dangerous thing to try and stop and slow down. And right now, offensively, you can say what you want. You can say it's not sexy. There's not a lot of explosive plays. The style points aren't there. They're completely dominating the line of scrimmage on the offensive side of the football. They're beating you inside of the tackles. They're beating you outside of the tackles. They believe in what they're doing on that side of the football. And until you can slow down them, I don't know how you stop this team. I really don't. And I get it. It's the Arizona Cardinals. And your wins that you've had to this point have been against three teams that have kind of struggled to start the year. New York, Cincinnati, and then today Arizona. But you can only play who is on the schedule, Doc. And once again, for the third consecutive weekend, Washington comes out, handles their business on their terms. That's what I like. It was on their terms. They controlled the game from the outset of this one. You had 9 drives today. 7 of them ended in points. I can't be mad at that.
Yeah, I love our punter. I think he's a great guy, maybe the best in the business. It was kind of cool to see him. I was kind of shocked, but he did show up today. It got a punt in. This is crazy. It's hard to make this stuff up.
Yeah.
If you were telling someone who didn't know the situation, but that's why I don't want to pass it up. I don't want to act like, oh, yeah, it's no big thing. No, it's a really big thing.
Yeah, it is.
It's a really big thing. It doesn't happen to everybody. It just doesn't. And now it could. I mean, we've talked about the Bengals and all the good teams and like what Minnesota has done and what Green Bay, all these people, but nobody talked about Washington being one of those. Yeah. 30 new players, the most in football. Nobody's done that. Nobody. And as the owner, we said it last week, and I'm not the only. A lot of people on our station have been mentioning it because they understood the economic part of it. The owner went into his profit.
Yep.
He didn't have to do that.
Yep.
That cost him and his family, his generational wealth building, because he invested in maybe a couple hundred people in a hotel for a week that he did not have to do. It makes a difference. It made a difference. The Niners do it all year long.
In terms of staying,
Several teams
in terms of staying on the other, in terms of staying on the other coast, is what you're talking about?
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Huge investment.
Huge investment.
Huge investment. Yeah.
Yeah, the nitwits that have been running this program never did it. Okay, his first shout out to Box, he did it. And it was not like they were up against something that was really daunting. Not like they were going to Denver where it was an air quality deal, blah, blah, blah. No, he just did it because it was the right thing to do. And we talked a little bit about this. When you put them in close quarters, there was no honey-do list. There was no, hey, Dad, can you? Because Dad wasn't home. So you went, and they don't go to Carlisle. There's no training camp environments anymore. So it really gives you a chance to focus on just the task at hand, which is football.
For sure.
And I like this team because another thing about it, are they turning the ball over? We had one pick.
One turnover today. And think about this, and I was mentioning this during the in-game show. Mm-hmm. Washington won the time of possession by almost 10 minutes, yet you had a turnover. You lost the turnover battle, and that was the case. So it's been impressive to watch what they've been able to do on offense through the first month of the season here. The question I think now moving into this Cleveland game is you've now got 4 games of game footage out, 4 weeks of tape on what Washington wants to do offensively, who they want to be. How do they continue as a coaching staff and as players to continue to make adjustments on a week in and week out basis? I thought today defensively, as much credit as Jayden Daniels and the offense deserves for scoring 40, first time to score 40 since 2016, defensively, for the first time all year, you came to play, you arrived violently, you finished, you had 11 guys on each play pursuing to the football. It was a Joe Witt, Dan Quinn identity performance on the defensive side of the football as well. John Allen and Daron Payne finally getting welcome to the party. And then for the first time all year, I think this pass rush and this coverage unit were in unison, right? Making guys hold on to the football, or making Kyler rather hold on to the football longer than he wanted to. There was a third down where a man goes in motion right before the snap, and Washington's in man coverage. Mikey Sanders still follows him across the formation. Him and Emmanuel Forbes, the Arizona receivers are running like a rub route for years, Doc. How many times do we see that route combination and our guys are confused, staring at each other with their hands on their hips? They communicated well, and they made Kyler hold the football long enough for Dorrance Armstrong to get in there and get his second sack. But I thought defensively, if they're going to get that type of effort, anything close to it, now we're cooking with gas in terms of what this group can be for the entirety of 2024.
Well, it helped to getting him back first.
Yes.
You get a player that you've invested a lot in him. He showed you very little, and yet he came back and he made a difference.
Yeah.
But the pressure up front was the best you've ever had out of this group.
Yes.
And you also, in terms of the team you played and the teams that you have played, it was your best chance to be your best.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
It was.
And so I would have been really disappointed had you not done that, because Tampa is better. I thought the other people you played were better. And so you were supposed to do this. Now, the quarterback was the most dangerous creature. It's like playing yourself.
Yeah.
And that was impressive that your ends gave you that activity, that they showed up. And there were some guys that had their best individual performances today. And that's important. You know, if you're not a Pro Bowl player, you're not going to have your best game every game.
Right.
You're going to have 4 games a year or whatever that you were outstanding in, where the guy that's making the big bag is going to have 8 or 9. That's why he's got the bag. And if you give him the bag and he's not giving you that, then you're a numbskull. Because that's what it works out to.
Yep.
You either underpaid or overpaying people. It's one of the two. Which do you want to be in? That's business. The better run businesses run lean and mean. And today, you got production out of people. They got tired of hearing it. And you've had some spirited dialogue. You and the Rooster.
Yep.
It's been outstanding work about it. But it needed to be said. Those who make the most must do the most. Or we don't have a chance. It's nothing personal. Nobody wants to volunteer to get a bag back.
Exactly.
So do your job. Get results, or it's the coach's fault for having you behind in the game. Now, if you got 4 people and nobody's producing, you got a bad roster. Or you got a bad scheme. Somebody figure something out. And today, obviously they did. I was saying Joe Witt either got to come from the booth, he got to go on the field. You got to do something. You just can't keep doing the same thing, giving me these lousy results and telling me that you're a pro, because I'm not buying it. So today, they deserve the praise that they're getting now because they showed results. And that is awesome. And by new people in new places, man, these receivers, I couldn't be happier. Because you know my attitude on them. Way too much talk.
Yeah.
about people under 300 pounds.
For sure.
If all the people doing all this talking under 300 pounds, ain't we beating nobody? Because see, you'll find some people that are hungry. Noah Brown?
Hungry.
What?
Blocks downfield.
What? Starving.
Yep.
He's a dog.
Got cut. Was in a receiver room that was so damn good he couldn't even make the team.
He's a dog.
And we found
Y'all
him.
running around here trying to recruit poodles. We don't need no poodles. We had enough of them. Enough of them. We don't need them.
Yeah.
Terry is a Rottweiler.
Yep.
I'm telling you.
Came up big today, man. You know what
Always
I liked about
does.
You know what I liked about Terry today, Doc? He got the targets today. Like, right, he got 10 targets. When last time he had 10 targets in the game?
But if he don't, he ain't bringing the team down.
Right.
He blocking.
Yep.
He's
For
still
sure.
doing what it takes. So all I'm saying is that these guys, they now are representing the city. It's blue collar. And they're representing it. And we on X, we had some of our own dogs out there talking about they're going into sports bars, and there's teams rooting for other teams, the fans rooting for other teams. They identify that. That will change. Don't expect to flip it overnight. Just keep plugging away. Keep chopping wood. Because if one thing about this whole team now, they're starting to create their own narrative and their own personality. And whether they play the right way or do what you want them to do, they do play hard. They do play hard. So we're looking at their DNA. You're starting to be able to build your own profile on who these guys are. And literally, I mean, you covered it. You had boots on the ground. I'll say it. I know Rooster right now. Rooster's cracking up. You had boots on the ground. You felt the vibe. Even if you only went to one practice out there, you could feel that something was in the making. Now, you don't get credit for it if it don't work. But now it's starting to work. You know, that Chin kid, that Jeremy Chin.
Played his butt off again.
No, he got a bad attitude. I love him. He's got a bad attitude. And he's out there throwing it around at people. Luvu, and Wagner today had his finest performance. To me.
I agree.
Because he had the most range.
That we've seen him play with. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Blitzing,
no, it's about
sideline to
Bobby in
sideline.
the box. Bobby's Joe Frazier now. He knocked you out in the phone booth. But we need him to expand his range, and he showed you that. I mean, Ertz. Don't sleep on Ertz. These dudes, they're 30, their range may be, it's like hitting a golf ball. They may not be hitting that thing 380 no more, but they know how to hit it where they want it to go when they need it. And today, Bobby showed me something. So you can tell who's listening. People say they don't listen. They listen. Yeah, they listen. And they came out to do it. And the big thing about it was that Newton.
Yeah.
No setback. No setback. Big Phil, Newton, Jamin Davis. I think you mentioned it earlier. You might have mentioned it. If you did, it was probably by accident. But I don't think anybody went down.
Right, yeah.
I don't think we lost anybody.
I think Allegretti got x-rayed post-game negative minor ankle tweak. And he's a big fella. You know, the big fella, you put some tape on it, you all right.
Put a tape on it.
It'd be good.
Urinate on it. It'd be all right. Yeah, we know.
It'd be all
all that stuff, that's for little people. Big people be okay. First break of the day. We're honored. We've got Linnell Willingham, who is decided to grace us today with his presence.
I got about another half hour for you before what you call the adult mix.
Send him on his way. We will honor him, and on this victory post-game show, Burgundy Gold post-game show, it is really, you know what? It just feels good, and it's going to be another one of those weeks.
I know.
That it feels good all week, and it's just, oh man,
ready for it.
Hey Mac. Poor kid. I mean, he told his people he's working in the market. He's a Giants fan. And time is everything. Stay with us, folks. We'll be back. Burgundy and Gold post game.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app.
Bring Natalia Esquire, Slater Schulman, LLP, Attorney Advertising is responsible for this ad.
Attention former childhood residents of juvenile detention centers in Maryland. If you were housed at either Charles Hickey School, Backbone Mountain Youth Center, Thomas Waxter Detention Center, Cheltenham Youth Detention Center, or any other juvenile detention center at any time in the past and were a victim of sexual abuse, now is the time to come forward, as you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. Maryland Department of Juvenile Services faced complaints about rampant sexual abuse for decades and failed to protect youth inmates in these facilities. If you were housed at a Maryland youth facility at any time and were subjected to any sexual misconduct from staff members, you may be entitled to substantial cash compensation. Call our Maryland Juvenile Detention Helpline now at 800-927-1305. The deadline to file a claim is close. Call now to get the justice
Welcome back to the Burgundy and Gold Postgame Show. DOC, Linnell Willingham, and from New York, East Rutherford, Mac, my man who has stepped into an assignment that is not exactly what he anticipated. Lines are lit. Let's start off in Annapolis. Derek, welcome to the winner's circle. Derek going
Hello?
once.
You there, man?
Derek?
Hello? What's going on, Derek? You there, buddy?
Got you.
I am.
What's going on?
Oh, God. I'm not in Annapolis. I'm in Manassas. But,
Gotcha.
man, I'm euphoric. I've been a fan. I'm 54 years old, so seen all the good days, the bad days, but I've never seen domination like that, guys. That was a total team performance on offense and defense, and even special teams. So hats off to the guys.
For sure.
Appreciate
you,
That's
brother.
awesome. Yeah. I mean, it's they did a good job. No doubt about that. Arlington's our next stop. Kevin, welcome to Postgame.
Kev, what's going on, brother?
Hey, Doc, Linnell. So, man, Linnell, I have an apology to make to everybody affiliated with the offensive line and who built that offensive line, okay? I am, the hurler of tomato can criticisms, and not anymore. I'm just blown away by how well everything is clicking offensively, but I never in a million years would have thought we'd have this kind of O-line play. It's been staggering. So I want to come out and say I was one who questioned everything from not drafting an LT higher, et cetera, although I did like the Coleman pick, and you just saw that. The other thing I just want to say is, and Doc, you can totally relate because you did it. They're hogging the ball. They're keeping the ball. They're playing keep away through an incredibly efficient series of plays, down series, what have you, and it's just taking the heart out of the opposition. I've never seen a young quarterback start like this with this kind of accuracy and efficiency. It just blows me away. I know it's not just him. And I know we have, faced some lesser teams, and we'll see where this thing goes. But I'm really amazed with that. And then the only other thing I'd like to say is Louvu ignited that whole defense today. It seemed to me. And thank God for that acquisition because he's been special. That's all I got, boys. 3-1. Victory
You got it, brother.
Sunday and Monday.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Bonesy, K9,
Bones.
Southeast, what up?
Hey, shout out to my main man, Big L. Shout out to Dave. Shout out to you, Doc. Shout out to all the K9s, the bar, and all them. Hey, look. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting sports bar, Pin Mob Sports, Pin Florida Sports Bar on notice. You know what I'm saying? For not having a whole bunch of Burgundy and Gold fans in there and had the TVs on the Chiefs games and the 49ers games. But to check this out, Doc, we're on our way back. All you guys that's never seen this before, just hold on tight. Big L, hold on. You can ready to see something big.
I'm
That's
telling
what we
you,
about to do. Thanks for taking my call. Love you guys, man. Peace.
You got it, brother.
Hey, Doc,
Keep
whenever I hear
spreading
that,
word.
see, I'm telling you, whenever I hear that, that's what gets me going.
Well,
I'm in this state of euphoria right now. I don't know what the hell's going on. Look, the food tastes better, right? Women are nicer to you. It's easy to get up out the bed in the morning. I mean, everything is better when this group is playing this way. And it's hard for me not to look ahead, but I'm going to keep it one game at a time and not get over my skis. But I just believe in what they have going on right now, and I think it's sustainable long term. I do.
Cliff in the District of Columbia.
Doc, Linnell, shout out Big Swaggy. Dorrance Armstrong remind me of Big Swaggy today when he sacked that quarterback sitting at number 92. And that whipping that they gave the Cardinals today was made up like a John Riggins run type day.
Yep.
I'm sorry that Jaden Daniels threw that interception, but I'm not going to give Daniels no kudos yet, even though he's playing well. The measuring stick is in 2 weeks against them birds up I-95, the Ravens. And I hope they beat the Ravens, and I'll sit back and listen.
Appreciate you.
Who we play next week?
Cleveland.
All right, well, then Cleveland, the Browns, the hell with the Ravens. We got the Browns. That's all we need to focus on is Cleveland. And I hope nobody thinks that Cleveland's an automatic.
A pushover
Cleveland.
or anything.
That's the worst thing you could do right now. You should be scared to death. And if you don't believe me, let Coach. Coach will tell you about that. Coach in Akakie, tell him how dangerous Cleveland is.
Cleveland is as dangerous as a man fighting for his life because they are a professional football team.
That's right.
And at this point, we have not earned the right to say that we are head and shoulders better than anybody. We're taking it 1 week at a time. Where I tell my players, we're taking it one down at a time, one series at a time. And if we continue to do that and do things right, this will equate to wins. And that's what I saw today. Remember what I said, Doc? I said, if we can do multiple things right, I like our chances to continue winning games. Now, I'll pull back, and I won't talk playoffs right now. Playoffs, I won't do that right now.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to keep talking wins. But we did a lot of things right today. We controlled the line of scrimmage. We got after the passer. We didn't have costly penalties that halted our drives. We didn't have costly penalties that extended their drives. We won on third down. We ran the football. We made the big plays when we needed to make big plays. We controlled the field on special teams. We make big tackles behind the 30-yard line on special teams consistently. Those are the things that win games. We control the time of possession. And that's what I feel mostly is going on. Before I go, we talked about the offensive line in the summertime being shoddy, being shaky. We don't know. We have anxiety about it. The offensive line is playing well, and the biggest person I can think about is Cornelius Lucas. Cornelius Lucas was average at best in the past 2 years here. What a difference coaching makes. I'm going to say that again. What a difference coaching and accountability makes. Because the same coaching and accountability that is causing Cornelius Lucas to look like a very good player, if he just came out of a coma, is the same coaching that said, hey, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen, come out of the game on the second series of the game because you're not controlling gaps, you're jumping through gaps, and James Conner is averaging 10 yards a carry. When they put Mathis and the other guy, and I think Newton in, they controlled the gaps. It allowed us to make our fit. It allowed us to set the edge and not get out-leveraged. It allowed us to stifle their running game so we can start putting points on the board and get some separation. So I'm impressed with the coaching, and I'm impressed with the culture. That's all I got, guys.
I agree.
Yeah, we're getting close. Appreciate that.
I agree.
Pal, I got Pallal in the district.
Doc.
What's up, pal?
What's up, pal?
Hello.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm feeling good, man. I feel like I'm dreaming. That's all I gotta say.
We have been dreaming. It's been a nightmare. Now we're having a sweet dream.
Yeah, it is. My first memory of us being good is when we were down 10-0 to the Broncos in the Super Bowl, and I was asking my dad, "Are we going to lose? Are we going to lose?" And he's like, "Relax, son." And like we came back and stormed back in the second half, and then the '91 Super Bowl, and then Gibbs 2.0, and then RG3, and then since that, this is the best I've ever felt.
What's your name? Yeah, no, and you're not alone, and it shows you the character. You know, I try to judge all this by the parades, and you know, our teams win, the Nats, the Capitals, the Mystics, whomever wins, and we all celebrate their success. And wait till the next one. And
absolutely,
that's what it's all about. And we have to have one.
Byron?
We have to. See, it's not do you want to win. You got it wrong. We have to win. And once you start to frame it that way, it'll change your life. All these people talk, man, it would be nice if we win. Nice. No, you're not hungry. You know, what about if you don't get to eat until we win? How you like that? Now that makes you serious. Did that get your attention? Yeah.
Would have been a lot of malnourished folk if that was the case the past couple of years.
Just imagine if you put certain things we could imagine. that you deny yourself that if you don't win.
Yeah.
Are you willing to do that? Are you willing to take that measure? I got a call tonight in the game. Brian Carpenter called me. My old teammate said, hey, man, that reminds me of the 84 team, the 81 team. He said, why? Because people are making plays, and you got to go grab a program to go, who the hell is that? That's when you know it's turning. Usually we got to buy everything we get. We got to get the first-round pick. We got to pay somebody $100 million. When you start looking at who the hell was Brandon? Who scored the touchdown? A lot of people looking over there to go, well, who the hell is he? When did he get here? Raise your hand right now if you knew Jeremy McNichols was on the team. That's my point. My point is that when you start getting people in layers and they start coming in here and you don't really know where they went to school, and does it really matter? What matters is that they're dogs. We got people like undrafted free agents. They are hungry. We have invested in too many first-round picks concerned about what school they went to. How the hell has that worked out for us? Yeah. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. What matters is that we get some people in here just like the kids that played tonight. The kids that was out there playing tonight, how'd they look?
Yeah. Well, a group that belongs, man.
Hey, man, it's something else. And you tell me, because it means a hell of a lot more to you than it does to me. And that's what I like, the fact that hearing you and Denton screaming in the end game. They should have y'all doing the game in real time, but I know that would be a fine. I think we could raise the money to pay for it, but that's just me. To hear y'all's voice, you have no idea. I hope you go back and listen to it sometimes. I don't know if you do it at all, but it is just awesome because you guys care. You're. I mean, it's a gig, and we're not doing this for free, but you care.
It's hard not to.
You're invested in this.
It's hard not to, man. They're giving you something that's exciting to watch. They play hard. They're competitive, and it feels like they're getting better. I think that's probably the thing that's probably most exciting and encouraging to me is that each week they're showing you something that makes your jaw drop. And today it was defensively. I thought Arizona, I predicted a win, obviously, but
how could they not? They've been listening to you all week.
Look, I thought it was going to be a 33. I think I predicted 33-29. Because I thought defensively they couldn't stop a Ronnie Fawcett. John Allen and Deron Payne had been stealing money, but Joe Witt Jr. called it out during the week. He was asked last week how he felt those two were playing. He said they're playing like the rest of the defense, not good enough. And for this defense to reach its potential, those two have to be the baddest dudes on the field. I think the other 9 guys that played with them while they were in the game today played because of their lead, took their lead. And John Allen and Deron Payne did a really nice job penetrating. The run fits were still an issue, but you felt their presence today more than I felt them all year long. But as I continue to say, I thought for the first time, really in a long time, man, the coverage and the pass rush seemed to be in unison. And they were making Kyler hold the football a tick longer, and it was allowing guys to get home. And I think if they continue to play as one on the defensive side of the football and rally to the ball and not care about who makes the play, they'll be a hell of a lot better.
Well, I can't wait for Windbag Wednesday because you've given them more praise right now because you and the Rooster, you ate them alive on Wednesday, and they deserved it.
They deserved it.
They deserved it, but they showed you what they're capable of. We got to take a quick break. We come back. We'll get Nell's final take. And if you got a call specifically for Linnell Willingham, take advantage of this. He's a national treasure, and we're about to boot him out of the studio. So please, let's take advantage of that. We'll be right back.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app. Show with Doc Walker, presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Couldn't say it better. If I said it myself, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. You better believe it. The hardest working player of the game, presented by Miss Utility. We're going to give that out. You don't want to miss that. Also, the window of opportunity, man. It's going to be the window of opportunity, a great, I guess one of the nicest things you could say about a team or somebody that comes up big in that window of opportunity. That's like Linnell Willingham. I'm sure you've received that award before, haven't you?
Well,
if you haven't, I mean, you seem like you'd be a guy like that.
You know,
the window man.
I've received numerous of awards in my life.
Like
not
these
the window
cool,
man.
Not the window man. Well, the window man, thewindowman.com is behind this, and I think it's awesome. I mean, we love as players. You love getting awards, and one award we're going to give, and that is the Linnell Willingham Departure Award. We're going to let go to Annapolis and let Ethan join us right now, because I know he wants to be able to give you some parting rewards as we have our final moments with Linnell Willingham.
Well, you know, as much as I whip his ass, you know, I'm just really glad to be able to hear him jubilant, you know, and I hope he was wearing his jersey today.
Oh, it's backwards.
But, you know, Doc, again, hey, keep it going, man. You like, I gave you a bunch of crap for it last week, but if it's working, keep it going. I'm just glad, though, like you said, Doc, it seems like we are getting better as each week goes on, and we have something to look forward to. But for this younger generation that's never seen anything positive but dysfunction with this team, you know, to see this team getting better each week. Now, keep in mind, though, Cleveland's the most dangerous team in the league come next week. They're 1-3. They're coming apart at the seams. They are going to come in here desperate. I don't think we're going to be able to run the ball as good on them as we have on others, because they do have a solid defense, but we can't make Deshaun Watson look like Warren Moon back there. But, I mean, kudos to this team to come out and kick someone's ass. I can't even remember the last time that we put 40 up on someone and kept them under 20, and after the, you know, middle of the second quarter, you knew the game was over. So, you know, all jokes aside, thrilled for Linnell, thrilled for you, Doc. I know what it means to you, Doc, as a former player, to see this team finally starting to show some light and get better. So, you know, hail to the DMV, ready to take this momentum into next week and see our crowd, not another team's crowd, our crowd out there rooting this team on next week to go out there and beat those dogs, those Browns.
Awesome call, Anthony. It's just great to hear from you. You're a soldier, you get it, and it's about this new generation being able to. Well, hell's been so long for all of us. Even though we remember it, it's only because we have a great memory. It's pitiful how long it has been, how bad we've been. We've been humiliated. We've embarrassed the brand, and we've been through a lot. So this is good. I don't take it for granted. And I'm going to enjoy it. 24 hours, 48, whenever. I'm going to really enjoy this and then get right back, because I don't want to lose it and I don't want to fall backwards ever again. I just want to get the respect that so many people before us had earned, not just us, but it was the 72 team had laid that foundation. That's still my favorite game, beating the Cowboys at RFK with Brig and Jerry and Larry Brown and all those dudes, man. Those are my heroes, and I'm going, they started it. And now the baton has been passed, and now it looks like we're going to get back to that. That's what I want to get back to. And I want to get back to all the people that invested in building this brand and have been just humiliated by people that spoiled it. So appreciate you, man. Last one. We can get to Jelly in the district. Did I say it? Is it Jelly or Geely? I thought it was Jelly.
All day, you know who it is.
Oh, Telly.
Tell a fellow to grade all day, Telly.
Oh, they put G, dog. That's why. Otherwise, I would have known it was Telly. Yeah, okay. He's a New York Giant fan, man. Give him a
to the Redskins. Hell to the Redskins. Hey, look, man. Hey, look, Big L. I just want to say, man. We come through things in life, and we meet people in life, and we have experience in life. And what I want to say is appreciate the now and what you experiencing right now. Right now, you got beside you a man, a winner, a champion, and Doc Rick Walker. Okay, so when I first started calling these stations, it was Grown Man Radio with Big John, number one, Joe the Fan, all day. And it was Grown Man Radio all day. You know what I mean? So I would just say, man, appreciate this moment and learn from it. Because what this guy spits out, man, ain't nothing but the truth. And as I go to the game, Kingsbury, he's growing on me. He is growing on me. Mm-hmm. Doc, did you see that bootleg? You seen that bootleg, right? Mm-hmm. You can only get that bootleg if that man under center. And what I like about Kingsbury, what he's doing, he's showing different looks. And that's all I'm saying. It's more than one way to skin a cat. We've been around this town for years, and we done seen this shotgun mess where you just giving the defense one look. Mm-hmm. Kingsbury is giving them different looks. So I'm giving shout out to Kingsbury. I'm giving shout out to the running backs. I'm giving shout out to the quarterback. And big shout out to the defense because they rolling, and I'm loving what they doing. Hell to the Redskins. Respect to both of y'all. Hell to the Redskins all day.
Right, Charlie. I'll tell you one thing. When you lose, and I think Eckler's the best player. Now, when I say that, don't lose your mind. 5, we know 5, but 5's a baby. Eckler is a grown-ass man who is – I don't think our people in our region realize how good this dude really is.
No, I don't.
I don't think you realize this dude, he is a freak. And had we not been so damn undisciplined, we got penalties galore, he would have had a 99-yard return the first moment he wakes into christening the new name brand in the stadium. Every game he's in, he does something that takes your breath away.
Yeah.
Every game he plays in, he does this kind of stuff. And for him not to play, and you still get that kind of production, staff, coaching, coaches, program, you gotta give him the due. You do college. You're the voice of the Howard Bison. You know what it's like. You've seen teams. You can tell when they're well coached.
Yeah. You can tell when they like each other too, man. I think this is a group.
Vibe.
Yeah, there's a group. This is a group that likes each other. Yep, and I don't want to put everything on the quarterback, but he's got that type of personality, that type of aura that, in my opinion, brings people together. And you can see it by the way the guys handle themselves on the sideline, how they react to their teammates' success and prosperity, man. They went out and kicked the field goal today. First guy greeting the kicker and the holder and the long snapper coming off the field is Jaden Daniels, right? They go out and score a long touchdown drive. Fox did a good job of showing some sideline shots. It's Daniels on the sideline dapping up all the offensive linemen saying, we're not done. Keep going, keep going. He embodies everything it means to be a leader, and I don't think you could have selected a more perfect person to come in here and usher this program into the future, man. I'm telling you, I don't know if the memo is out yet, DOC, but we back up, man. I keep saying it. We are back.
But to echo on what you're saying, but it's not just him. Because
Yeah,
if he go down, if he get a hangnail, the vibe keeps going. Look at Cleveland.
Yep.
Look at the Bengals. They lost Burrow. They had a winning season. You really notice a vibe when one of your guys goes down and you still keep winning when they know they don't have his talent. I'm telling you, there's something brewing here that we don't know what the outcome will be. But I will say this. Having been on teams that emerged and went through this system, that's what it reminds me of. Like when you look back on before the 81 team took off, we went 0-5. There's always something that's it's rotten before it turns ripe. And you start remembering the building blocks to it, but what was it? It was the interior.
Right.
And it's O-line, D-line. That's why I never get off my train of thought. Because every time I do it, I get burned. Never get off from it. Never. And now look at it. As bad as it has looked before. I mean, you knew Sam was a beast. Be honest?
Hey.
Alleghetti?
I'm telling you.
And when Coleman, I'm watching Brandon's growing. You know, it's a PR. It ain't just this PR. But Cornelius has settled in. So now you got 2 for 1.
And I think that's hard, man. I think that's a juggernaut because think about this if you're an edge rusher, Doc. You're trying to get used to how one guy pass sets, how one guy shoots his hands, how one guy punches. They're literally rotating those 2 every damn series. So how do you get a beat on what they're doing if you're a defensive end, man? They got something going for sure.
Oh, no, it's nice. It's nice. Okay. Well, we're over on the top of the hour, 8:04. Nell, have a good one, man. Can't wait for your next appearance on television, radio, game, wherever. You're all over the place. And keep it up. Keep it up and don't drink and drive.
All righty, my brother.
Good deal.
Be well.
All right, good deal. That's my man, Linnell Willingham. If he can stay on the straight and narrow, who knows? But I do know this. We're about to blow this bad boy up now as we now go from PG to Complete X. Right here on the Burgundy and Gold Postgame Show. We're going to give out the awards. Think about it now, the hardest working player of the game. I know you may have some thoughts on this, all right? And that window of opportunity, what was it in your mind? Let's get busy. It's the victory post-game show. Let's get after it right here on the team. We'll be back.
This is DC's home for Maryland Terrapins basketball. The Team 980, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Bring Natalia Esquire, Slater Schulman, LLP, attorney advertising is responsible for this ad.
Attention former childhood residents of juvenile detention centers in Maryland. If you were housed at either Charles Hickey School, Backbone Mountain Youth Center, Thomas Waxter Detention Center, Cheltenham Youth Detention Center, or any other juvenile detention center at any time in the past and were a victim of sexual abuse, now is the time to come forward, as you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. Maryland Department of Juvenile Services faced complaints about rampant sexual abuse for decades and failed to protect youth inmates in these facilities. If you were housed at a Maryland youth facility at any time and were subjected to any sexual misconduct from staff members, you may be entitled to substantial cash compensation. Call our Maryland Juvenile Detention Helpline now at 800-927-1305. The deadline to file a claim is close. Call now to get the justice, closure, and the financial settlement you deserve. No matter how many decades ago it was, call our law firm's Juvenile Detention Sexual Abuse Helpline right now at 800-927-1305. 800-927-1305. 800-927-1305.
This place has a pulse. You hear it in the canopy, feel it in the ground. Life, fully illuminated, engulfs you. From the birds singing in the treetops above to the tiniest insects in the soil below.
So every week, in other words, I'm saying, listen, we just get our pattern.
Filling your lungs
every week
with
we'll
the
do them in the 8
essence
o'clock
of the
hour.
forest.
I mean, in the second hour. When
Now, imagine it's all gone.
Leaves,
healthy, life-giving forests reduced to nothing. No singing birds, no lush canopy, and water and food in short supply around the world. Time is running out to protect our forests,
we got 2 more hours,
and without our love,
I don't want it to just be
they
phone
can
calls.
and will disappear. It's our choice.
Crazy.
Love it or lose it. Help protect our forests. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
These are real stories of audiologists and the people they helped.
Who do you think is the
She was
hardest
such an
working player in the
adorable
game?
5-year-old.
I saw her at 73.
Baby was just a tiny 6-month-old. Nobody
Yeah,
else had
it changes
concerns.
everything. I'm looking
She
at
wasn't
this shit 'cause
participating and slept mostly.
That's why I wanted
Unaddressed
to
hearing
say,
issues
Chris,
in
I can
babies
really
can
watch
affect them for life. Her mom listened to her gut and brought her in to see me.
They assumed the reason was her dementia.
So I fitted the little guy with a hearing aid. Mom was right. Her daughter couldn't hear high frequencies.
I found
Yeah, but
instead
like
it was
who,
a
it ain't
profound
Deron
hearing
or-
loss.
And after helping her, educationally, she just took off. He's 5 and doing so well.
Everyone has the
But
right
did-
to
Did he have
communicate.
enough activity?
She's
to be the
participating
player
in
the
life
game?
again.
Are you or someone you know having difficulties with hearing or balance? An ASHA certified audiologist can help. Visit us at asha.org/public.
It's pouring rain. It's real dark outside. Your heart starts beating really, really fast. You've never done anything so hard in your life. This is boot camp. This is the real thing now. It's such extreme pain, you don't understand how you can finish. I began to feel that there was no way I was ever going to have my title, U.S. Marine. It takes special inner strength, courage, and desire to do this. I was just thinking, I'm so close. I'm so close. And when I finished, I was like, I'm done. I did
Ask
it.
him who he would give.
The moment I will never forget is when this drill instructor that I admire so much comes up to me straight in front of me, put her arm on my shoulder and said, "Good morning, Marine."
PFC Summer Volkman became a Marine. Can you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit
window of
approval subject to
opportunity
system and
goes
area
to
limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from the Window Nation Studios, WTEM Washington and WJFK HD2 Manassas, the Team 980, always live on the free Odyssey app. It's the Burgundy and Gold Postgame Show with Doc Walker, presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Welcome back. Burgundy and Gold Postgame Show. DOC on a hot microphone. A-Mac, who I told him when I met him that we were going to convert him. He's a Giants fan, and he said that would never happen.
Still not happening.
I hear a voice that's faint in the background. You sound like, put a little bass in your voice if you're going to make a statement.
No, we're good. We're good. Listen.
Okay.
I mean, we're 4 games in the season, a long way to go. You guys look nice, but I'm still not.
I heard your quarterback, and then I heard it was false rumors on the internet that your quarterback was being. You guys get a lot of noise, but it's New York, and I understand that. It's it's crazy, but it is, as you think about the window of opportunity, which is awesome. One of our awards that we're going to give out tonight, and for the Commanders, the pivotal moment that propels them to victory, and a man that took advantage of that opportunity. And this has been cleared by Mr. Willingham himself, is the one and only You know, next week we'll add a drum roll to this, but Jeremy McNichols. Presented by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your no-pressure in-home estimate or at thewindowman.com's Fairfax showroom. And this is awesome. And, I mean, he stepped up. I mean, once a guy that's playing your position gets injured and gets concussed, you kind of know, all right, your number's up, that you're going to go. You're not hoping that the guy gets hurt, but you kind of understand. And he didn't flinch. Showed up, showed out. And that goes to him, the coaches, everybody involved. When a guy who's not a regular starter comes up, takes advantage of that opportunity, he deserves it. And that is highlighted as the, and I think you agree, Mac, we're all in agreement with that. So congratulations. Next up, the hardest working player of the game. I guess you kind of know who that is too, don't you? I mean, this dude, he doesn't play like his age because he's like an ageless wonder. And, you know, if you stay off Linnell's bad list, then you know you're doing well. Linnell, the man he's not a spring chicken. No, Bobby Wagner, this dude, and I give Ertz and Wagner a lot. They don't even need to play the game anymore, but they love the game. Hardest working player of the game. Presented by Miss Utility. Remember to contact Miss Utility before you dig. Every dig, it's the law. Visit missutility.net or call 811. Middle linebacker, Bobby Wagner. And I'll say why I think that I agree with this. I think it's probably unanimous. Very seldom I agree with anything Linnell says, but I do agree with this one as well. When you're playing the quarterback who is next to Jackson and our own guy, the most elusive three quarterbacks in the world, that's a lot to say on a brother in his 30s playing middle linebacker. Bobby showed up and showed out. I thought it was his quickest performance. I thought he looked, really, he did. It was a throwback moment for Wagner, and he knew he had to do it because of how evasive this young man was. So congratulations to this week's recipients, and they will be honored with that. And who knows, maybe, AMAC, you can get Linnell to throw an 8x10 aside. Is he still giving out autographed photos? If he is, maybe we can get him to do that. Back to the lines we go. San Antonio, is this for real, for real? Byron, welcome to Postgame.
Hey, Doc, thanks for having me. Hey, you know, we've been kind of hard on the corners. I think the corners played a straight, solid game today. Got that one down in the red zone, kind of a quick out. But other than that, for the most part, they played well. But I think the D tackle.
You know I got a problem with you now, right? You know that? You say we been hard on them. Really?
Yeah, as in the fans. As in the fans. Been hard on the corners. But they played good today. They played good today.
When you act like they shouldn't have been hard on them.
They should have been. That's what I'm saying. They've been hard.
Okay. Yeah, they got what they deserve.
Yes. But
yeah, ain't nobody make them play cornerback. They wanted to play cornerback.
Right.
Cornerback's the toughest position. To me, it's the toughest position to play in the game.
Well, you're on the alley.
By yourself.
You're on the alley by yourself. Yeah.
Right.
If you make a mistake, that's it. So, I get it. I get it.
No, I know. Look, I know, and most of them that play the position will tell you they the wildest dudes on the team, and I'm saying in a good way, is that they're risk takers, and they're not afraid to fail. The one thing about a corner, they live play to play. They don't let a bad play that never ruins their day. They come back with a great play. They get it. If you have a business, you want a corner on your side because they're not going to fall apart if things don't go. We have a bad month. They don't fall apart.
Well, my other statement I wanted to make, and I think why they did so well is because the D tackles, instead of them stunting all the time and leaving the middle wide open, they went back to almost a Dave Butts mentality. Just clog the middle. Just clog the middle. Push the pocket back into the quarterback so they can't go forward. They got to go side to side. And then you got to
know what we say that one, dog? Play big. We used to just say play big.
Yes.
Yeah, play big.
Hey, that's how Dave Butts played.
Dave played real big. No, you're right. Look, I cannot say anything that's been said about these brothers. They play hard. They're more talented than they have played up to. I'm never, ever on a dude if I don't think he's got the talent to get the job done. I'm disappointed when I see them give up a gap because I know they're capable of dominating that space because I've seen them do it. And they're not hurt. If a big man is hurt, then all bets off. That's like an elephant with a bad toe, man. He's in trouble. So I've been confused because I don't know what the disconnect has been. Is it the scheme? Are they being asked to do something they really don't like to do? I don't understand it. But I do know this. Yo behind wouldn't be playing as much if I'm not happy with the results. And that appears to be that. The more they rotate, the more they get healthy at that position, there's an opportunity. Because I'm going to tell you what, if I'm not getting production, then what the hell are the backups doing? Because if I'm not getting production and they're not doing any better, then we're in a world of trouble. And it appears that the brothers in the backup are vying for more time. And that'll get your attention. So we'll move forward on that. Appreciate you. Laurel is our next stop. AT.
Finally. Doc Walker, my brother. Can you hear me, Doc?
You gonna have me choked to death. Pardon me. I'm over here, man, fighting, and you gonna have me choked to death over here when I hear you. Man, I heard you the other day, man, with the rooster and the whale, and I almost wrecked. Man, I tell you what, y'all, man, I wait on it. I can't wait. I don't know why they don't give them some promos, man, because y'all have me dying. What was your take today?
Hey.
What did you like?
Doc, as a long-standing service member of 18 years plus, I still got PTSD, man. But, I have the cautious optimism, because, I grew up and I've trained and I've studied under the school of the Dark Walkers, you know what I'm saying? And we ain't done nothing yet, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, we looking good. We seemingly have a good quarterback, but as far as I'm concerned, Doc, we ain't done nothing yet. And I still feel like we got something to prove. So as far as I'm concerned, Doc, right. I'm loving it. I'm taking it week by week. We still have a defense that's seemingly they got me on the roller coaster, Doc. Like, one week we good, one week we not. And thus far, they've only shown me inconsistency and gashing up the middle and up the gaps of the A's, the B's, and the C's, and hell, the A through Z. So as far as I'm concerned, Doc, I'm gonna take it week by week. I'm a cautious optimist, and hey, we in first place. Let's keep it going. Hey, as Bill Belichick would say, we on the DC, we on the Cleveland, man.
Yeah, we're on the Cleveland.
I'll take it
you appreciate that.
Thank you, Doc.
You got it. I'm with you. A good point. I was just getting a text from my old teammate, Brian Carpenter. He mentioned something that I did not see because we were doing the post. I went right to the getting ready to join Nell. People talking about Jaden Daniels and why he's so smooth. Let's not forget he's got a Super Bowl MVP. that works in the building that is now allowed to talk to him. Remember, those nitwits restricted the access to Doug Williams. And so what better asset to have
What's your name and where you calling from?
than a Doug Williams? And
Franco?
this organization has embraced
All right, Franco.
Doug
Try to get you up.
and his experience. Doug has been an AD, a head coach. He's done everything. Damn near but be a head coach in this league. But he's been your front office executive. He's done all these things. And yet
What's your name and where you
the
calling
management ownership saw fit to put him basically in an office and not have him get exposed to. These guys are smarter. They're different. So Daniels, and that's a good point, and Brian brought that out. Very good point. Jonesy, K9, what up?
Say, Doc, what's going on?
You know what time
Shout
it is.
out to the K9 community and especially the keeper of the K9s, because I'm trying to tell you, you what make this train really run a lot of times. And too bad Linnell escaped, because he's a flip-flopper and he needs to stop that mess, man. 1 minute, boom, we going to win. The next minute, the other team going to win. I mean, he do this all in a 2 days
He's
time.
26. What do you expect?
He needs
Why
to
do y'all
stop
want him
that,
to
though.
grow up so fast? Why let that dude do his thing, man? Y'all want him to be
Indeed.
do it. Wouldn't you like to be 26 again?
Indeed. I'm going to bring him a pack of now laters the next time I see him. But it's
Yeah,
all
that's what
good.
you do. Yeah, that's what
Indeed. We got the W, and the hardest thing to do is to get people to pay attention. This defense is beginning to get the legs on them, because guess what? There was no preseason for them. A lot of them didn't even play in the preseason. But now, through these 4 weeks, bam, they beginning to come together. They held the opposite team to 14 points today. I can't be mad with that. And shoot, our team scored 42. So come on, man. I mean, talk about the victory. Let's not talk about the Cleveland to sometime inside of the week. You know, I want to lapse and just hang out in this victory today. And
Oh yeah. Oh no. Take 24, man. Embrace. Look, this never gets old. We've going on 2 weeks. When's the last time we had a 2 week? There were some periods of time, but we weren't in the mix. This foundation, and again, in case you didn't know, and when I heard it on the broadcast, nobody in the league has 30 new players but Washington. So that even makes it even more gratifying as you look back at the game and you go, 30 new players. 30. And they're winning. Be different they had 30 in the last place. So that's like giving that they're putting a gumbo together with different ingredients. And it smells good and it tastes good. And it's not even complete. That's the thing that I'm impressed with, that, you know, not winning the turnover battles, the penalties, not being heavily penalized, playing smart, not turning it over, all those things that are controllables. We have to be dominant in those areas. So if we're not the biggest, strongest, fastest, but those things that we can control. I mean, we all watch college, and on Saturdays, what's the dominant factor? The teams that beat themselves. And if there are local teams, then we know what we're talking about. We just got to bite the bullet. Bite the bullet. Good hearing from you. It is a great, you know what? The only bad thing about winning like this, if we're going to do this consistently, is that, AMAC, I feel like I'm losing you. I feel like this is the worst thing could have happened for you, being that you're producing this shift.
It's hard. It's difficult, but
I know it. I can feel, because you've lost your energy.
I've been through worse, Doc. You don't have to worry too much about me. I've still seen my team win 2 Super Bowls, but I'm happy for you guys. I'm happy that you guys can see this, and you look good, so good for you.
All right, because you know what? I mean, look, man. The fact that you were in the division, you know, we're kind of like cousins. So although we want to beat you consistently, we still don't want to see you hurting. I feel like you're sad.
No, I wouldn't say sad. It's just there's thing that the dysfunction hurts a little worse. That's what I'd say. Like the losses, even they're worse. You know, like last year.
Well, let's do this because I don't want to do this to you publicly. That's not fair to you. Let's go to break. You and I will talk off air and try to get your confidence back on. You know, look, you'll know about our fan base. We've been down too. We understand what it's like to be in last place, and so you'll find people ain't gonna make fun of you when they call here. We've been there, but we want you to get your spirits back because boy, a couple weeks ago, you were cocky. You had a little edge. You sound like Nell. Now. You're whispering. Got to get your confidence back. So when y'all call in, man, shout out to AMAC. Okay, let him know how we treat people here. Okay, we're not like Dallas fan. We ain't like New York. And we damn sure ain't like Philadelphia fan. So let's show him who we are. We'll be right back here.
You can listen to the team.